350,000 chips. In seat 6 will be Nick Hanoi, 2,380,000 chips. And in seat 7, Tutu Rousson and his brother came second in the Little Slam, so that was a great result for them. And he's here already in the cash in the high roller, 825,000 chips. And Christopher Dean is slipping in next to me and will join the first hour of commentary.
Morning, buddy. How are you?
All right, thanks, and you?
Good, thank you. Thank you. It's been an interesting day.
I'm just wondering if you're on there, Chris. I can't hear you. We'll get Sean to just check the soundboard for us. Just all settling in for the morning. There's Gary out there briefing the players.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, there you are.
Morning, everybody. Back again, day 7.
Oh, day 6.
See? Look where my mind is.
Hey, you're already on tomorrow, so we're day 6 of the series, day 3 of the high roller. And the bubble did burst last night, as I was telling the viewers, and now we are going to wait for one more player to exit before we will pause again, reset, redraw for the final table.
Coming up to the business end of things. 1 million up top. Things are going to get messy, huh?
Yeah, I think so. It's a little top heavy, so we might see some sort of shuffling near there, although Jared Solomon has a massive chip lead over everyone. 5,140,000 chips.
That's huge, that's huge. I had a chat with Mawaz briefly afterwards, or
Yeah.
earlier, should I say. He's going in with about just over 3 million, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, it's guys are going to be fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't listen, don't count any of the players out that are there. A double up with 2, even the shortest stack is there. Max is the shortest stack overnight. He has 525,000 chips. And with blinds where they're going to be, they've got 10 minutes left of the previous level.
Are we at 30, 60, 60?
Not yet, because we've still got the previous level has got 10 minutes left.
Okay.
So once that is completed, then blinds will really start biting them harder.
And it's good to see Nick's got some chips as well. That means Jared and Nick are still going to be going at it like they did yesterday. Should make for some great TV. All right, looks like we're just about ready to go.
Let's go.
And then we can hear the dealer. Let's go.
All right, first hand, back at it. Over to the French Connection, 1.4 million.
And I don't see Jared taking his seat yet. So split. Ah, there he is. He's just slipped in. In time.
Over to Nick.
Nick's still getting his chips sorted out of his box. Just let me move them out the way. I can get my cards in there.
Nice problem to have there. Picks up kings first hand.
Oh, wow. And listen, when somebody's struggling to stack their chips, and they then play the hand, know they've got a proper hand. Otherwise, you just throw them in the muck and carry on settling.
Carrying on, yeah.
It's a 30-second time back now.
Over to Jared. Out the way. To Edgar.
He got down to... he actually used up all
And
the time.
Nick will get those through. He shows them. He says, "This on you people."
This is the start of things to come. We're in for a wild ride, folks.
And there is that outer table. We can see Muaz Ghani, Haggai Dayan, who chipped up beautifully, Haggai. He had that one misstep against Max. And I spoke to him about it, and he said it was just a brain meltdown. He should have never called with a king-9. And then Greg Ronaldson there, Max Devison, and Mr. Y's son.
Another tough second table.
Absolutely, no easy spots.
Hello, we are at Times Square Casino. Guess what time it is? Well, I know you're itching to find out. Well, here it is. Dun 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 dun. It's high roller time, baby. We are almost at the final table. We've got Greg Ronaldson, Huawei's son, Max Devison, Haggai Dayani, all be competing for that trophy and the R1 million prize. And of course, we've got Jared Solomon, over 30 million rand in live earnings, second on the all-time South African money list. This is just getting bonkers. It is going to be awesome and fire down here at Times Square Casino. So tune into the action, and we are getting ready. This is almost final table. Boom. People are going to be bluffing each other. People are going to be like, oh, what do you got there? Ace, king, aces, kings. We're going to see a lot of action. So let's cut to the action.
Right, thanks for that, Ian.
All in.
Sick trophy that was.
All in. Listen, bro. Are we chopped liver here?
It's a beautiful trophy. They really upped their game. I mean, the trophies last year were beautiful.
Yeah.
But these ones this year are really something special.
Remy jammed there from the big blind with deuces. Tutu got out the way. Tutu on 725.
Got this up Jared, I mean, you worry, I'm
The interesting jam there, pocket twos, figuring my pairs ahead, and I'll get you to fold a wide range from anywhere.
Yeah. Really applying that pressure to the short stack.
How nice and clear are those marks on the players?
Yeah, as we said, it adds such a great dynamic. We get to get, inside the heads of all the players. Yeah, their thought process. Right, over to 2284. Jared picks up the church. First hand. Or should I say, third hand. On the cutoff.
Raise 110,000.
Edgar looks pretty short again.
Yeah, Edgar's got 820,000.
Okay.
I so have to give you this one.
No.
I do. It's like
Must be so there. What's it? 2-5. 2-7.
only hand I'd fold.
Only hand off all this,
Only
Nick.
one. How lucky are you?
I don't even mind.
At 7-4, give me.
I had ace king. So I cracked my ace king with 2-7 would be
7-4, 7-5, 6, 8.
That's what it takes.
Suited, I would have
That's
played.
what it takes to get your blind, eh?
I would have played it suited.
The absolute word.
I would have played it.
Some of the chips at the outer table.
Tight.
Haggai Dayani. To his left, Muaz Ghani.
One extreme to the other. From kings to 7.
Over the Max gets out the way. Sun gets on the way. Greg on the big. Sends it into the muck.
Gary out there doing admin.
Right, hand number 4 of the day. Jack 10 off on Jared, UTG.
Edgar. 50,000.
Edgar could ship the lot here.
Puts in the raise.
120,000.
Ace 8 for Remy.
On the button, he
Makes-
elects to flat.
Yeah, makes the call. Over to Nick. A7 off.
Well, all the aces out there.
I wonder if 2-2 finds anything here kind of marginal for him to squeeze on.
He's thinking about it. Let's have a look what he's got.
Nick's looked like he's putting some chips together.
So Nicky making a move first.
Raise
2-2 gets out the way.
340,000.
Over to Edgar.
And I promise you, out of all of those hands, when I look, I fancy that 8-6 suited of tutus. That is all cancelling one another.
Edgar's thinking to himself, is Nick putting the pressure on knowing that I'm short? He blocks aces, he blocks 10s.
10 seconds.
Time banks right in front. Started the hand with 920,000 effective.
He puts it in the muck. Now around to Remy. He's going to have position on the button, suited ace. He might decide to call this.
And he does.
Makes the call.
Alrighty. 2 to the flop. 900k in the middle. King 5-9. 2 hearts.
If Nick fires the continuation here, he should get this through.
Yeah, I mean, unless Remy wants to get
Oh, look at that.
puts the
Bang.
lot in.
Thanks, boss.
Last time.
What do you mean? I've got to
What do you have? You have shit.
pick one.
I know you have shit. Yeah.
like?
Small blind.
Fair, man.
Nick.
Always entertaining.
And fearless, eh?
No, 100%. 100%.
Nick is really not scared to put chips across the line.
What did you have?
Ace-8 of clubs.
Hey, guy repping that football kit.
It was better than
Think so.
Yes, I was supposed to add, right? That bumps it up to. I was never going to fucking check.
Alrighty. Edgar UTG. Into the market goes. Over to Remy. 7 deuce. Nick picks up queens on the button. The sun run continues.
Ace, 110,000.
Tutu out the way. Over to Jared. King deuce. No, sorry, that was Tutu's hand.
They're going to play this time.
King 9 for Jared. Makes the call.
You want to bluff me, eh?
The rivalry continues.
The banter already pre-flop, Nick. You want to bluff me, eh? There's been a lot of banter between Nick and
Jared.
over the last day.
Ace 7, 6, 2 diamonds. Just check, check. Turn the 8. Jared turns the open and straight draw.
And fancy him to fire that now.
$70,000. 70 to call.
I need to win every hand.
It comes along.
Jared, you don't have to win every hand, Nick.
Can't lose this one.
To the river we go. Deuce of hearts changes nothing. Check, check. Another one goes to Nick.
See, I keep the good card.
Bluff him once and show him. Bluff him and show him.
You did bluff.
You don't bluff, man. The bluff is the river. I think 250. That's the bluff.
You can't bluff the river. I was going to call you.
75,000 on the turn.
I was going to call you.
It's full on charity.
If you had an ace, you would have re-raised me. First of all. First of all. So I was like, I wasn't worried.
On to the test, 250.
I wanted you to put money in. Like
The lines are up.
I called up and walk on a
30-60 with a 60,000 big blind ante.
Yes.
So one more hand on this level because the dealer had already started shuffling. And then that 30-60-60 is going to bite very hard.
Yeah.
150k in the middle.
Edgar's got less than, well, he's just got over 10 bigs.
Ace 200,000.
Tutu's going to have over 10 bigs.
Yeah, I was just keeping quiet. Yeah, this banter between Nick and Jared, very amusing.
Good mates, but yet they give each other sticker. Ace 8 off for Jared on the small. Remy's popped it up to 100k from under the gun. Edgar looking on.
All in.
Jared jams.
Jared putting the max pressure back on Remy.
See, happy now.
Gets it through.
Blinds up.
Still,
30,
The blinds
60,
up.
60 on the big blind 90.
you're going to use that.
Big day today, huh?
Yeah, very big day because we've got the conclusion of this high roller. We've got day 1B of the main event starting. Day 1C of the main event later this evening. There may be another main event satellite. That one last night went to very late and they cut a deal at the end. So there were 23 seats plus a 7k voucher.
Yeah.
And then they asked them to all put in 900 bucks. And I think they made 25 seats.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic.
And then there was a bit of debate and argument because there were some big stacks that didn't want to put the money in.
Tutu is all in with 8s on the cutoff. Jared picks up queens on the button. 8s v queens. Tutu at risk.
We could be going to the final table here. Eights have been lucky for Tutu. He had it all in against Stephen Courtney
How do you get there?
with Jack 8 versus Ace King, and he found 8-8 on the flop.
To the flop we go. Let's see if Tutu can find one of those 8s. Queen in the window.
Fuck, I've never seen
But he's pretty dead now.
I've never seen an oak hit sets like this.
Lock up shop. GG Tutu. Well played, sir. 60k wrapped up for the efforts.
Absolutely, well done, Tutu. And that will take us to the final table. So they're going to pause the clock as soon as they finish the hand on the other table. There will be a redraw. We will set for the final table. They will take their photographs, do all the necessary.
And we'll be back in what, 10 minutes or so?
I would imagine so. We'll just leave it running for a minute or two. You are welcome to stretch the legs in that. I'll just keep an eye on it, and then I'll probably sign out until we're back for the
100%. Man needs to grab his first coffee for the day.
Dear monsieur,
All right, guys, we'll see you shortly. Get locked in. That final table is going to be large.
if you're fetching coffee, fetch dear. 2 Canderel and normal. So we're just waiting to see what's happening. But they should do their chip counts. The tournament director will come in and give them their seating allocation. So that didn't take too many hands this morning.
Call all in queens. How do you one cards? Just pick the one chip. Don't shuffle the shoulders.
Dude, those two hands, I queens, kings, queens.
They're the same queens as you. Red queens.
What did you have that ended when you told him? Edgar? I can't even lie because it's on the TV. I had A7.
He said he's done.
Thank you. Where was the button?
But I had to bet. I couldn't bet.
And then just sit down.
No, I get it. The flop.
Yeah.
So we will take that break now whilst they're resetting and that. And we will rejoin you as soon as the final table is ready.
1-9, so that's there, eh?
So we have a short break. Moke ka move fela ke. But what did I get?
What card did you get? 4. So Remy, C4.
I'm 1-9.
Ah, sharp. Sharp. New medication.
Don't leave until Dave gives permission.
We'll see or it will tarabe. Mare ke mathi le mabani. Kautamana.
5, yeah. 7.
Are we 10 seater or 9 seater?
9. 8. Yeah.
Oh, 2 went out.
It's a quanta.
Mr. Sun, number of the seat? 8. Not that 8, thank you. That's lucky for you, number 8, huh?
9 is Nick.
9 I've got.
How's it, Mr. Son? Is a break or what? I have no idea. I don't know. They haven't said anything to me.
Seat 1 and seat 9, please take your seat.
1-9. Does he stay on 1? Did he stay on 1?
Yeah.
Jared.
Yep. Yes. How lucky is he?
How do you do that, Jared?
What's up? Yebo. Yebo. Edgar, I think Edgar moved to number 6-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, Edgar is 7. Then Mr. Sun is on 6-8.
Let's take photos first. You know, so like squirrels and rats.
Where are you, boy?
We're in the last
obviously did the damage.
No, actually, I did good. Jared knocked me out. 8 to 18. I had a hand, raised, call, re-raised to 50. French call.
behind Nick rather.
I had A7.
Let's stand here.
I just bet up. I put him all in after the flop.
Jack won the river.
No, it was 500. I had kings and queens. You had a few hands.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. No one played the kings and
Were you
queens,
sitting in the
Jared,
same
sword
seat?
flop.
No, you're sitting
No, I was sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jared's in the same seat.
Let's take this photo, let's get it done. It's unlucky, I told him exactly 2 minutes he wants to go shit himself.
He was sitting so excited.
Josh!
He saw the queen.
Come to I normally don't get to say that, you know what I'm saying? Normally it's me the one.
Let's go.
Nice stack you got. Fuck me, Edgar.
Yeah, fuck it. How sick does that come in still in form? That's not my stack, it's Jared's.
Oh. What did he
It's
find?
kings, queens, ace king, bring like 7 hands.
But every time he's hit a set as well.
And you as well, don't you worry, just like the same.
But I don't want played.
Right, boys, what's the time now? On everybody's iPhone? 23 past.
5 past will be back.
23 past. Can we do 23 past on my phone? So 35. So 25 2. I'm going to start again. Right? I'm going to do 12 minutes.
35.
25 Lorraine, get yellow.
Can I also go for a quick smoke?
Yeah, no, don't worry. Let's just get blues. Get more blues.
Squirrels in a fucking baby.
But you see that there's a
Five, 9, 6, 0. Let's be accurate on these. Don't worry. I've got so much fucking fun. I'll talk to you soon enough. Just tell me the seat number before you give me the...
220.
25 2. 12 minutes.
Can we just repeat that because I didn't get the correct number. 3222 is what I got.
Yes.
3,222,000.
Can't be 22,000. It's 9,000 in play.
Huh?
Okay, you stack, I'll count.
1 million, 1.6, 3 million, 3.2, 20.
Guys, I need it.
3.220.
3220.
3.220.
220.
More blue chips.
600.
645.
645,000 seat 8. 645,000.
1560. No, sorry, not good.
1560.
What are you taking out, Dave?
570 for 6-8.
Seat 8.
570.
You can't be seat 8, 5, 7. You just give me 6, 4, 5.
What is 6
That's seat 7.
Oh, 6-7, yeah, sorry.
How much is it?
570.
Okay. And then seat 4 that you in.
No, yeah, I'm in seat, I need seat 4, yeah. He's in seat 5 by accident, no, obviously. Haggai's in seat 5.
But is this Haggai stack or this Remy stack?
Haggai 5, so that's 1, 5, so that's got to be Haggai. This is 1, 4, that's got to be ready. You just need to be moved around.
Ooh, that guy.
Button seat 9 again, eh?
450, 650, 750, 850, 895.
895, yeah?
Yeah.
Seat 4.
Oh, you sing out the 5,000s.
Take them down.
Let's not fucking confuse it just yet.
Okay.
This one.
I just need seat 5 Haggai.
1819, 1.9.
1.9
Correct?
Yeah.
1.9 million, yeah?
Yeah.
Are they getting extra time?
Yes, they will.
No. What did it get? Oh, yeah, there's a 9, right.
1,900,000, correct?
Yeah.
Seat 6 is empty.
That's in.
And
Right, bring your
nationalities,
racks.
Remy is French, Huawei is
But you had Rex just now, David. I just said I must bring those things first before you.
Button in seat 9. When are they back, Dave?
25 2.
25 to. That's on the loadout.
I mean, I tell you,
They are? No, we
Rex is just now here. What did you do? Who took the Rex?
I don't know, I haven't left the table.
can't take them out because there's 75 150. So leave the 5s where they are. The blinds go 75 150 and 125 250. So we can't
Someone
actually
take this deck.
Yeah, we can't take them out. We did this the other day as well.
Me?
No. Did we?
Okay, Dave, I'm just going to put them there because at the back I can't see.
Okay. Cool. Is everything covered?
David, don't press. Can you just put them there, please?
No.
Okay, that's what we have.
your seats and get comfortable, gentlemen.
Okay, buddy. Stop giving these oaks, man. These oaks aren't going to give you any tips. I'm the one going to give you tips.
I hear you.
Why don't you let me? What did I do your own? What did this oaks do? I let you drive my car if you wanted to. I let you stay.
Just the left.
But all of them. Just give me one nice one.
Ooh, hot guy. What? How are you? Mr. Son. I don't want you to. You must take your own chips.
Seat 4, this is Remy. Remy is sleeping in the but he is unfortunate that he's friends with somebody has to be English. That's why I'm shitting you, brother. And the French and English have been in war for like 5 centuries.
He does very good interviews. You must get him. Comes out of his shell. He's tough demeanor. Actually, a nice guy.
Shut it. Oh, you topped up your time back.
How are you? I'm good. I'm here. Thank you, you too.
And welcome back, and we're busy setting up that final table now. So this is your final table of the high roller event.
I saved you.
Day 3. Christopher Dean will be joining me to start this final table off, and then I'll do an hour stint, and then Gary will join Christopher. Morning, Chris.
Hello,
again.
buddy. Yeah, Gary's probably going to rip me to shreds again like he does every day, but it's okay.
That's all good. Listen, you know what? The day he stops joking with you,
then you know you're in trouble.
There we go.
Yeah.
Right, so in seat 1 we got Jared Solomon's now got 5,960,000. Kept the same seat. Seat 2, Moaz Ghani, 4,460,000. Interesting dynamic, those two right next to one
Very
another.
much so.
Greg Ronaldson, seat 3, 1,560,000.
Then COVID and stuff, I want the package.
Seat 4, Remy Mercier, 895. Seat 5, Haggai Dayani, 1,900,000. Seat 6 is vacant. Max Devison was eliminated at the same time as we lost 2-2 on the feature table.
1,560,000.
Seat 7, Edgar Antazana, 570,000.
Seat 5.
We'll just let Gary run through it.
1,900,000. Seat 6, Open. Seat 7, Edgar, 570,000. Seat 8, Huawei, 645,000. Seat 9, Nick, 3,220,000. Gents, no rules required. You've all been in before. We will take the seats out as they become open. You can move around, but please stay in the same box because our computer's locked on that one. Don't stretch it and go. Okay. Over to you guys.
So there we go. Gary briefed the players. You heard what he was telling them. He gave the chip counts as well. So good luck to everybody. We're on hand 8 of the day. Took 7 hands to get 2 players busted almost at the same time from us to go down to the final table.
Yeah, and it's a million up top. They're going to be battling.
The moment has arrived. We are at the final table of the high roller. And who do we got? We got the likes of Edgar and Tazana, who's 40th on the all-time money list. Over R500,000 Rand in all-time earnings just last year, 2022. Edgar, he cashed in the Mega Million, he cashed in the Mystery Bounty second, over 400,000 Rand in cash just last year. So he is no stranger to cashing and no stranger to the final table. And it's all happening now, and we're going to tune into the action because we are crowning a champion who's getting that trophy and 1 million Rand. Tune in.
Right, thank you to Ian for that intro to the final table. Play's about to get underway. The button is on seat blind by default. And it's been played all the way around.
Asking for the triangle.
Mr. Sun puts it all in.
Over to Jared. Gets out the way. Was. Sends the muck.
So Mr. Sun gets that one through with the ace queen. Nice hand to pick up first hand on the feature table.
Yeah.
And the final table. Gives the triangle back. And he... Number 8 is a very lucky number for Asians. And Mr. Sun drawing seat 8 will take that as a very good omen.
Interesting fact, do you know there's no seed 4 in a Baccarat table?
No, I did not know, not being a Baccarat player, enlighten us.
Just because the number 4 is considered bad luck.
Aha. So you jump from seats 1, 2, 3 to seat 5.
Yep.
Like hotels that don't have a 13th floor and a 13th room.
Correct.
Just jumps from 11, 12, 14.
That's it. Yeah, I was chilling with Nick the other night, Nick Gara, and he pipes up, he's like, where's seat 4? And I had to give him the whole explanation. And he was quite intrigued by it. Moving on though, Remy UTG, Queen 10 suit gets out the way. Oh no, sorry, he does not.
He's wondering, he's going to be big blind next, so he's going to pop it all in.
All in it goes.
Second all in, second hand, second all in.
Yeah, he's still got the rest of the field to get through.
I think the shorter stacks realize they can't mess around here.
Not at all, not at all. Mr. Sun gets out the way, over to the cutoff. Nick might consider a call here.
Nick going to ask for a count.
Goodbye, Nikki. Yeah, of course. So
Nick sends it to the mark.
He says, yeah, so want to though.
Over to Mawaz, gets out the way.
Yeah, Jared had already folded.
Just got Greg to get through, which he does, and Remy picks it up.
Yeah, with the worst hand, I mean, he got through a couple of bigger other hands there. King 10 suited, King Jack off, Ace 7 suited. Shows you the power of the all-in first.
So yeah, again, remember, like, one knock, 800k plus, into anybody besides Jared and Nick, it's going to hurt.
It's going to hurt a lot.
Hey, got it. Hey, I got 3 million.
So going to be a lot of action out there today with day 1B of the main event kicking off at 1 o'clock, and then we've got day 1C later at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, room's going to be rammed to the rafters again, huh?
Absolutely, and there's rumors that there may be another mega satellite tonight.
That is true. Haggai, UTG, 1.8 million, picks up Ace King. See how he opts to play this. He's got 30 bigs. See how he opts to do it. Reaching for some chips.
Base is 125,000.
Hey, I needed to use this one.
Pocket 3 is Mr. Sun folds.
Never used.
Over to Jared with Ace Queen. Opts to call, over to Mawaz. Jack 8 off for Mawaz on the button. Into the market goes. Over to Remy. Jack 7. Right, 2 to the flop. Five, deuce, 2 spades.
That guy's sitting with the ace of spades.
$150 to go. Back over to Jared. You know, Hagar bets this texture on a large frequency. Continues on a large frequency, should I say. But he opts to get out the way.
Sorry.
So, plus 275k for Hagar with the best hand.
There's a great shot of that bracelet up for grabs for the main event winner to go along with that 2 million rand. And of course, the I made the final table pillow.
That's also something pretty cool as well. Little memento for making it.
There's a quick look at the chip count. Jared Solomon's right at the top, 5.8 million, 96 big blinds. Mawaz coming in with 4.3 million, 71 BBs. Nick Kanoy, 3.253. Haggai with 34 big blinds. Greg Ronaldson, 23 big blinds. Remy, 15 bigs. Mr. Sun, 15 bigs.
Edgar, 9 bigs at the bottom.
But you cannot count Edgar out.
No, way too much experience.
He'll find a spot and spin that up.
Way too much experience to count out.
Mr. Sun going to ask for the triangle again, or he's going to pop it up.
I think he's got enough now to raise.
Looks like he's going for 125.
Raise.
130,000.
Sorry, 130,000. Was having a look. Gets out the way.
800 something. 800.
Over to Greg.
600. I won the first one.
Remy on the small. 7-5.
125 plus.
Just needs to get through Edgar.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry, keep calling him Edgar. Haggai.
And pocket jacks. Yeah, could be action stations. Yeah, is going to be action.
3 guys with hats all sitting next to each other. It's making me wobble.
So an interesting spot for Hagar. Mr. Sun is open, not jammed. So it's 790 behind. Does he put him all in with the jacks? Does he flat? Does he 3-bet?
I definitely think he does 3-bet here, considering he's out of position. But as soon as he 3-bets, Mr. Sun's going to rip the lolly in. Put it all in.
6.
Remy, you know, the players have been very good in assisting one another with those time banks. Did you see that?
That is true, yeah.
As soon as the time was running out, Remy reached across, grabbed one of Hagar's time banks and told the dealer wait and threw time banking.
Yep, no,
They
that's
have really been awesome supporting and helping one another, considering the competitive nature of the sport.
Here we go. The triangle has been asked for. The 3-bet has been made. All in a call.
All in call.
Alrighty. 50-50.
Classic, guys.
Classic says Nick.
The coin flip.
It is 100%
But
a
I'm
coin
at the
flip,
risk.
50-50.
1.9 million in the middle.
One time.
One time, says Mr. Sun.
Using his 1 time for the day. 3 to the flop. Let's go. King,
Oh, in fact,
King, 10.
King, wow.
On the turn, do we get a sweat?
Not the river.
Brick.
Not the river
4.
like a jack, huh?
2 jacks left in the deck. Jack on the river. Mr. Sun has been eliminated.
2 outs.
Wow. What a hand. He flop strip kings. The jack on the river. Mr. Sun is eliminated. Edgar
Hands
on his head.
Cannot believe it.
Oh my goodness.
What a roller coaster ride that was.
Could we script this any better?
I know, right?
Unbelievable. Wow. You know, look at
Edgar still,
wow.
he's still in shock.
Unbelievable.
GG's Mr. Sun, well played, sir, locking himself up 70,000 rand.
Very well played against Mr. Sun.
Button is good.
Goodness gracious me.
And that river card brings a
He's
ladder.
sitting here stunned. He didn't even utter a word. He was like so shocked.
5%, 1 card to come, and he finds it.
Wow, that was unbelievable.
And Haggai's going to be feeling extremely confident after that.
I promise you, the next time Haggai moans to me about any bad beat, this story will come out and I'll say, run good much, brother.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna give him a sick needle later. Luck box. No, I'm kidding.
So we're down to 7 players.
Nick gets out the way.
Taken 11 hands to lose 3 players this morning.
Yeah, guys are firing. Over to Moaz.
And if you consider how long the bubble went.
No, bubble took forever. That possible double elimination on the bubble where both of the gentlemen that were all in at the time managed to survive. All right, Mawaz, look up on the hijack. Up it goes. Over to Greg.
230,000.
Over to Remy.
You know, you flop king on ace king, you think I'm pretty safe, eh?
Yeah. Oh, that is true. Haggai finding ace queen suit. 3 million now effective.
And he's gonna 3-bet for sure.
Just considering the sizing, yeah? Makes it 350 by the looks of, or 450, sorry.
380.
380 because he had the 13 already.
Correct.
It was my seat, Nick. You were 6.
And Mawaz throws it straight to the buck.
That lucky seat. That's the seat, eh?
Again, picking up the conversation from yesterday between Jared and Nick when Nick was telling Jared, that's a lucky seat. And then he came back and says, well, it could be the player. And Mawaz is saying lucky seat to Haggai.
How's Moaz though, eh? His reads are, I mean, out of all the hands he can pick, he says ace queen suited felt like that.
I'm going to tell you something now. From day one, myself and Mawaz, when Mawaz started playing poker, he started playing 2-4 cash, right? Novice as hell, but on the money with his reads. It's like he was looking into your soul.
He's phenomenal. I met him first back in 2009. He came runner-up in the Royal Swazi to my good mate Clinton. They were heads up, and he was an unknown quantity.
I was at that event. He knocked me out. And
Okay.
I finished 13th or something like that. Flop top pair, flop combo draw, top pair and flush draw, and he's just flattered my open +2 with aces. Board came queen high, 2 clubs, I had queen jack of clubs, money went in, and he just ran pure.
Yeah, no, yeah, he's been phenomenal ever since then. And I mean, he was really an unknown quantity then.
But it's great to see how he's progressed and become one of, the most formidable players on the circuit.
Definitely one of the best readers of the game.
10-7-5, 2 spades. Piece for both players, yep. 8 of spades on the turn.
All in.
Edgar ships it. Nick might hero here.
I know you got the 10.
Bottom pair and a gut shot.
Nick says to him, I know you've got the 10.
Different dynamic there. If he had the jack of spades in his hand, he's calling off every day.
Absolutely.
Maybe you had another spade.
What you saw, the 10 or the 8? 10.
I told him he had the 10. You have to catch him betting.
Edgar lives to fight another day.
Then you come
Then he thought, no, let me not bet the spade.
Yeah, that's all right.
I didn't have a spade.
All that other little middle pair for a straight.
10 what? 10
The thing's hotting up here on the final table.
Edgar with 9 big blinds. He's going to be finding a spot very soon.
Absolutely. And even Remy, he's got to start thinking of making moves with those 14 bigs. He got the one jam through, and Edgar's managed to pick up a few chips there.
But back to the action. We got Mawaz, UTG. 10-5 off. It's going into the muck. Over to Greg. Ace 4 + 1. Sends it over. King 10. I think Remy might just rip this.
All in?
There it is.
All in.
Over to Haggai. Ace deuce.
Bit much to call, lots of players behind.
Ooh, Edgar's got chips in hand. Thought he'd managed to look at his cards already.
Yeah, he
Over
had
to Nick gets
already.
out the way. Jared Solomon. 7-5. And this one's going to get through for Remy.
So he's managing to get one through per rotation,
Yeah, just ticking on.
which is, but all that does is make him survive.
Yeah, no, for sure.
He needs more than one rotation or a double up somewhere to actually start thriving.
I leave
Yeah, I mean, chip EV is a big factor here as well.
just after the series.
I mean, if you look at the jumps, from an ICM perspective, it's massive. So you'll start seeing, there it is right there. So 7th will be getting 80, 6th for 90,000, 5th 100,000, 4th 140, 3rd 200, 2nd 350, and of course right at the top of first 1 million.
Expect in the top 3 or 4 that some sort of ICM consideration will go in, because the players are playing there for the money, the pros, so they want to just cancel out the variance and try and distribute the money a little more equitably.
100%. So yeah, you'll start seeing, I mean, I'd like to see the bigger stacks, Jared and Mawaz, start putting a lot more pressure on guys like Remy and Edgar.
Well, Jared started off really well. I mean, he knocked out a play, he put pressure. Hey, he picked up some decent hands, let's not kid.
No, of course, and obviously Haggai finding that Dream River.
No, that was brutal for Mr. Sun.
Mr. Solomons, though, small blind. BBB gets out the way, Mawaz gets the walk.
Gift gratefully accepted.
Right, so that is going to be Remy UTG. Let's find, hopefully he finds another jam.
Sitting on 1 million chips now.
Can't really count anybody out as of yet, eh?
No. You get a double from 1 million to 2 million, then you're in the mix there.
Yeah. I mean, you're back to 30 bigs. Alrighty. Remy 7-8 off, under the gun. Where they go. Haggai throws that Jack 3 back to the dealer. Over to Edgar, 9-8. It's close for Edgar. Realizes he's coming up to the big blind very shortly. Having a quick look on how much he's got left. Out the way.
I thought that was going to go in there.
It's close. Over to Nick.
Original Harrington and Oldham. Suited connectors folded to you at this point. All in.
Over to Jared. Pumps it up. King Jack for Mawaz on the small. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't mind mixing here, either 3-bet or just flat. Either way.
3-bet it is.
What sizing did he go for?
330.
330, 210 more for Jared to call. Considering all the factors here, in position as well. Again, Jared could also consider Mawaz 3-betting him from a small blind quite wide, knowing that Jared does open from a wide range of hands coming out of the big blind. So there could possibly the 4-bet coming in here.
Yeah, all possibilities available. The 4-bet, the flat, or the fold. I don't know if he's folding too many in position.
No, I definitely think, you know, the 4-bet is right up there on the top of the list.
I wouldn't have myself. I wouldn't.
But he opts to throw it away.
He does fold. Mawaz gets him to fold the better hand.
Nicely done, Mr. Ghani.
And I think that being the 2 biggest stacks may have played a factor in Jared's decision there.
100%.
We don't say that in French.
I do.
You
know
do.
what?
And you're right.
What is your interpretation?
I'd say like it's like, oh shit. Yeah.
There's young Josh.
We say
getting all those images that are you're able to download if you're at the event by scanning the QR codes that are all around the venue. Will give you access to all those images. So go find yourself, pop it in your socials, give us a tag. We'll be happy to share them for you.
Absolutely, and great digital quality.
All right, Haggai Tosses that away. Over to Nick. Nick's mixing it up here. Ace-5 suit from the hijack, 3.1 million.
Great. 140,000.
Jared with 9-8 suit. As you can see, he's dominated, but he doesn't know that. Three-bet time. Taking a trip to 3-bet city.
Baby. 380,000.
380. Queen 6 for Mawaz. 2 more hearts out there that are going into the muck.
So, one price, very few hearts on the flop.
Yeah, Greg's got 7-4. Over to Remy. 8-5. Alrighty, so these two juggernauts are going at it again.
Nick's going to see a flop with that.
And Nick calls. So we got hijack V cutoff here. Let's see what we get. Queen 9-7. Jared making second pair. Let's see what Nick opts to do here. 9-10 in the middle.
Okay.
He opts to check. Over to Jared. Sizing wise here, Mark, what do you think?
9-10 in the pot. Say he goes a third.
He checks back, 2 to turn. Another queen. Nick reaching for some chips now.
Nicky going to rip that queen now. So I checked to you because you 3-bet me. It's whether Jared believes him or not.
Looks like he's gone 400.
Yeah, he's gone for just over a third of a pot. Almost half, between third and a half.
Jared having a quick look over at Nick's stack. Makes the call. 1.7 million in the middle, 1 card to come. 10 of clubs on the river. See if Nick manages to pull the trigger one more time. It looks like he is. Looks like he's going to go pretty big here. 1.7 million. He goes for 1 million plus by the looks of it.
1 million?
1 million on the dot. Over to Jared. Really putting the pressure on here. 2.7 in the middle. Jared in the tank. Let's see if he can work this one out. Check, check, flop. Half on the turn. Basically just under half on the river. If there's anybody who can sniff us out, it's Jared.
Look at Moaz watching, eh? Moaz doesn't, his eyes don't leave. He sucks up every bit of information for a future possible hand.
See, Jared's also considering all the other hands that they played last night together.
And he knows Nick wants to bluff him.
And as we know, Nick did show a lot of his hands last night. So that could be detrimental to him, but let's see what Jared does. Working it all out. King Jack gets there, but we can't be adding that into Nick's range after calling the 4 bets. Could also be doing this with XX clubs. I think Jared's going to find the call here. Third pair.
Just trying to work it out.
1 second.
I mean, remember, he bet the turn, so the 10 doesn't factor as much.
No, no.
It's only the backdoor clubs that are worrying him because that Nick bet the turn. He could have bet on backdoor clubs.
Yeah, I mean, Jared's also trying to run through what natural bluffs does he have here. He's got all the 8x combos, all the jack-x combos, all the ace-x non-club combos that brick. Jared blocks 9s, he blocks 8s. So let's see if he can make the call here. Also, all the King X combos as well. Not easy here. Max pressure applied by Nick.
Absolutely, it's a great bet.
Jared having a look over, sees there's 1.3 million behind. Wow, well played, Nick. And he shows him, and Jared...
You say bluff. You say bluff.
That sets Jared off. He was close.
And listen to Nick laughing. Nick's loving it.
Having the time of his life. But Jared Sullivan's in the blender, getting him to fold the best hand. And then adding a little needle to boot.
That gave Nick more pleasure than reaching the final table. You do know that.
Yes. So everybody that's been watching yesterday, these two were going at it left and right. And Nick still got the upper hand on Jared.
Flush comes on river. Yeah, you didn't have me on the queen.
And as I said, Nick enjoyed that more than he enjoyed making the final table.
Don't worry, you still got lots.
Huh?
You still got lots. You just want me out.
Could have had a lot.
Okay, no more bluffs. How else can I play you out with your re-raises, re-raise? I've played it. Stick it in. I did stick it in.
So that was an incredible hand.
But we're moving on to the next one. Edgar UTG.
Insta-fold.
King 5-0.
Any other non-club river, you get snapped.
Yeah.
Snap.
You were always folding.
Snap.
Over the neck.
Never
You were
fold.
just digesting.
I was praying you were going to bet the river.
Folding all along.
I was praying you were
Making
going to bet.
TV show.
Yeah, I use half my bankroll on the time. Fucking
King Jack O.
Fans.
On the cutoff.
Jared's not happy.
But if there's anybody that can brush that off and get focused back on the game, it is Jared Solomon.
100%.
Over to Remy.
Greg just quietly going about his business. You haven't heard from him at all.
Ace 6 for Remy, yeah? Sorry, 9-8 for Remy.
All in?
Remy jams.
Yeah.
All in. $8.95. Can have a count.
Was going to ask for the count.
$7.95 more from Wars to call.
Fuck, I want to call. You got a 9? Absolutely, I can't put you on a queen. It's like... But the bet size was pretty cool.
$8.95, you said?
Oh yeah.
But you look like a value bet.
$7.65.
Look like a value bet.
All-in was too much.
Hey, Jared, looks like a value bet that, eh?
15 big shoves. 1.5. After King 6.
He leaves him with 2 million.
I have that dominated.
Huh?
That one I have dominated.
Leaves him with 2 million behind.
No, one.
One, eh?
That's
big
all.
pot.
765 dealer? 765 more.
Okay.
You can run the clock.
That was it. It's the first place.
Right, Wars running everything through his head, all the options.
Pair, Remy? You got a pair? Not sure.
I got a hand that has equity.
Yeah, what
Do
can
you?
I say?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. If you got the hand that has equity, then maybe I got a 4.
Yeah, I don't like that by Remy, yeah?
Once I made the first bet.
Against me.
A hand that has equity.
Yeah, no, you got it, Remy. I don't think I can call. 15 bigs. Nice hand, just
Gets away
with
with
it.
it.
Maybe the
Hey?
first bet should be.
The time I shot, you knew already that you were going to fall.
Correct. But I just want to know for next time, when you keep talking, next time you'll say something else. Yeah, but next time you'll say something different. It's not about this time. I knew I was folding, you're right.
Interesting banter there.
Yeah, and Remy gets another one through.
Like on and off, on and off.
mean, I can't even see if it suits or clubs anymore. I swear, I thought the hand against me was a 4-card flush. The queen, that one with the queen, whatever, I thought it was 4-card, and then I fucking swerved to see one was a spade.
So Nick chipping up nicely to 4 million.
Pair, Rems? Pair or ace high?
Right, Edgar on the big blind. Let's see what he picks up. He's getting extremely short.
Well played.
Currently at 30, 60, 60.
King Jack.
Look at Nick, Jack 7 under the gun.
Oh, I mean, I tell you my hand every day. You tell me ace 4, you don't believe. What would you like me to lie more?
I believe you. Okay,
okay then.
I believe you.
Okay.
In 30 minutes, you can see.
I believe you every time.
Oh, I won't lie. I mean, he asked me what I had.
Oh, that would
Why
agree.
not lie?
Pocket sixes, Mr. Ronaldson.
Mozzie's like me, we always tell the truth. No matter how shit the
We
card
bluff,
is.
but we tell the truth when people ask.
Just north of 20 bigs.
I'm not saying I don't bluff, but when people ask me my hand, I generally say the truth.
Over to Remy.
Base, 120,000.
But Jared calling me the next time up.
Out of the way.
you for your laugh?
Which is Hagar on the score. Ace 7 off.
Right.
I was close to
90,000 more
My
for
plan
him.
was
capable of putting it in your hand.
Oh boy, the battle lines are drawn between Nick and Jared.
And Boaz and Remy.
Absolutely, but two nice, interesting separate battles here. Greg Haggai and Edgar standing on the fringes and saying, you guys kill one another. Scoop up the balance.
It makes for great table dynamic, like you said, because knowing that there's bad blood, I wouldn't say, well, blood in inverted commas, between these 4 players that we mentioned now, as you said, they can just sit back and watch it all implode. Catch the ladder.
This one.
So, meanwhile, Haggai has 3-bet Greg's open, and Greg hasn't opened many hands.
Let's see what Mr. Ronaldson opts to do here.
20 big.
Yeah. Greg also just opening up there about just over 20 bigs effective.
And a call in position.
Comes along. That's 740 in the middle. Greg in position. 1-6 left in the deck. To the flop we go. King 3-5, 2 hearts.
Haggai holding the ace of hearts, which will assist his cause, and he's ripped a hand like ace king.
Let's see what Haggai does here. Does he go for a kind of smaller sizing? Utilizing the ace of hearts, where he could bet small on the flop and size up on the river. On the turn, if Greg opts to come along.
He's done so.
He knows that Greg knows that Haggai will be c-betting a large amount of the time, considering how wide he is opening from the small blind. Greg gets away from it, and Haggai picks up 950k.
Very interesting dynamics developing on the table. Sort of 2 battle lines drawn.
Yeah. All out war going on here at the moment.
But this one of Jared and Nick goes back till last night. There was plenty banter already.
Feels like a limited Netflix series, you know? Just these guys going back and forth.
Awesome stuff to watch though, of course.
All right, Remy on the cutoff, ace 10 suit, bangs it up. Hey guys, 6-4 hearts into the market goes.
Hello,
Over to
Nikki.
Nick. Pocket eights from the big blind. If this goes 3-bet, there's definitely a 4-bet jam coming.
His name is Nick.
He's Nick, yeah.
Nick.
Nick? Nick?
Full name.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Then he calls.
For me, he's
Oh,
Nicky.
if this comes 8 high flop, 2 spades.
Hello.
Money go again.
The sharks will be circling.
Hello, hello.
Deuce, deuce, jack.
1 over to Nicky's 8. He checks.
75.
Small bet by Remy.
Nick will be coming along here at that price. To the turn we go. 9 of clubs on the turn. Nick checks once again. Remy checks to the river. King of hearts.
Check. If you have a pair, you're good. Tricky player.
Tricky
Nice
player.
Tricky Nicky.
He is known as that name, Tricky
Tricky
Nicky.
Nicky.
That is his
You
nickname
haven't met
amongst a
Nick,
lot of
have
the
you?
players.
Oh no, he does mix it up, huh?
And the Frenchman has quickly found that out and said Tricky Nicky. He gets a little smile like a naughty schoolboy, doesn't he?
Yeah, very much so.
He absolutely loves the trickery or to bluff someone or to do something like that.
He's having the time of his life, though. That's the great thing
Yeah,
about
he
it.
loves his poker. And he's saying, you know, if I'm not doing this for the enjoyment, then why am I doing it?
Correct.
So Nick plays for the pure enjoyment of the game.
Righty,
And it shows in his play.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's very unorthodox stuff going on there. Alrighty, so that looks like Moa's ECG.
Round to Greg. Greg has folded. Remy.
7 deuce with Remy.
All junk hands early on there.
Over to Haggai. Queen 6. Sends it. Edgar gets out the way. Nick with A6. Going to that BVB battle again. Jared Solomon's on the big blind.
Yeah, and he's going to raise it from the small blind.
Ace 8. Let the battle commence. Nine deuce. Over to Nick. 150 to go. We have a call to the turn. 5 of diamonds.
Check.
Nick slows down. To the river. The 10 changes the nothing. Check, check.
Yeah, ace 8 is good.
And trigger the banter.
Oh no, no pair. No pair, sorry. Sorry.
Stop folding now, huh?
I'm never folding for the rest of my life.
That's what I want to hear. No fold, Jared. No fold, Jared. He's the only one that's made Jared use this time. He's the only one. Everyone else, Jared knows we, you know, fold, right, whatever. But he's not folding ever again. See, prove that. I think I'll go smoke with you guys.
Nick says, I'll go and have a smoke, leave this battle to you guys.
Yeah.
can afford it. This is the Conga out of turn.
So Greg had the one raise only and then got 3 bets and folded. So, well, he defended and then folded on the flop bet.
Haggai, ace queen on the hijack.
So he's going to need to start doing something as well. Quick folds there, around to Jared, he's folded. Was big blind, nothing to fight with. But he may defend this. No, first instinct was right, folding.
Same hand against.
I nearly got out of line.
That's me. That's me.
So I was chatting to Joe Sneggers the other night, and it was during the Boza Memorial, and he reminded me of a classic meme from back in the day. PokerStars had this really kind of small entry tournament, but they guaranteed $1 million first place. And some unknown Russian gentleman managed to find a way to win a seat to this event and made the final table.
Right.
And so what happened was they wanted to discuss a deal about four-handed. And all he typed in the chat is, "I want $1 million," and declined the deal. And so the meme was born.
I want $1 million. Oh, my word.
And I wonder if that's the case with some of these players here. They're going to type in that chat, "I want $1 million."
It's going to be interesting.
Greg into the walk. Queen 10.
No matter what, a walk's a nice feeling when you're under pressure. It's like, fuck, I don't even care if I got aces here. Just take the walk. No, I am queen tens. It's close, I guess. Tight. Probably fold. Gotta fold. It's close, queen ten. 800. Probably close.
Alrighty, back to it. Haggai UTG. Edgar's got to find a spot very soon. Blinds are coming around.
Edgar and Greg have been very, very, very patient.
Nice hand. Nick wants to smoke.
Action on Haggai. Pocket tens under the gun. See how he opts to play this. $180 to go. Sorry, $140 to go. Nick out the way. Greg Ronaldson, Jack 10, gets out the way.
Up to Remy.
Yep. Let's see. Looks like he's contemplating something.
He is.
Comes along for the ride.
We'll sweat with Haggai, not knowing what Remy's holding.
All right, it's 370 in the middle, 3 to come. Ace 7 9 rainbow. Remy checks. I do sense there's a possibility of a check raise here if Haggai opts to lead.
Yeah, but he's got to find out where he stands with those tens. There's only one overcard to him. He can't necessarily assume Remy has the ace.
Gets it out the way. Haggai scoops.
Bets 135 and gets it through. So with doing 10 minutes of the previous level still left over from last night and then the break for feature table, we've had an extended little first session.
Yeah.
So I spoke to Gary, we'll just do it on the breaks, makes life easier.
100%, mate, no worries, it's all good.
So Gary will come up when the blinds go up, he'll come and join you.
Cool, cool. Gives me a bit more time to mentally prepare myself for the abuse.
So have you been sleeping in the fetal position with your thumb in your mouth?
I mean, put loud music on, jump in the shower, and just cry. All right, Edgar finds a spot here, pocket sevens. Jared will probably snap this off with ace-9.
Yeah, that's the only thing is the players behind.
420.
Jared calls, over
Makes
to
the call.
Boaz. Greg Arnoldson. Jack 8, it's Mark. And Remy. 9-5. One more to get through. Hi, guy. 9-3, it's the muck. Right.
That's good news for Edgar, though, because that's one of the 9s that he has to dodge, has been folded.
$9.90 in the middle, 3 to come.
You can see by the percentages, because a few of those cards of Jared's were folded.
Yep. 64% for Edgar, but here we go, 3 to come. 8-5 deuce, clean as could be.
3 outs only for Jared, all running clubs. Oh, there's it now. Now there's a lot of outs.
Yep, any 4, any club, any ace, any 9.
Oh, he
5's
finds
the 5
club.
of clubs. GG, Edgar, well played, sir. Locking himself up 80,000 rand. Wow. And then there were 6.
Yeah, then they were down to 6. So we've gone from 10 to 6 relatively quickly this morning.
Extremely.
They're the chip counts.
Thought I'd be 80-20 there.
And Remy and Greg very much on the short side comparatively.
Yeah, but finding the ladder nonetheless.
Absolutely.
I do think now the boys at the top, Jared, Boaz and Nick, will start applying maximum pressure now to Remy and Greg in order to put them into the blender. Because, I mean, it's a big jump. You know, now we're starting getting to the serious side where the jumps are not 10 grand, 5 grand, 10 grand. You know, well, it is 10 grand, but as you can
but
see
then after that it's 40 and then 60.
Correct. So Chip EV is going to play a massive part here as well. But we're straight back into it. Jared Solomon's UTG. Ace Queen.
We'll ask Weiwei to find us a timing screen in between hands so that we can see exactly how long's left on this level.
Race. 130,000.
Was out the way, over to Mr. Ronaldson. 5 pocket deuces go away. Remy. Jack 5, no good.
Hi, guy.
King 10, 100 to call. Got 30 in there already. Right, so there's 7 minutes left on this current level.
Current time 12:29.
You guys fight it.
That guy says you guys fight it. Over to Nick. 8-4.
And he defends, eh?
No hesitation.
Snap call.
Six ace.
There's the ace.
Rainbow, Nick checks.
Check.
Jared checks. Can Nick turn some equity here?
5 or a 7.
It's another 6.
Okay, there's a lock for Jared.
He locks it up for Jared. Nick checks.
The 1% chance is if another 6 peels off.
Correct, sir. It's the upside down one.
Yeah.
Right, Jared's going to probably bet you. 150.
Playing the board.
Nick gets away.
Take it.
In disgust, he flicks them in.
Tell me, man. Isn't this the black one?
Man, no, I promise you, when it's the bluff one, you're going to know.
You don't need to wait the 30 minutes to know if it's a bluff, I promise. Promise.
In other words, when I bluff you, I'm going to shove it in your face.
That's it.
That's basically what he was alluding to. You know, it's all good art at the end of the day, but it makes for great TV.
Oh, that it does. That it does.
4-8 offsuit. If I make it 200k free, do you still call?
And I'll re-raise.
Was UTG with jacks?
Oh, Nick. Was puts in the raise.
Greg out the way. Over to Remy. Haggai to act on the button. Aces for Haggai.
Right, here comes incoming action. Both with big stacks.
When Haggai started the hand with 31 big blinds effective. Let's see how we play this. In position. Up we go. 360 to go. Back over to Mawaz.
Does he 4-bet? Does he flat? He'll be out of position.
I don't think I've ever folded this to 1 3-bet in my life, ever. But today is just that day that I feel like something
gets away from it.
Ever.
Unbelievable.
It's like he looks into the depths of your soul.
Ever. Show us, man. It's 30 minutes, somebody. Show us, man. Make it exciting, man. Show us. Yeah, show us, man.
He looks deep down into your soul, breaks you apart, and then makes the greatest fold of his life.
Says, I don't think I've ever folded this to a 3-bet in my life. Today is the day. Unbelievable. Was on top form.
Locked in.
That is the second unbelievable read he's made already today.
Sorry, if I could tolerate that abuse in this fold, Jack, though. Then you get all of it.
Mr. Garni, I bow down.
As you can hear there, Jared says he's never folded jacks, you get all of it.
Wily old fox.
All right, back to the action. All right, Greg, UTG, Remy. 8-6 suit.
You know, there's the converse to that. When I've read a person for a bigger pair, but I'll call when the price is not that bad.
Remy
if I
jams.
spike a set, that's good. If I don't, I fold it.
Remy is putting the whole lot
But
in
he-
for 750,000.
720.
Sorry, 7.
Well,
yeah,
it's just
721.
not getting involved.
No. Close for Haggai this.
Yeah. 720.
Gets away from it.
How much?
Nick?
720.
Let's see if I can entertain.
Joe Solomon
King
gets
Jack.
away.
I got a 9. If it meets me,
that's-
9-9 we call.
Yeah.
Hiya. 9-8
That's not
suited.
9-9.
9-8 suited.
Mawaz
Oh, not even suited.
throws it away.
I can't see the fucking cards here, man. Struggling with the clear, yeah. Even here, I don't see the cards. The spades and the clubs look very similar. Anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah.
Blinds are going up in 1 minute's time.
So, Mark, do you know what time day 1B will be starting?
At day 1B starting at 1 o'clock, and then day 1C starting at 7 o'clock.
Okay, so there's 25 minutes till they start rolling
Absolutely. In. You need to shift over so that Gary can take his seat, and then I will be vacating.
Yeah, no. You know, you sit in Gary's seat long enough, you start ending up getting all his ailments. You know, move all my bits away.
All in. We must see it for you.
Ready?
Yeah.
Next time we can win
again. Remy puts it all in again, one last time. Let's see if he gets that through. Jared might be tempted to call here. Blinds going up.
Plus 150, 870.
And this is the first time that he's jammed a reasonable hand. All others have been 8-6 suited, 9-8. And players have had hands dominating him, and they folded. Jared contemplating, and let's go.
Into the bucket goes.
Was out the way, just round to Giron.
King 4 into the mark.
He's out, and Remy gets it through.
Another one through for Remy.
Hello, right, Chris.
Hello.
Thank you, Marky. It's been a pleasure. Hi, Gary.
Hello, buddy. How you doing?
A lot better since, well...
Since I arrived, yeah. I know.
You know, my life is pointless without you.
I've just spent the last hour sat next to Mario.
Okay.
Who is obviously big chummers with Remy.
Yes.
The French. I must just say my French vocabulary ran out after about 40 seconds, but we did communicate for a petit point, a little time.
Little time.
Anyhow, Mario was at university in Texas, believe it or not, dual nationality. He's got American and French. And they met at a tournament in Cannes, in France. Obviously, from the same country, cha-cha-cha, blah, blah, blah. Became friends, do some strategy, la, la, la. And now they've kind of hooked up, and they're a couple of traveling, have a go, see if we can make it in poker guys.
I mean, the absolute dream.
Just both finished their universities a year ago. And obviously he's no railing his buddy. And yeah, what a super guy Mario is. Super Mario, how about that? You see what I did there?
Look at that, Gary.
I'm already firing, eh?
Absolutely. I mean, got one at the back of my leg there.
Is that Super Mario?
Yeah.
See, how cool is that?
Look at that. It's the anti-1-up mushroom. It's the negative. It's minus 1-up.
Greg Ronaldson.
Sixes. Oh, was in bad shape. Play straight.
So yeah, I've been watching from the wings. I see that Davison has got a bit of a crowd going up in the VIP area there. So
yeah.
I don't know who he's railing, but he's certainly got his laptop open and watching intently. And there's quite a bit of interest in this. I've had a few calls this morning, just making sure it's all online and we're going to tune in and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So I see that we've got a few visitors online. Of course, it is midweek. It is the mid-morning. And of course, what else is happening? We've got the main event today.
Yeah, main event kicking off at 1 o'clock. Masses will start rolling in very shortly. Plus, there's talks of possibly another satellite for the main event.
And there's a 5K single-day event at 6 p.m. as
Big
well.
one, yeah.
That's what they call people who are degenerates who are waiting for the next day's main event, whether they be fooled out or whatever.
It's like, let's try and waste some time by spinning up that 5K.
That's it. I'm just turning us both down. You're deafening me and I'm deafening you, I'm sure.
No, 100%.
Yeah, so we'll just knock that back a little bit. Yeah,
But
so
look,
and
to
you
be
say...
fair, I just see your mouth moving majority of the time. I'm not picking anything up anyway. So.
Okay, that's good.
It's like my defense mechanism.
Nice. Very good, very good. And you know, when I was speaking to my wife this morning, she said to me, what is your goal for the day? I said, to be nice to Chris.
No, I'm sure she laughed about that one.
Well, she said, who's Chris? I said, the bloke I'm not normally nice to.
Shows. All right. So Bawaz raising up 175. Haggai with that 7-5 suit on the big blind. Let's see what he opts to do here.
Listen, so you've had the temperature of the table. Who's the aggressor? Who's passive? Who's waiting? Who's doing what? I saw Edgar hanging, and he got backed into a flush there. By the way, I called that on the stage. I said to Mara, he's going to back into a flush here. He's going to lose.
As we like to call it in the circles back home, you are a spook.
I think so.
You are an absolute spook.
Guilty, as charged.
throwing that bad juju right at the back. But yeah, no, it's absolutely dramatic. As picking up from yesterday, Nick and Jared are still going at it. Nick made probably one of the coolest bluffs I've ever seen with ace-5 off versus Jared's 9-8 suited. Jared flopped, was a queen 10, 9, X.
Did
queen.
Nick show his cards? He did.
He did.
Yeah, I saw it from up above.
And he bet the million on the river, and Jared went into the blender again, back into the tank trying to work it out. And he folded, and then of course the fireworks started. And they've been going at each other ever since.
So the swords are drawn between seat 1 and seat 9.
Correct, sir.
Okay,
Right.
so back to what's happening here. So outs for Haggai are 11. There's 160 gone in from the big blind. So Waz has got 160 grand a call.
Yeah.
But Haggai's behind, obviously.
Out the way he goes.
Jack 10.
Nicely done.
Can't tell you all my.
Okay, so this is hand 31 of the day. We're moving along nicely. Sorry, we saw my friend old Edgar leave. There's a nice shot, was gone. He's in the zone today. He's chipped up nicely. Those of you remember who watched yesterday, at one stage he was down to 440,000 chips. So grounded back up again, and the quality player that he is, he's back at the feature table and the final table, and ready to rock and roll. Under the gun, seat 1. No introductions required to Jared. Ace 10 offsuit. Interested to see how he plays this, because very early he's got a lot of people to get through. So, okay, he's going to raise it up, and that'll get a lot of respect, and people will realise that he's in the UTG seat. Was to act, 7-6 suited, they're away. Round to G-Ron. Jack 9 suited, away. What is our friend Remy got? King 4. He'll not be interested in playing that from the button. So to get through the blinds, let's have a look. 8-6 for Haggai. He'll give the small up fairly easily. Nope, he's decided he's going to defend. And we'll get round to Nick, and battle will resume.
There was a raise.
And when it comes to Nicky and Jared, it doesn't matter what cards he's
You can
got.
fold and forfeit the 50, or you can put in 100 and complete. I think that's the ruling, if I'm not mistaken.
You can call the floor.
Okay, so there's a rule here that we're looking for, that the floor should be called. Okay, so he's giving it up, forfeit the 50. Haggai called, but then lost his chips to the fact that he called, didn't realise it was a raise. His chips are still in play, they must get taken away and added to the pot. Or he could have completed the call and seen the flop. He decided the former rather than the latter. Chris returns to my side.
So at least Jared and Nick are going at it once again.
Jared raised from under the gun, got it all the way around. There was an interesting situation where Haggai threw a chip in. He thought he was just calling smooth and didn't realise it was a raise. So no need to call the floor. We've got plenty of experience at the table. The chip stays in play. You can complete the full raise or you can lose it. Have a nice day.
Yeah,
he surrendered it, and Nick and Jared resume battle.
Yeah, on we go. Small misstep.
No, 8-6. That's small blind, complete.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it raised.
40. Put in
There you
extra
go.
100.
Sorry?
Just put in extra 100 for the boys.
Yeah.
And
That's the problem is.
Jared saying he should have just put in the extra 100.
You don't celebrate.
He wouldn't be so happy to sucked out on him with that garbage. There you go.
Alrighty, back to the action. Was under the gun.
80 to call,
Dreamland.
Okay, 200k in the middle, 40-80, 80 on the big blind ante, and 33. You've been steaming along in here, huh?
Yeah, no, proper. We lost a few players very early on.
Saw that. There was a knockout, Max Devison on one table, of course 2-2 on this table.
Yeah.
We then did the redraw, of course. And then subsequent to that, we've lost Mr. Sun and Edgar, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Sun got one-hearted on the river.
I was watching it outside. I saw it on the screen. I didn't see the beginning of that. And then, of course, as discussed, Edgar went runner flush. There we go. What's Nicky up to here?
No raise, check.
So these two are at it again, eh?
Yep. Seems to be the Nick and Jared show.
Well, they both hit the 2 here.
Check up it.
Which we could have predicted, actually, couldn't we? That we're both going to get the 2.
100. 100 to call.
And Jared, I know that the 2 is well within Nicky's range.
Makes the call. To the turn we go.
So outs at the top for Jared. That's including the chops.
Queen on the turn for Nick.
He just gets better, checks it back.
If this guy's check, and ace or king peels off, it could be disastrous.
Yep.
200.
200 for Nick calls, obviously. A 4 would be desperate.
Oh, God,
well,
there's the ace.
Yeah.
Check.
Check, check.
Oh, wow.
Irritating. Ah, never mind. You deserve it.
And off we go again. Off we go again.
Jared Solomon, quote, never mind, you deserve it, unquote.
It's a 30, huh?
Tried to bluff me. See that?
Didn't. Had a deuce, man.
What did you get?
Deuce.
Oh, you also had a 2.
So Dave Moodley, did you read out Dave's
No,
message?
I did not. All yours, Gary, fire away.
So Dave Moodley saying exciting stuff, especially the hand Nick bluffed Jared with. He wanted to call as he said he had the 10 of clubs or club 10 on the river. Killed the call. No, but that was the hand that has been discussed. Wesley Wiegand, as I live and breathe. Where did he come from? Warwick's cousin?
Yes, everyone's coming out of the woodwork, huh?
I actually saw Wes last week. I hadn't seen him for about 2 years. He was also a neighbour of mine in Tanzania. He was one of the poker community there.
Sounds like you all you stayed in like the same place.
Well, literally, we're within minutes of the casino and the poker game. I mean, that's what we're there for, essentially.
Fair enough. Right, Greg Ronaldson, King 7 UTG, gets up the way over to Remy. So 4 deuce into Mark Haggai. Queen 5 on the cutoff. Gets that one away. All right, over to Jared. Kings for Jared. Let's see how he opts to play this.
In the small. Just whilst the player, there's nobody else in, so maybe there's a small race.
240.
So Woz is going to think he's want to steal anyhow.
King 7 for Woz.
Ooh, he might defend here. Woz, you know, Woz thinks Jared's stealing here.
I mean, he made an insane fold pre with jacks.
I saw that,
Woz is a special human, huh? Looks deep into your soul.
Yeah, top man.
Gets away from it.
Jared says nothing. Max value, Jared. I think so. Unlucky.
Small pick.
Different circumstances. King 7 is always a complete there.
You know, if Jared just calls there, it's still suspicious. You know, it could be completes. I don't. You're damned if you do and damned if you don't. Actually, I think.
Very much so. I mean, Mawaz again. You know, he's just on point at the moment.
Oh yeah, he's just his poker radar is fully functional.
That sonar's going off every time.
Yeah. So, who was the first player out this morning?
First player out this morning was 2-2.
Okay, and then when we went to final table?
It was Mr. Sun, followed by Edgar.
So Sun was 9th. No, 8th.
Remy to play under the gun with Ace King. Sorry, I got a bit confused there.
Edgar was 7th then.
All in, jam. Red lights go on. 850 in the middle. Nick is 6 deuce is going away. Over to Jared.
Yeah.
Folds Jack deuce. Mawaz. Folds and
Gone.
Mr. Ronaldson. 10-8. No, Mawaz gets out the way. Mr. Ronaldson, what's he going to do here? Jack 7.
G. Ronald fold is
And
big.
Remy gets another one through. The guys are already, they're going to get cut for, eh? They're going to get cut for. He's had 4 jams.
Has he had it every time though?
No, he's got 4. He's had 4 jams from 4 jams from 4 jams in total, 3 jams from under the gun, and he's got each of them through.
Very expensive.
He's obviously got a good rep at the table, or they're just getting rubbish cards.
Yeah.
Or both.
So the brain's still kickstarted this morning, as you can hear.
I hear.
All right. Haggai UTG, 80 to play. He's chipped up very nicely.
Yeah, I've watched that guy. He's done very well. I mean, to be honest, that guy's always solid.
Yeah.
But he's fearless also.
Over to Jared, gets out the way. Wise. 10-5. Greg Ronaldson, who's been sitting rather snug.
I had a half an hour with Greg before we started this morning, and he was zoned in. He was ready to play.
I mean, he's just got over 10 big blinds here. This could be going in the middle, Gary.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. He's in the small, one to get through. Remy looking to the stars for some sort of intervention.
There it goes.
All in.
Remy's got Queen Jack. Oh, it's close.
This is the thing about it.
How much is that?
830.
Greg is not happy with that.
Especially as Remy to his left is a short stack. I mean, if you're gonna pile into somebody, the short stack is the right guy.
860.
I mean, Remy's behind. We can see that. Yep.
And he calls.
Yep, he did the math in his head.
Good
King
luck.
9 versus Queen Jack.
60-40 as it stands. 1.7 in the middle.
This is a life changer. Because whoever wins, the other one is on fumes or gone.
Correct, sir. Correct, sir. There's a 10,000 rand ladder as well. Let's see what the first 3 bring. King in the window. Oh, wow. Always a sweat.
I'm not good at all in this tournament.
Always a sweat. Looking for a 10. 10 ball, 10 ball.
4 of hearts.
No good. 10 ball.
He's got to fade the river, which he does.
I think I have some left.
And the Ronaldson bird will chip up by 910,000.
The dream, the dream. And Remy, as you said, left on fumes. The French connection's got a lot of work to do.
What do you think of his call there?
7, 8, 16.
No, it's close. It's extremely close. Because, I mean, as you know, Greg, just north of 10, jamming any 2.
If it had been one of the regular South African players, I suspect they might have folded a Giron there.
Yeah.
I think that was just lack of knowledge of Giron. Giron's not got bluffs there. Well, King 9 is not a bluff in his mind. It's a strong hand, especially from the small blind.
As you know, the range, the shoving range coming out of small blind on just north of 10.
Yeah. With the short stack on your left.
Correct.
No limpers in play.
Exactly.
You know, that is solid play from Giron.
Yeah. Right. Remy on 1 big. Can he spin it up into the dream?
Well, he's in the small blind now, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, who are you trying to fool? You might as well put it all in blind.
Haggai, the coach.
I don't think I will be folding.
I think he knows that, Haggai.
Unless it goes all in, all in, all in, all in. Maybe.
Maybe
I can fold.
Maybe I can fold. If everybody else is all in.
He's right.
Alrighty,
right.
back to the action. Nick UTG, King 4.
No, it's 80.
Folds over to Jared. Jack Deuce. Was. Jack 8. Greg Ronaldson, Jack 8.
Any ace, any pair, any suited connectors, any single one gappers.
Remy spinning this up blind if Jared folds. I mean, sorry,
Greg might
folds.
just put him all in anyhow.
Put the final blow in.
Is this the one that puts Remy on the canvas? Looks like it could be. Yep.
Remy rips the lot. Over to Haggai.
Haggai's a decision to make here.
Did you raise? Oh, you just called.
What is it? 80?
Oh, just a call, yeah.
All right, all right.
Wow.
No, he never checked that, did he?
He did.
It
This will
was
probably
the
go check
shove.
down to eliminate a player and get the ladder, unless something debaucherous
Check
happens.
blind. Mine's nice.
Ace queen for our guy. Looks a little gutsy.
Yeah, Remy in lead, yeah.
What a surprise.
And we got top pair, yeah. 9 on the turn. River brings the 6.
7 to win, Rem.
And Remy slaughters the pair.
Finds the triple.
I have this.
Winning.
Hey, you're running good, eh?
All-in and call.
You're running.
Yes, he has. All-in and call.
Triple that.
Jack 8 off. You wanted to bust me.
Yes. It's not a lie.
Remy lives to fight another day, finds the triple.
The dream is real.
Yeah.
The flame is lit.
If he manages to spin it up a couple more times, he's back at Cottage, Gary.
Vive la France, allez la bleu.
What do you think? Pretty cool.
The revolution is coming.
Oh,
Yeah,
dear.
definitely. Yeah, I was going to do it. I was going to min click and just have him play heads up, you know. But I had fucking 10-5 off.
I'm alive.
And kicking.
Yeah.
One more rotation to survive
3 times I'm chip leader.
before he's back on the blinds.
Oh, he lived up with it up twice by then.
Well, let's see. Let's see. I hope so. It makes
I
for
got
great
money
viewing.
says he's all in before he hits the blinds.
All right. No, of course.
Yeah. Actually, that's a silly bet because you're never going to take it.
Yeah, but you have to determine where he's going to be all in from. He's on the button this time. Let's see what happens. If it falls to him, the rip is coming.
Yep.
But Moaz, as you can see, ace 9-0 on the hijack.
Looks like a 200 something, is it? Can't see the colours.
I'm all in.
Remy jabs.
Hey.
Alright.
What has he got? We don't know.
We're sweating with him again. Feels like we're playing a flip and go.
We're all in or fold.
Moaz is
fold.
never folding
No,
out.
you can't. Good luck.
Bring the cards in.
He folded.
Sorry, it's my blind.
Good luck.
Right, can I have the cards, please? Thank you very much.
These are good
Pocket
ones.
fours versus
Pocket
9.
fours.
Ace 9.
Pocket nines for say forwards. Remy,
Equities are so close together. 3 to come. 1.1 million in the middle. 7, deuce, 9. Moaz jumps out in front. 2 to come. 2 fours left in the deck. 10 on the turn. Gary, does he find it?
full ball on the river.
All right, guys.
Queen ball. GG, Remy. It's been a pleasure, sir.
Au revoir to the French connection. Allez le bleu. Vive la France. Au revoir.
Absolutely pleasure watching you, sir. Yep. And we are down to 5.
Hi.
Beautiful. Well played.
If I'm not mistaken, that's 90,000 up or locked up now.
Did they do that introduction?
Yeah, I haven't got the prize pool in front of me, but I can bring it up, as they say.
Oh, no, they didn't do it.
They didn't do it.
They didn't do it, no.
And I mean, you made like, I think 3 final tables at this event.
You forgot
2
about
final
it.
tables. And this one, yes. And you're from France? Okay. How's it France? Are you your niece, right?
Riviera.
And when you come here, do you order, when you order toast, do you order French toast or do you just say toast?
No, just toast. Yeah.
And you had a nice run, but ace queen you didn't get called. You jammed like 4 times.
Yeah.
And every time you had a good hand, no one called
That's
you.
true, yeah.
And you had one time ace king suited.
Yeah,
And you
didn't
no
find
one.
action.
Yeah. So you just got unlucky actually, because then every time you had a good hand, no one called you.
Yeah, and then I lose a flip, blind versus blind, so okay. What can I do? Not
And
much.
I hear you're into Bitcoin.
Into not specifically Bitcoin, but
You do
crypto in general.
crypto.
Yeah.
Tell me, how do I make money off of that like you?
You just have to be lucky.
Really? So who do I put my money into? How do I get Bitcoin? From who? How do I buy
Not from
Bitcoin?
who.
Or do I
You
buy
just go
Bitcoin?
on some exchange.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
You
and
have
then
a lot of
basic.
exchanges.
and then I just sell when it's high, right?
If you can, yeah. Buy low, sell high.
Everyone, that's basically what everyone says.
You just buy red and sell green.
Yes, buy low, sell high.
Yeah.
So that's simple.
Yeah. And you have to be lucky. Good timings.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if it goes down, then you're in the red, then you shouldn't sell.
That's the thing, yeah. You just have to hold it.
Are we going to see you in the main event?
Yeah, of course.
Good luck. I'm seeing you playing
Thank
some
you.
awesome poker.
Yeah.
We're excited to see you again.
Thank you.
That was Remy Mercy, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Ian, and nice, good smile there. Happy to have got as far as he did, and we look forward to seeing the French connection. I like that.
Yeah.
So him and Mario will be sojourning along there to get into the main event today, I'm sure. Well done, young sir. And what was his pick up there on the? What did we have him? 90,000.
90,000.
Well, that'll get a few bullets into the main.
100%.
Yeah, 6 at least.
2 final tables, 2 decent cashes.
Done very well. Well done, young sir. And there you go, 6 base pays, 90,000. So Greg has got 20 bigs, applying the M factor, that's 10 bigs in terms of your big blind ante. So Greg needs to make a move here. The rest of them reasonably comfortable.
100%, 100%. I do feel that there could be a conversation had once we get to Final Four.
I think so too, and we'll bring the lights down, as they say. Let them have their discussion. There is quite a big gap between top and second, so...
but looking at the stacks as well...
If they're fairly equal, there certainly will be a conversation. There seems to be some sensible people at the table.
Very much so, Greg. 20 big blinds effective, under the gun, 7-4 off. Into the muck it goes.
I got 82 calls.
King 5 for Jared, small blind.
Completes.
No raise, all of them.
Option to raise.
Over to Mr. Ghani, who checks.
Aha.
Seven, 6, deuce, rainbow.
So straight possibilities with the 5 there. We're still sweating. $80 the bet.
Call.
Was considered as ever. Looks down at his chips. Picks them off the pile one at a time, as is his way. Looks like it's going to be smooth. No, is it a raise?
That is a raise, sir.
That's a raise.
210,000.
Gets out of the way.
Yep. We don't see Waz's cards, but rest assured, there is no version of him bluffing into Jared there. Okay, Jaco Porchkita, what did he just say there?
Guessing he's chatting to you over here. How's the coach and the team?
Not me.
Top Chess. What an awesome experience last night at the Super Satellite. Fantastic setup and the production from everybody involved in the MJPT and the SUNBET poker team. Great job.
Jaco, you're a ledge.
Shot, my man.
Shot. If you're down here, come give us a shout. Come and knock on the door. Come put your head in. Say hazard.
Yeah. And if that Super Satellite runs again today, come spin it up.
I think we'll just have to abandon ship and go play.
Yeah, no, come on, one time. One bullet.
That's it.
Right, Hagar, UTG, 8-6 suit. Let's see how he does here.
Under the gun with a suited 1 gapper. Gets rid. I like the double thumb flick there for the fold. That was quite a nice move. Very, very. You've got to synchronise though.
Yeah, I was a single flump flick guy when I was on the table.
The double though, I mean, it's synchronisation, otherwise it doesn't look good.
Oh, we're going to be dancing again here, Nick and Jared.
Yep.
Nick makes 200 on the card of Joe, King Jack suit, 3 bets incoming.
I get a feeling we're going to waste another 3 minutes of our lives.
Yeah, but the best part of that is the needles afterwards.
Yeah.
Joe looking over, contemplating.
Looking for 2 diamonds on the flop. Let's not forget Waz is still at the party with 9s.
Waz with 9s. We're taking a trip to 3-bet city.
I'm doing my
squeezer
here.
It'll be so sick if Jared finds something at, oh, not Jared, Greg finds something.
G-Ron puts it in.
Puts the lolly in.
10 seconds.
Was not one to be rushed. He'll like spend Time bank card here. What sizing? What sizing?
I think we go pretty big here, about 750.
That's 750. I think you could be close to the mark here, Chris.
Up to 710,000.
710 is the bet. Give or take, I was very close. Back to Nick.
That actually might ruin our fun with Nick and Jared, by the way.
Out the way, Nick goes.
5-10 to call. Second time that Jared's had to capitulate to was.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Rightly so.
Yeah. I think we had the best of it, though, Nick. I think we probably had the best hand.
How did you know how that?
Starting again.
You'll know in half an hour, Mr. Starting again. You had the best hand?
That's what I'm praying.
Starting again.
Nervous, you don't know this.
So Jared advocated that Moz was pulling a move there.
Yeah, but of course, Boaz, being the gentleman he is, he always tells everybody what he has, and they never believe him.
Yeah.
Hits him with, you can wait 30 minutes, or you can let me tell you.
Best game I've seen since I sat down here.
Righty, Greg under the, Greg on the small blind, Hagar on the big. Over to Jared. 8-5 suit. Gets up the way. Was on the button. 10-7. Bangs it up. Over to Greg. Gets that king deuce to the mark. Haggai. 9-5. 100 to play. Gets out the way. So we should have about 30 or so minutes left this level going. And
I will tell you momentarily.
On the first
we
break.
have 27 minutes and 35 seconds.
I think I'm getting closer and closer every time, huh? I'm getting better.
It shows you're moving on. It's nice.
Progress.
Yeah, progress is good. Heading north.
Right on to the next hand.
Hand 43.
Yeah, Jared under the gun.
200k in the middle. 40-80, 80 on the big blind ante.
Jared with 10. This could get tricky because I know, as we know, Nick doesn't like to fold big blinds.
And there is a certain amount of inevitability about that.
Raise 280.
All right, to Mr. Ghani. 9-3. In it goes. Greg Ronaldson, pocket deuces. Tosses them away. Over to Haggai, 10-3. And it's just Nick who picks up 4-3.
So the next blind level
comes along.
Will be level 20 and it's 5100. That's psychologically that 5100 bites.
Yeah, 100%.
It's because it's easy to work out, of course, obviously.
All right, so Nick's completed here with head 4-3 out of the big blind. Jared's open.
Never a surprise.
King Jack 5, 2 spades.
2 overs to the 10s.
Nick checks. Over to Jared. No checking from Jared this time.
That's a fold, yep. Mickey gets out of the way, decides I'll give that one up.
very
Little 300k pickup from Jared there. 0 entertainment value in that hand. We needed it like 2 pair versus 10s. And 10
Yeah,
on the
but look,
turn.
it's going to happen. It is going to happen. And the fireworks afterwards is going to be entertaining as hell.
I hear you. Oh, Josh with the camera there, top left. Josh is our photographer person. He's,
Are they people or robots?
well, it says on their desk that they are the cool kids corner.
See, anybody that has to advertise that they're part of the cool kids corner, they are not, in fact, the cool kids
I think
corner.
I like your philosophy there. I'm going to go out there and tell them they're officially uncool.
Yeah. As soon as you've got to advertise it, it's game over.
Yeah, I mean, people come in here, they see us and they think, cool dudes.
Or the other word that's been floating about recently when a lot of people see you.
Yeah, but that's a term of endearment. You just don't understand. You have to be on side.
All right,
For
back to
those
the
of you at
action.
home, you will not know. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't.
A little bit of code there.
Feel like Penn and Teller on Fool Us.
Yeah, I'm waiting for someone in the chat to bring it up, though.
It has been there, but in a sanitized form in the past.
Yeah, where they're utilizing the shift number pad
Indeed.
option.
What a solid player. Insane. So he thinks he's insane and solid. That's good.
Yeah, no.
No, it is
Interesting trait
insane.
to have. 2 traits to have.
It is insane how good he is. There's nothing wrong. And so we're looking at an outer table here. So what is the time, Chris? It is after 1. So this is day 1B or 1C or whatever it is of the main event.
Still early. We've got a lot of late registration time to come.
Excuse me. Greg, in the box here. Let's have a look what you got, sir. 9-6. Only Moon Khan can play 9-6 the nuts from that position, trust me.
Yep. Gets away to Haggai. 10-5 suit.
Cutoff will not be playing this.
Nick with Jack 7 on the button.
Nick is not folding his button. What do you reckon? 170, 200, something like that?
Yeah.
Raise 200.
Here comes Jared, gets out the way. Moaz on the big. Aces for Moaz. Moaz raises it up.
580,000.
Such a bully. Such a bully. He's such a bully. You're worse than this guy.
I don't recall Nick's cards.
I have aces.
King
'cause what
9.
must I do with aces?
I got jacks.
Good fold, sir. Show, I show. You show, I show.
Yeah.
Good show. Good fold. Good show, Jacks.
Well, it would have come. I would have had jacks. Was there hot? Yeah, hot.
And was raises up with the aces. And,
Did I have a?
that will be that, as they
I don't
say.
know. When I see aces, I don't care which color, because aces I'm happy to get.
I was doing dead.
Well, I saw you stuck out a few aces with Jack 10, 5, 6,
I mean, I
King
could have
7.
called. It wasn't that much. 300.
Yeah, 350 more. Yeah.
I can have a look. I can afford to have a look.
But if you flop one pair, you
Now,
got
if I flop the
profit.
draw, I'm in.
Even a pair, you got problems, right?
No, okay, I'll keep it
Check
cheap.
call, check call, check
Yeah.
call.
But if I flop a draw,
No. Did I have the ace of hearts?
Yeah.
straight draw or a
Sure, I'm sure they were both right.
I could have looked. I got time.
Right, Haggai
Off the
UTG, King Queen off.
I'm short stack now.
Up we go.
Raise 200,000.
200,000 over to Nick. Pocket sixes, he's not going anywhere. Makes the call. Over to Jared. Queen 7.
On the button, 200 of call folds.
Two more wires. with that small blind in there. Jack 8. 164. Morton's call.
He and Ahmed are really, really good friends, almost like brothers. And have you noticed that they both always sit back and almost like they count to 5 in their head, for example, and then they play?
Yeah, always very methodical in the process.
Yeah.
Right, so 600 in the middle. Haggai UTG first to speak. 3 to come. Queen, King, 3. Top 2 for Haggai.
Life is good if you're Haggai. Option with Haggai. So what do you reckon? Bit of a check for deception? Or
I do think the check is good, yeah.
Oh, he's reaching. Bit of reverse psychology. And Greg will get out of the way.
Nick.
Oh, sorry, Nicky. Well, I was looking at Greg but thinking, oh, correction.
Nick, big stubborn.
Actually, I must just say, when it comes to Nick, whatever I say, he's going to do the opposite, just so everybody knows.
He's got 2 outs in the deck. 9%, as you can see.
But he could be lining it up for a bluff as well, you know that.
That is true. 8 of clubs on the turn. If those Haggai checks here, it's going check, check.
I think if that guy checks, I think Nick will ramp it up. So one of us has got to be right, eh?
I like to see a very small bet here from Haggai, about less than a third pot.
Glances down at his chips. Reaches. That looks a bit more than a third, huh?
Yeah, it looks like he's sizing up.
I think that could be pot size or worse.
650,000.
650.
5s.
It's the muck those 6s go.
Aces on.
Wise decision.
How's it, guys? Huh?
Who knows? Maybe the 6 was coming.
Yeah.
Rather be counting chips and giving them away.
Nah, that one amazing, man.
38.
Imagine that one.
There's Harold Brooks.
Yeah, Rajiv. Anand, Nico, Gavin Sardini down here on the bottom right. Nice to see him. His wife won't be far away. And the older gentleman to the left of Anand, I actually don't know his name. Which is good. We want people we don't know the names of. We're not new players.
I need to perfect my re-raises.
Right, back to the action. Under the gun. We got old Nick.
Then the pot gets too big and I can't get away. That's my problem. Have to bluff.
King 10 suited UTG.
Rage coming. Wonder what Jared's got.
9-10.
Nothing to
away.
fight with.
King formal wise.
That is correct, Mr. Goni. It was 200,000 from young Nick. Doesn't want to get involved.
Over to Greg. Ace 7.
I think he might be involved here.
Yeah, it
big
could
blinds.
all go in here, Gary.
1.2 million, blinds are 80.
Nope,
No, it's
he
decided to
opts
go
for the
away.
latter. Over to Haggai. Jack 5 on the big.
Garbage.
Can't do it,
Can't do it, cuz. Garbage.
It gets it through.
One bluff and the cards just kill me. one big bluff and they die.
Sometimes it happens
Yeah,
that
I'm
way.
in business.
So roughly about a quarter of the level to go, just over 15 minutes or so. And Chris, you've done a 2-hour spell this morning, which is good. You've seen it from liftoff through.
Yes, sir.
Been some nice poker. What are you taking on your timings? You reckon you're going to take the over on 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, or where do you think we're going to be?
I'm going to take the over.
On 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What is that? An hour and a half away. Hour and 20 minutes. Hour and 40 minutes.
Jared Solomon's UTG pocket 5s. It's always an interesting dynamic with Jared's under the gun, and Nick is on the big blind. See what Jared opts to do here.
Some sort of raise, obviously.
Looks like 200.
185.
185.
Interesting sizing.
Was
Was
it?
faults.
Yeah. Haggai.
What has the Googleator got?
Jack fold.
Googie will fold.
And Nick with King 7. He ain't going nowhere.
It's Jared Sullivan. I'm in the big blind. Let me just call.
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but I would love to see a King 7-5 board.
How can I?
And I'm actually having no comment because one of them will shoot me.
All right, let's go. 3 to come.
Four-handed, anything works. I think.
Well, the king is good for Nicky. 2 overs to Jared's pair. Check. Check.
Four on the turn. Jared does pick up a gutty to go along with. 85, 83. Nick bets, Joe calls. To the river we go. 10 changes nothing. Let's see what Nick opts to do here.
Bet fold. If he makes it smelly small, it might be an interesting moment. Even worthy of a time bank. It's not smelly small. Oh.
Here we go again.
Shoot.
My bullshit, man.
Okay, never.
My bullshit, man.
Never again.
Bullshit.
Never, yeah, exactly.
I've seen the movie 3,000 times.
Never again this time.
I just wasn't going to play a part in the movie, that's for sure. I've seen it so many times. I fucked up because I partook earlier.
You have to get your timing right.
I played a co-star role in that film earlier.
Get your timing right. The timing game. That's what it is. Time management.
And that's literally, what is that? King 3 offsuit.
I read 4 books on time management.
It's better, we can hear Jared. Thank you to the sound guys, just putting up the sound a little bit there so we can hear Jared and Nick's banter ongoing.
Great little shot of the outer tables, getting ready for the players to roll in for the main event. But until we kick that off, back to the action on the featured table. Let's see what happens. Greg, cut off, King 10-0, 1.2 million effective. Raises it up. Over to Nick. 7-5-0. Oh, sorry, 8-5 suited. Nick calls.
160, Nick.
Jared Solomon, 7-6 suited on the big blind.
I'm back. What's
Yes,
happening?
so Jared's made a 160 to go. Next call from a small blind. Jared comes along with 7-6 suits. 560 in the middle. Greg started the hand with 1.3 million effective.
And we're off to the flop.
Yep.
What does it bring us? King 2-10.
It's top 2 for Greg.
Mr. Ronaldson, flopping good. Check for deception, or are we going to put the money, some money in? Swell the pot.
Yeah, I do think you'll
I
bet,
think
yeah.
he'll put some money in and we'll get 2 folds.
Well, unless Nick wants to try something out of line again.
Small, small, small.
210.
Basically saying, yeah. Let's go across to
160.
Nick.
Jared picks it up. I mean, sorry, Greg picks it up. Oh, well, I need another coffee. Where's my mind today? You know what it is, guy? It's because I had a good night's sleep.
Yeah, I'll send the owls round to sit on your on your window.
That's the thing, you know. I mean, had a good night's sleep, slept well, and then come back and I'm discombobulated.
If you stay up all night, you know, you see all the owls. They're a real hoot, those guys. You know?
That's your one for the day, huh?
Oh no, we're working on it. KO Capital, that is for Greg's company. He's a partner in that and has sponsored many a poker winner in the past. We appreciate you, sir. And don't mind giving the old hat a plug. Or plug the hat, even. Okay, talking of the hat, let's get back to Greg. He's folding. High guy with the 8-6 off. Cut off. Think he'll give these up pretty sharpish.
Yep. With a nick. Jack 10 on the button. Up we go.
Incoming.
Jared on the small. Gets away. Over to Moaz.
Side.
The Moaz folds. Nick scoops that one.
Scooby-Dooby. So the crowd's starting to build outside for the main event.
Never mind that. I mean, you asked
Anchor!
And there's it by magic. There's
Anchor!
young Nico.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Surely you make sure.
No.
Yeah, interesting
Yeah,
table
you make
here.
the birthday
Carly,
at least,
Marco, Stephen, Lum.
I did.
The high guy.
Oh wow, Jonathan Willie at the back there.
I thought it was Jonathan. I was trying to get through the shadow there. They let anybody in these
The most
days.
distinctive beard you've ever seen in your life.
Nice fella though, eh?
Absolutely legend.
Lovely fella.
Glad to see he made his way down.
Up.
Either way.
It is up.
It
He's
is up.
in your neck, isn't he?
That he is.
Yeah,
that he
I thought
is.
so. Top boy, top boy. Very nice man.
Ace 7 of spades for Nick on the cutoff.
Always got time.
Up we go again. 200 is the bet. Jared gets out the way. 2 more was.
Okay, so Jared with the Queen 10 here has folded. Renton was gone with 9-2, so G-Ron next to act.
7-5. Into the muck it goes.
My turn. My turn.
Should be about 6 or 7 minutes left this level before the first break.
Yeah, I believe I was going to say, I believe there's a break for 15 minutes, so obviously we're not changing tables. We will go to a chip count, etc.
Yep.
Make sure that our chips are accurate.
Pretty terrible.
The players will get the opportunity just to stretch their legs, and if they do, they can, in terms of having a cigarette or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that gentleman that fell asleep with his bottle of, or open bottle of wine is still on the deck outside.
Is he still there?
He's still there, he hasn't moved. I don't know if he came here this morning or he hasn't left.
We need to check for a pulse now. I think we're morally obligated.
Yeah.
Just don't defib the guy until he's had a heart attack. Because it could be a rude awakening, so to speak.
Very much so.
Okay, Queen 2 here suited for Nicky. He's early position under the gun. Shout out to Debiso, the dealer. He's been sharp this morning, moving along nicely as Gerald picks up the jiggities.
Yeah. Over to Mr. Ghani. 10-6, it's the mark. It's Greg. Haggai. 10-3. That will be going into the muck as well.
So around about 7 minutes left on the level. And it's a very nice table, this, you know.
Yeah.
Some great players on the table.
All
It's
very well versed and experienced.
interesting to watch, interesting to watch the moves, interesting to see how they deal with the raises and the folds and the checks, etc. And also not playing for an insignificant amount of money, of course, as well.
No, of course. I mean, as you can see, they're having fun, but extremely focused at the task at hand too.
Yeah, rightly so.
Nice balance.
Business end of the game.
That is it.
Okay, Solly will be under the gun. Center left of your picture. And 80k to call. Next blind level is going to be hectic, 5100.
Ace 8 suited, a UDG for Jared.
I mean, the question you ask yourself is, am I prepared to call an all-in from the short stack if I'm going to raise from this position?
Yeah.
That is Q1.
Raised 190,000.
Of course. He still has to spread the wings, so to speak, to demonstrate that he has got a strong hand. And now, of course, I get this sort of familiar feeling when Gerald's raised and Was comes over the top. I think, have we not seen this 3 or 4 times?
Yeah, it's like deja vu over and over again, you know? I mean, it's
Yeah.
just moments after moments. All right, over to Greg.
As called. Less likely the short stacks are going to start shoving now.
Into the mark. Over to Haggai.
I think we need a chip count. Let's have a look at what the short stacks are.
Yeah.
I'll ask Hugo to bring us a chip count on the next between the next 2 hands.
Small blind.
All right, 450 total. 260 more for Greg for Jared to call.
Question has been asked.
But he was full.
If we manage to find the case 8 and 2 hearts, it's going to be
big raise coming in here.
Yeah.
That's Jared saying enough's enough. Interestingly, that Jared's also holding an 8. We can see that Was is ahead.
1.1 million. $1.8 in the middle. Was finds the 5-bet jam, yeah. We will witness something special.
I think, yeah, I think that would be pretty special. Let's not forget who he's playing against here. This is definitely a lot of hand histories flicking through the minds here. Was looking for any tell. And we've seen Was is fearless, you know. We saw that last night in the Stephen Courtney hand with the pocket 6s. Albeit it was on an outer table, but I'm sure you've read the write-up.
Yeah.
We called him down, of course. Talk of the town this morning.
Thing doesn't help my rifles.
This is the fold.
How many you need? 2? Yeah.
Well played, Solo. Well played.
3.
Was it 2?
2 or 3? How much you need? 2. I get 2 on
Got 1 extra.
Oh, 2, yeah. It's supposed to be 2.
Well played, Jared. Well played.
Thank you, thank you.
Nice one. Nice one, fellas. Well done.
Can I take you on 20?
Okay, we're coming up to the end of the level shortly. There will be a break here. So we will leave you, but we'll leave the stream running, of course. We don't need to break it. And there will be quick chip counts, just to confirm chips. And the players will take a stretch. And unfortunately, Chris is going to leave me. See, that was a nice compliment, wasn't it?
For every one you throw out, I get 4 bad ones. So I'll let you build them up and
It's
throw
a
them
step
at me
in the
later.
right direction,
I
Chris.
know, right, my buddy. I know, right.
It is a step in the right direction.
Alrighty, Gary.
So Chris is going to leave us in a couple of minutes. And then after the break, Big Mark will be in. And he will join me here in the commentary booth. And we will bring you the next thrilling installment of this high roller. Still plenty of money on the table, Chris.
Yeah, no. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. For the Greg. Ace 10 for Greg.
Spoke the fun more. I would have played this Jared. My suit.
Greg comes in for a small raise here.
160 to go. Haggai.
That's a min click, eh?
Yep.
Haggai's been pretty quiet for the last sort of 5 to 6 hands. Not really had anything going for him.
Gets out the way over to Nick.
Decides that the stretch of the legs might bring some better fortune with the cards. Jared will certainly not be giving any hustle to Greg on this one.
Greg scoops.
You can just hear that noise just coming up in the background now as the people who are circling the wagons for the main event.
And there's a look at our current chip count. Jared Sullivan's right on top, 65 big blinds. Moaz following with 58. Greg Ronaldson, 20 bigs. Nick, 46 bigs. And then Haggai in the middle there, sitting third with 49 big blinds.
And remember, when we come back after the break, the blinds will be up to 5,100.
Well, the blinds are going up now, actually, in less than 1 minute. So that means the break's en route. Last hand.
That's it.
And 5,100, 100.
And this is the last minute of the level. For those observant amongst you, you will have heard the one beep, which will be followed by the multiple beeps. And the blinds will be up. So
Greg will be on 16 big blinds effective come.
They are coming back to 5,100.
And he's going to be on the big blind straight back into it.
Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Thanks, Gary.
No, I'm talking to Greg.
Oh, I thought you were just trying to save yourself a message in December.
In case the network's overrun, yeah, I know.
Get it out of the way early.
That's what I tell these lot. I'm having Christmas lunch with my kids. I don't want to be late. Could you hurry up, please?
All right, over to Moaz, 9-5.
We could actually get another hand in here.
Lucky it's the break.
No, he's going to tank it out. Okay, so that'll be us. We'll be back in 15 minutes, Big Mark and myself. Chris will take a well-deserved break.
And I'll be back in an hour and 15.
We'll see Chris in about an hour and 15 time. So we'll sign off now. We'll be back shortly. Okay, good afternoon and welcome back. It is the next session of our high roller. We're down to 5 players, I believe, and we're going to have a guest in the back with us who was actually playing this event earlier. He's just going to take his parachute off and switch his telephone off. Once he's done that, we'll frisk him for listening devices, and he'll put on a headset, and it's guess the Pommy voice time.
Guess the Pommy voice time, he says.
Okay, no need to ask, because we have Mr. Max Davison, Poker Royalty. Welcome to the booth.
Thank you so much.
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, good. It's exciting to see the other side. Yeah, obviously done this before, but not with you. But yeah, it's nice to see the other side, to see what these guys are doing, see what they're thinking.
Who's your horse?
I'm rooting for Greg.
Okay, well he's currently, he was on 20 bigs when we left. The blinds have just gone up to 5,100, so that'll have changed dramatically. So he'll be our shorty.
Yeah.
And if you apply the M factor, he's definitely in the danger zone.
Yes.
But the little tete-a-tete between our friend Mr. Nick in picture there and Jared has been somewhat amusing.
Yeah, I see they've been tussling quite a bit.
Yeah, indeed.
Obviously not being able to see their cards, but is there a lot of bluffing, or have they just had good hands, or what's been the...
I think more posturing and the cards have been academic, to be perfectly frank.
Okay. Also saw that Moz and Jared were also playing quite a few big pots. So, yeah, I mean, they're all just sort of jostling for position. I haven't seen Haggai get involved too much with the other guys, but definitely Moz, Jared and Nick have been going for each other, it would appear from outside.
Yeah. And to be fair, I mean, and you can watch it back on the stream, and this is going out in a half an hour's time, so I'm disclosing information that people will only get later.
Yeah.
Moz has always had it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's not been pulling any moves.
Okay.
Yeah. And did you see the hand last night when Moz called it down with pocket sixes against Courtney?
Yes, I was on the table when it happened.
What was the mood? Give me some info.
If I'm honest, it was probably one of the wildest hands I'd seen.
It was the talk of breakfast at our place.
Yeah, so there was, I think it was 12 left. So it was 10 paid.
Yeah, 2 for the money, yeah.
And they played this enormous pot when there was quite a few short stacks. So it was, generally you don't really see it too often, unless it's 2 really, really good hands. When you're getting so close to the money. Obviously you want to sort of not keep the pot small, but I mean you sort of want to let the short stacks get their chips in before yourself, sort of thing.
I think there were like 2 or 3 sub 20 big blind stacks at that time. I'm right in saying.
Yeah, I mean I was very short. I only had about 12 blinds I think at that time. So and also Greg was short and Mr. Sun was short.
Yeah.
You know what you're doing, Dave?
I saw Greg folded there, so he's down to 15 blinds now, so he's, like you say, the danger zone. But yeah, there was a very interesting hand between Moz and Courtney, which basically got Moz to this position. Do you want me to explain what the action was?
No, we saw the action. I tried to grab Steve Courtney before he joined the main event earlier, and I wanted to know what his thinking was. But he wasn't giving anything up. I mean, he had ace-queen, wouldn't he? And then he kind of put Watts to the test, really.
I actually really liked Steven's play, to be honest. Very, very aggressive, but it really put Moz in a tricky situation. And also a bit of extra information there that Moz only had 1 time bank left. So he used his last time bank and literally timed down to, I think, 1 or 2 seconds left on the clock.
I kind of got that feel from the report on the blog.
So obviously if he'd gone all the way to 0, because he had no more time banks, his hand would have been automatically folded, but he did make the call just in time right at the end, and then he held up with his pair of 6s.
Okay, so and of course hence the reason he's here at the final table, fighting for the bigger money.
Yeah. Moz is an interesting one to watch, actually. He's quite aggressive, but also does seem to make some very, very good folds when he seems to be behind. I saw one earlier when he had jacks against aces, he folded.
I have no idea how he did that, by the way.
I wouldn't have folded there. No. So, yeah, very, very impressive. even when he was blind on blind against Jared, he had the king 7 suited when Jared raised the kings. Got away from that. Also, I would have called that. So
yeah, I think a smooth call. Look at the flop there was in order.
Yeah, so very impressive. He seems to get away from these sort of set up situations.
Where you belong.
Yeah, we had a discussion previously before you came in about that, and it's almost like he's got a sixth sense that he knows when the danger's about.
Yeah, it's crazy because he definitely puts the aggression on himself. But then when someone plays back at him, he sort of, from what I've seen, has made all perfect decisions, to be honest.
Wasn't Lauren on this flat?
Which obviously on the pressure now, playing for the bigger money.
Well, it's not a situation he's not been in before.
Yeah.
So you know, I mean, so your horse is still Greg, and everybody loves an underdog, and you know, Greg just well, I was sat there this morning when you joined him yourself, and catching up. Greg was a crusher back in the day, and nice to see him back. And you know, he's had a family and all that stuff. And did you see Wesley Wigan in the crowd there?
Yeah, it's good to see Wes.
I bumped into Wes. I just went over and had a big hug, like you know, of course, us guys, us former Tanzanians, as we call ourselves. And Wes being one of the longer serving ones there, of course.
He used to go there when you were in Tanzania?
Yeah, crikey, we were neighbours for 6 years almost.
Okay.
And he was sharing with Shu in those days, and Moto used to sleep on the couch. and my wife, you know Shelley, my wife, she used to feed them. It was almost like they were permanent. We called them pigs, permanently invited guests.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so back in the day, I played a lot of poker with Wesley, and of course, nice to see Wesley back. I mean, he's a few years off. The pandemic didn't help, and of course, he was doing that Asia thing as well.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. I went and greeted him, and a couple of the lads at the table had no idea who Wesley is. Of course, the youngsters, former WPT winner, of course.
Yeah.
And you know, and a crusher.
Was that when
as well.
was it Emperor's Palace?
That's right. That's right. It was the Emperor's WPT Deep Stacks, which is their second tier tournament around the world. And yeah, he was one of the very early ones. I think 2015. I think he won it. I think that was the date.
Cool. Must have been big money back then as well.
Yeah,
with the rand rate against the dollar, I imagine.
Yeah, it was huge. I mean, they have that sort of draped picture, and his name is well over to the left.
Very cool.
Yeah, he's still up in the Emperor's Poker Room for what it's worth. Yeah.
That's nice. It's sort of the reason why I obviously do deals and stuff in some of these events, but I kind of like to play for the trophy because it's one of those things. One of my favourite sayings is money comes and goes, but history lasts forever.
Yeah, indeed.
So it's nice to win the trophy.
Well, of course, we had the Bozo Memorial, which was a classic case when Nicky Zackham, I think he was second in chips when you did the deal.
Yep.
And it was Warwick, wasn't it? Warwick he was so happy because I think he got more than second place money.
Yes, that was correct.
Not that we disclosed deals, but it was essentially an ICM deal. And then you guys essentially just flipped the trophy, didn't you?
Yeah.
I don't think that sat too easy with you, did it?
Normally I'd want to play, but some of my friends there, my girlfriend was there, so just wanted to sort of get it over and done with, really. And
it was getting a bit
drink.
Flippy as well, so somebody was going to get hurt.
Yeah, so normally we would normally play for the trophy, or you know, maybe we'd just stop and award the trophy to the person with the most chips. But yeah, it did kind of factor into it. My friends had come, and it was the first time they'd ever come and watch me play. So it was nice for them to experience it. But
and you had to lock up a win, you know.
Exactly.
You can't really the side down, and you got people incoming.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it was a tricky situation with the payouts were sort of tricky. So it's best to do a deal. I mean, you're only one pot away there, and then I'm sort of. I think Mark was saying when we were on there that it would be tough for negotiation if I lost a big pot. Negotiating the deal, so better to sort of lock up the money at that point, and then just flip for the trophy, which was nice. But it was.
Did you follow any other guys? Did you follow any other guys?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I knew Bozo very well, so it would have been
the goat.
Quite emotional if I'd won. I don't know quite what I was said, but
well, I got to tell you, when Nicky got the trophy, and Nicky obviously knew Bozo well, and they're both big Man United fans. I actually had a tear in my eye, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
I went for a little walk.
For me, it was, you know, when you're just deep inside and you feel something. It was on, I think it was on day 2 when they played the video on the screen.
Yeah. That also.
Even that, just, you know, for the next 5 minutes, I was very emotional about it. And yeah, if I'd won, doing a speech or something. I don't know what I quite would have said, but
Yeah,
Nick did a nice job.
And let me tell you, you were not alone. You know, I actually had David's handwritten bio when we first started doing this, and he's got this whole tried of nonsense as usual. And his most famous achievement was getting Gary Allen drunk in Port Elizabeth. I don't drink, and we got absolutely hammered. Not like I'm a 12-stepper, but we got stuck in some very nice wine, and we were having a great time from the waist up until we stood up and the legs wouldn't work.
Yes.
And that was just listed, and I still have it in his writing, and I'm going to keep that for time immemorial. So I have some fond memories with David as well. In fact, I'd spoken to him literally 2 days before he passed, and typically David had promised to buy me lunch, and we're never going to have lunch or coffee. We never got there, but God bless you. And if you're listening, David, I mean, all of us down here would, you know, we miss you dearly. So there's some action on the table here. There's 290 to call. Wells has ramped it up a bit here. And I think this is all pre, of course.
Yeah, this is a nice play, but obviously Haggai does cover him here.
Yeah.
I imagine now Haggai must have the chip lead with 5 million chips. I didn't see what we just missed a couple of hands there whilst we were chatting, but
we'll get the chip count up in between.
I would guess he probably has the lead here. So fighting fire here if you're going against the chip leader. But it's a nice move with this Jack 10.
Yeah. Well, looks like Haggie's going to call it off.
Yeah, keeping him honest for now. And I mean, they've got each other's cards here, so.
But they're both very deep, eh?
Yeah.
They don't want to get out of the line too quickly.
I imagine if they both miss, we'll see if Moz manages to get rid of Haggai here.
Well, 2 diamonds on board.
There we go. They both missed.
Cards.
Both missed. Obviously, they got like 1 diamond each there, but I imagine if Moz shows some aggression, Haggai is probably going to let this one go. The chips on the top there, they're the 5,000s, right? Yeah. They look orange from this side of the screen, but when I played, they are red.
The red and orange tends to not mix too well with the cameras.
Okay.
Stephen Courtney, who's Red Riding Hood out there, is Orange Riding Hood, and you know, he kind of looks like he's going to tango you.
Yeah.
Rather than
When he puts the city up, you mean?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, looks like Haggai's not happy. And he has let that one go, which will push Moz maybe into chip lead.
We'll get a chip count now. Bradley will bring one up for us.
But they're both very deep. Yeah, I mean, you've got 47 blinds there for Haggai and nearly 50 for Moz. So you've got 3 runaway chip stacks, it would appear. And Nick sort of just behind there, and Greg obviously.
Yeah, he's the guy looking for spots.
Yeah. He's trying to get his chips in now, and of course with them only being 5-handed, the blinds go around very fast, so you're losing 250,000 chips in orbit. So effectively, if Greg didn't play a single hand in 6 rotations, he would be without chips. Yeah,
indeed.
Which,
so carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, we obviously know Greg's not going to fold for 6 rounds. That won't happen, but yeah. That just gives you the idea of how much is in the pot each time now.
So we've got a first place guaranteed here of $1 million, and then there's a bit of a jump down to second place. Not asking for an opinion on how that's structured, but asking for an opinion on. Well, you had the same experience earlier, so you know that kind of forces your hand in terms of the cash and making a bit of a deal. I think when they go to 4-handed, I mean, we got the right people on the table. You think that's going to, if the stacks are equal?
It really depends, I think, who has the chips.
Yeah.
With those 3 guys basically being the same, Jared, Moz, and Haggai stack-wise.
Yeah.
I imagine what they'll do is, what they'll be trying to do here is try and either eliminate Greg or Greg doubles up.
Yeah.
Then I imagine they'll have a look at the numbers with 4 people left. But it really depends how much the money means to them.
Well, I think Nicky's more of a trophy man than a money man.
Yeah.
So that will be the fly in the ointment, perhaps. You know, Nick wants the trophy. Take it out for the kids, you know.
It would be nice to see Nick win, actually.
I remember
I do like. I was saying, I can't think who I was talking to, but I think I was actually talking to Greg about it, or maybe it was Joe. I would say out of all the people that plays all these high rollers and plays every event, I find him the hardest person to guess what he has, is Nick.
Well, he's a very tricky customer.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and with the greatest respect to Nick, who we know and love, I mean, fathoming him out is beyond me sometimes. I mean, it's just no rhyme or reason to things he does. But that's his game, and he loves it. He loves to put you in spots.
Yes.
I mean, he bluffed Jared off a pot
Yeah,
with a
I saw
million
this
raise
one.
earlier.
Yeah.
You know, he sticks a cool bar in the middle, I mean, on a stone cold bluff, and Jared has to get away from it, you know. And then he flips it over and just smiles, you know. It's hilarious. So yeah, that was most enjoyable. I was watching from up on top actually, but
yeah, I saw that hand. It was a nearly impossible call for Jared in that scenario, but yeah, great bluff, and then showed it to the table, and you could see Jared's reaction. He was not happy about it.
And the banter began again. You know, these two have been banging heads all morning, so quite interesting. Okay, Greg to play here, 9-3 in the small. There you get the walk for that guy. He's in an unenviable position.
Yes.
He can't turn left or right here, Greg. He just has to find something.
Yes.
I mean, and you know, as the game goes on, his fold equity becomes less and less valuable, and he's got very little equity. You know, so eventually it'll just get to the point where you're going to be called with any two cards and get sucked out on. So
and he got some tough opponents to get through. I mean, there is some people that would fold even against 5 big blinds, but someone like Nick's going to flick it in blind if he's got 5 big blinds. So it is kind of tricky. It's one of those scenarios where you kind of do have to find something good, because like I say, Nick will just call blind half the time.
Well, I've seen him do it on many occasions. I've sat here for many an hour and watched Nick. I say I always enjoy having Nick on the table because he's unpredictable. He's very tricky.
Yeah.
And he likes a little bit of banter with the chaps as well, which is always brings a flavour to the table. So Jared will be under the gun here. As I say, it's 100k to call now. That's the big blind price. Jared folds.
Who's your pick then? Or do you not say your pick?
I'm never afraid to say my pick. I'm not biased, but I think Solly's going to win it.
Okay.
Was with the ace-4.
Raising up with the ace-4, pretty standard.
Yeah.
And Greg obviously garbage there. Haggai some not playable hands.
I think
here we
go.
go.
He might meet a bit of resistance against Nick here.
Yeah, I would guess Nick will probably re-raise, but we'll see. Nick's just gone for the smooth call. Just
a little
wants
bit of deception.
Yeah. And now Moz does not want to see the ace.
No. So pretty, 6, 7, 6, 2 hearts.
I imagine this will, check over to Moz, and he'll probably continue for a small bet, and I imagine Nick will probably call.
Yeah, so only 1 heart on the table if we see a heart on the turn. Nope, so Jack in play.
Okay. Nick, I imagine, is value betting here.
Yep.
Trying to get called by some worse ace highs, maybe some king high he wants to get called by.
And, Moz will know that all of those cards are in Nick's range.
Yes. I can't see Moz probably folding to 1 bet though, but we'll see. Quite a lot of draws on this board, a lot of straight draws, a lot of flush draws. Nick can obviously, as we know, turn up with nearly anything. So I imagine he'll keep him honest here. Does look like he's got raising chips though, which would be an interesting play. So I imagine Moz thinks he's got the best hand here and purely charging Nick for his draws.
What did you get, Moz?
And Nick has folded the best hand. No, it's called. No, he's folded.
Yeah, he's folded. Nice play by Moz.
You've got your pre. No more smooth calls.
Yeah, I would imagine Moz thinks he has the best hand there, so he's just charging the sort of the 8-9, the 8-5, 10-9. Some of the heart draws.
So, I don't know if you picked up what Nick said there after that hand. He said there'll be no more smooth calling. He said with this hand. He said next time round you're coming for it. So yeah, he realised the error of his ways by smooth calling with the ace queen there, because he would probably have got rid of Woz there. Ace-4 speculative, comes back over the top strong.
No,
he gets out of the way. And Nicky worked that one out very quickly.
Yes.
And yeah.
Greg's still the short stack on about 12 blinds now, so he's got 1.2 million. And if you see the big blind is on Jared, so he's got 2 hands, and then he's going to lose 200,000 of his 1.2.
Yep.
So he's going to try and find something here in the next 2 hands. I imagine he'll go with pretty much any ace.
Yeah, for sure. Any ace, any suited connectors, any small pair.
Yeah, and some picture cards, something like that.
Yeah.
But Moz says, I'll take this one now. So he's going to have to find something good here. 10-9, that's going to be chucked in the bin.
Yep.
And he's going to have one more hand before he's in the big blind. So
Magugi with ace-5 here in position. He's probably going to play cautiously here.
Interesting to see what he does. Obviously, it's good to have your ace in the hand.
Glances at Nick's stack.
Yeah.
Glances down his own chips, which is normally a telltale.
Yeah, normally going to be putting chips in if he's looking at his own chips.
Nope.
Lets that one go.
Nicky gets out of the way, didn't see his cards. Oh, there we go. Pocket 2s for Jared. What do you reckon?
Yeah, he'll make the call here and we'll see a flop, I would guess.
Yep.
Nothing really else that Jared can do. Going to try and flop a 2, and then if not, he'll be out of the way, I imagine.
Yeah, some sort of sick 2 with a 7. That would be interesting.
There's the 2.
Spades. There's the 2 for the.
And we've got 2 spades.
I told you, 2 spades. And you know this is live.
Yeah.
I didn't invent this stuff.
What did you tell them to set this one up?
I said 2 spades and a 2. Oh my word.
And it's gone check, check, and they're going to play a big pot.
Yep.
Jared is going to bet around. I'm going to go for 350. It's Jared's bet. That's what I'm guessing.
590 in the pot.
Yeah, just over half pot. I think he'll bet.
Okay, we'll see.
What do you think he'll bet?
I think he might protect and go a bit bigger, but I think you're right.
Oh, look at that! 350, perfect read.
Have we seen it? Have we seen this movie before? We're 1 for 1 though.
Yeah.
And what's Moz going to do?
Based on the way that Moz plays, I would guess he raises
Yeah,
now.
he doesn't smooth here.
And he'll make it around $1 million-ish, give or take. Oh, he goes for a smooth call.
Oh, deception.
Interesting.
He doesn't want to see a spade on the river, was? Because that's not a secure flush.
Yeah. Does Jared find the paired board?
Nope.
No, he does not. So the way this is going to go is Jared is going to bet 1.3 there. Jared's going to bet around 800, I agree.
Yep.
Yeah. And then Moz is probably going to raise, but maybe just call. Depending on the size. If Jared bets really big, if Jared bets over $1 million, Moz will only call. But if it, there you go, 875, so we're close again.
Yeah, in ballpark.
Against this size, I think Moz will raise.
Here comes the pain.
Okay, the pain, he's only calling if he does
yeah.
anything else, something's gone wrong. Yeah, he just calls, yeah.
Raise for value.
There you go.
See what's going on.
There we go.
Can't win. Fuck, raise for value, man.
Yeah, Moz knows it straight away. Should have raised.
Yeah.
And you see there, the thing is, if Jared had bet smaller, Moz would 100% have raised.
Yeah.
But he was scared
The
about
bigger
the
flush.
size. Yeah. See, I would have actually raised there because Jared bet about 2/3 of the pot. And I think the way that Jared plays, if he had a flush, he would bet bigger. So I would have raised there, but I can understand why Moz called.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think there would be much difference in chip-wise if you raised there or if you called. Again, it's one of those things, if you raised, I don't think Jared's calling anyway. So, kind of counterintuitive, really.
Yeah. And you heard the way Moaz sort of articulated the situation at the end there anyhow, so
Yeah.
he's definitely aligned with us. So,
Yeah.
so for the folks at home, you just got a real insight Mr. Deverson's head here. How he ticks and how he thinks. Of course, it could be a double bluff who's talking a lot of nonsense. He's just putting it out there in case you get heads up against him. But yeah, we appreciate your analysis there, Max. It's always nice to hear. And of course, most people, well, everybody who's listening online will only have seen you or met you mostly on screen rather than off screen.
Yeah.
Obviously, I know you off screen as well, and you're actually not a bad person. I mean, the
Probably
poker,
the
one of the
top moaner of the whole lot.
Yeah. Oh, look. People coming in the back to do selfies. There you go. So I'll tell you. I'm not going to tell you who said this because it would be wrong of me. But I was in a conversation the other day,
Okay.
and someone said to me, "Max Deverson is probably the best player in the country at the moment."
Well, I'm not South African, so it doesn't count, does it?
No. But in this country, you're based here, the same as I. We are poker pommies, but at the end of the day, we are South Africa as well. So what are you going to say about that? Do you think you deserve that crown?
It's very flattering.
No. Listen, let us just go through the CV of the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
You're over at Monty crushing.
Mm-hmm.
You come here, you crush. all right, you didn't crush this event, but still
Yeah.
the main event to come.
Yeah.
You know, you're not struggling to pay the milkman, and your good lady's probably got some Gucci tucked away somewhere. So
don't give her ideas.
yeah. So tell me, what do you think? Do you think you're worthy of that title, or is there somebody worthy of that honour rather than yourself?
I think there is a few guys that are very good in these fields. I'm not really going to say who.
Yeah, of course.
I'm sure these guys know who they are anyway, to be honest.
We all do. That's fair enough.
At the moment, my results have been very good. There is obviously a lot of variance in that. You know, you've got to win your all-ins, that sort of thing.
But you've been on a bit of a sun run.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched you, so I know.
Yeah, I mean, the final table of the 25k, honestly, it sounds silly, but anyone could have sat in my seat and got all the chips.
Yeah. I mean, the cards, you did go on a bit of a tear there.
Yeah.
You know, the deck was giving you a clip around the ear for sure.
Exactly. I mean, it was insane every single hand.
I think you actually articulated that on stream. You actually said, you know,
I was being very honest because I'm very aware, like, if you get aces every hand, you know, it's very hard to lose. But before that, I didn't really have the best run of cards, but a lot of my bluffs got through. And then when I did value bet, I always got paid.
Yeah.
Which obviously helps, but on the final table, it was just a steamroll of cards to me. It was kind of insane. I probably never actually run as good as that on the final table. Maybe the only one I can remember was maybe Emerald a couple of years ago. But I ran good there as well.
I actually think I was playing in that.
But yeah, it was kind of insane. With regards to the best player in the country, I would say I'm up there easily in the top 5, but I don't know if I'm the best.
Okay.
There's guys that are very, very good at certain things and not good at other things. Obviously, personal opinion on that.
Yeah.
But like I say, there's probably 5 super strong players, and then you've got a sort of a few behind that. But even if you're extremely good player or, like you say, the best player, doesn't mean you win.
No, of course not. It's the 11th man or the 10th man in the room is always the variance, and then you can't fight that, of course.
Yeah.
But I was just interested in your take, and the question was designed to embarrass you, of course, because I can. That's my take.
You can't see me, but I'm very red right now on the face.
And let's get back to the action on the table. Moz Ghani here. It's 170 in the middle of the race. Sorry, 220 the race from Haggai. Jack 10 suited for Moz in the small.
Moss with a big chip lead now, so...
And of course, let's not forget Greg's in the big here.
Yes, who is very short stack.
Yeah, so Moz gets out of the way, Jack 10. Greg,
he's getting some
no
rubbish
weapons,
cards, huh?
No weapons.
Some rubbish cards Greg's getting, but he won't get impatient. He'll find a spot in a minute where he'll put all his chips in.
Haggai
that is not the one with Jack 5, so we'll let that go. Haggai with a nice steal there, actually.
Yeah. So Greg will play the small blind here. He'll get a couple of free looks, and then it's decision time.
Yeah, realistically, Greg's got one orbit before he's going to have to push his chips over the line.
He's got $1 million behind now. Nick is heading south now. Needs to sort of keep his eyes open. And, you know, JP Oates was in here a couple of years ago or whatever, and he left us with the term, it's getting flippy. So we've adopted that. It's very flippy. So that we always give JP his credit, but it is going to become a little bit flippy soon. Anyhow, yeah, Greg is...
What's this? I was reading this on the stream the other day. How do you work out this aggression factor?
Right, well, that's done by a computer.
Frequency, even.
Yeah. So it's done completely by the computer. So the computer analyzes every set of cards that you do from when you sit down.
Yeah.
And it attributes a number to you. There's some sort of algorithm that works.
So every time you bet?
Yeah.
Or so it doesn't include calling?
To be honest, I don't know how that algorithm works. It's actually within the software. It's embedded. So it comes out, that's how it comes out. And it's based on, obviously, today it's completely based on the stats of this table from the beginning. When we have a problem is when we start changing tables every 2 hours, because then it gets rather confused unless you reset it completely. But today, this is a pure data for today.
Interesting. Greg, I imagine, the way that Greg's plays, I imagine he'll just call here instead of shoving. He could shove.
Well, calling might set off some alarm bells anyhow. So.
Yeah. I imagine Greg will just call the way he plays. Yeah. He's playing the...
He's in the
called
small
there? Yeah, he has called there. He's He's playing the conservative approach. He could go all in with this hand, which sounds kind of crazy with 5-4 suited, but he has only got to get through Haggai.
Yeah, and Haggai's decided discretion's a better part of valor here with 10-6. And the 10-7-8
And they're going to play a big pot, I imagine, here.
Well, I think they could be playing for all of it, to be honest.
Greg will probably...
I mean, is there a better flop for him?
Greg can bet or he can check. He can do pretty much anything.
Well, he's
here.
got a flush draw and a straight draw gut shot, so, I mean, he couldn't have asked for much more, really.
It's gone for a bet of 100 into 300. The way that Haggai plays, he'll probably just call.
Yeah, I mean, he's got backdoor straight.
Says all in.
Yeah.
Which now Greg's actually going to get away from this. He's not going to call with 5-eye. I'll put money on it now. He will fold this. Greg, you can see he's had enough at this point. He's like not won a single hand in, I don't know how long they've been playing, 2-3 hours. Literally lost every single hand he's played, and now he's bet with 5-eye with a flush draw, and he's got shoved on, and he can't believe it. He's got 8 blinds and he's going to fold. What do you think? You think he'll fold?
I think lesser mortals would put it in. Gut shots and flush draw. We can see from the top of the screen, of course, he's only got 8 outs based on what's been folded. So his percentages won't be that pure. He's certainly in the blender here. And Haggai's asked the question. I mean, Haggai obviously is miles ahead here with a pair of 10s. I mean, you know, is he going to find a better spot? He's on the button next. He's going to get a couple of free looks.
Yeah, I think he'll fold. He'll work it out. The reality is here is Haggai can't go all in with nothing because he knows Greg is short.
He knows Haggai's got a bet. That's what he knows. I mean,
yeah, like I imagine Haggai probably only goes all in here if with 10 or maybe something like 8-9 with
a bigger draw.
Yeah, or bigger draw. There we go. Good fold from Greg. Very solid.
Good call, Max. 2 times.
And there you go. Unfortunately, Greg has more frustration, down to 8 blinds, but he hasn't given up. He hasn't called it off there. When you think about it, the combination of hands that Haggai can have, he basically either has a top pair or a bigger draw, right?
Yep, indeed.
And Greg knows that his draw is not very good. So,
what does the goat say?
Moves on to the next one, but you can see he's wasted a couple of time bank there as well, and he's getting frustrated. You can see, look. But yeah, Haggai picks up a nice one there. Perfect play from Haggai. Flop the top pair, obviously really vulnerable hand. Easily can come on overcard, so wants to put all the chips in, and Greg only had a very small stack, so easy decision.
And he knows it's easy to bully Greg in that position. You know, it's pretty polarised. So Jakob Portuguita, I think he might. Yeah, he was. What a solid player! It's insane. We've read that one out already. So back to the action. Jared, UTG.
Let's see if Greg can find his all in.
Jared raising from early position here,
as
you'd expect with ace-9, short-handed.
Yep.
Was out the way. Round to Greg.
Nope. Greg hadn't found it again.
7-5 off, 7-5 suited.
And you see that Jared opening ace-9 there.
Yep.
Not a standard open, let's say, but because there are only 5 players now, you do have to.
Short-handed.
The blinds come around fast, so you do have to get involved quite a bit.
The Jared and Nick show will resume.
Check.
So it's a check.
What's Jared got again? Is it ace-9? Yeah.
Yeah, ace-9 off.
Just lost his cards for a second there. Jared's bet, and Nick's got queen high, so he'll fold that one. Jared takes one.
Yep.
Up to 3.8. And you'll see they're not going to really go too crazy against each other whilst Greg is such a short stack.
Yeah.
They're going to try and let Greg either double or get eliminated.
So this is an interesting conversation. A lot of people who are recreational players will hear what you've just said and say, but surely they're colluding. I mean, it's a tacit understanding. There's no words spoken here. This is just the evolution of the game, you know?
Yes.
You know, you don't need to have that conversation. Every player at the table knows, including the short stack, that he's the target.
Exactly.
That's just how life is.
He has got the target all over him, not just on his back. He's completely the target. They're all just letting him basically lose as many chips as possible until he's all in. Yeah. It's not that they're teaming up on him. It's just a sort of an unwritten rule that if someone's very, very, very short stack, you want to wait for them out and then carry on after that. And that's sort of how they work. Is like you say, it's not spoken about, but that's sort of what everyone wants to do.
Yeah, it's the game evolving, you know. And we all understand in the both sides of the fence on that.
Yeah. You also see it a lot when there's an all-in and two people call. You often
into
see
a dead side pot.
Yeah, you often see it check down, even with good hands, you know, because the idea is to knock people out in tournaments. So you don't want to play too crazy.
That's the age-old argument. You know, the decent players is why you're betting into a dead side pot.
Yeah.
Well, I want to win.
Yeah, I want to win.
One of those, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what we've got here, Nick's called in with 8-6, and Jared's raised it up with King-Queen. Nick's decided to call, and we've got a Jack-7. I imagine.
Check.
Check. Okay. I imagine this will just all the way check to the river, and Jared will probably win, unless Nick has betted it. Don't think Jared will bet now.
Well, there's lots of history between these two today.
Yeah, they've been playing some pots, huh?
Yeah, so there's a bit of chest banging and point scoring.
And you see there, Nick down to 2.1 million.
Yep.
So 21 blinds for Nick. And Greg's on 800, I believe.
Yeah, we're always trying to apply the M factor now in the back, which is the inclusive of the big blind ante.
Yeah.
So essentially, our old measurement of a big blind is now 50% of that. So, I mean,
this they play full big blind, right? If they're short-handed still, it's full big blind, yeah. What do you mean they pay half?
So what we're saying is a big blind, if you've got 20 bigs, it's actually 10 because you're playing the ante as well. You know, that's the M factor, as we're calling it. You know, so
yeah, it's one of those things. It speeds up the game with the big blind ante.
Well, talking about speeding up the game, what do you think of the shot clocks that have been introduced this time round?
For me, it's great.
Yeah, but you
because
come
I
from an
play
environment
fast.
which you're used to playing fast, and also the international scene. It's nothing new, a shot clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's actually the first time I've ever played with shot clock.
Oh, really? I'm surprised. I said that you probably played internationally quite a lot. I mean, I have, and I've seen the shot clock many times.
Well, I've played with shot clock before, but on the iPad. Not the button thing.
The cube. Same principle, different guys, yeah.
But I generally play pretty quick, so it doesn't really. I mean, I used 2 time banks the whole time I was in this one.
Yeah.
And that was only purely because it was all in and cool, and we were on the bubble, so I was waiting for the other one.
Perhaps you should have used more, huh? Just kidding, mate.
Perhaps, yeah.
So you're a supporter, is that what you're saying?
I like it. I don't know how the people that are new to the game I don't know how they feel about it, but the idea of poker is to play relatively quickly, so it makes it enjoyable for everyone. You don't want to sit there for 5 minutes on the turn card and thinking of nothing.
People taking drives you up the wall.
I definitely think it makes people pay attention to the game, because you do have a lot of people, ordering a drink and not paying attention. Oh, it's your turn, etc.
Taking a sidebar on their phone.
Yeah,
and all the other stuff.
So it does speed it up in that aspect. I like it, but obviously I play fast, so it's not an issue for me. But I can understand it for the people that play a little bit slower, that it might be tricky.
Yeah, agreed. So I mean, you and I are on the same side here, by the way. So
yeah,
just a split opinion across the place. So Jared's with the ace-10 here. So what's he got? He's got a gut shot wheel draw, no hearts on board, and we don't know what Mars has got. And the action is with Jared in the small. He's carrying on repping whatever he's repping here.
Yeah, it's gone. Jared's called the small, and Moz has raised, and then Jared's called, and then it's gone check on the flop, and then I would imagine Jared is probably bluffing Moz off of a better ace high here.
Yeah.
But I don't think Moz has nothing, because I think Moz would have bet the flop.
It's no worthy of no. It's blind on blind, obviously.
Yeah, there we go. I'm fairly sure Moz has a hand like. I don't think he has ace high.
Okay.
What could he have here? I think Moz has a pair, but I can't really work
ace
out.
Ace 5
well.
just got there. So you think he's got a regular ace or a better ace? You think? I think a better ace would have raised. What was the action?
Jared called and Moz raised.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so you can.
He could have an ace high, but I would imagine Moz has like some weak pair.
Okay, well we'll make sure that Bradley will make sure that the cards are turned over so we can see them if it goes to any showdown or whatever. If we can get the glimpse, we'll do it.
Now, Jared is just deciding whether he wants to bluff or not, I would imagine.
Yeah. And if he is going to bluff, what's his sizing? 1-5 in the middle?
He'll probably bet about $1 million if he bluffs, I would guess.
Yeah, he's got to.
He's bet 450 on the turn.
Yeah, he's got to make him think.
What's he bet here? 1 million?
Yes, $1 million.
Oh, 1.1. Okay. And Moz is time banking, so I'm certain Moz doesn't have ace high. I think Moz has just got like a hand like some sort of rubbishy hand that he raised pre-flop. Made some sort of pair somewhere here, so maybe like ace 3? Something like ace 3?
Yeah, well he's just said, I know you've only got ace high here, he's just said it out loud.
Okay.
He's going to call.
Yeah, we're going to see Moz's hand here. I think ace 3 is my guess. What's he got?
Good read. We'll see it now, we'll see it.
Got the slide into the middle. Ace jack high, what a call.
Wow. Wow.
What a call. Oh, jack 10, what's happened there? Huh?
1-1-1.
Oh, Jared's cards were wrong. Jared had jack 10 and Moz had ace jack.
Yeah. So we picked up the wrong card on the reader there. And that happens when the dealer's dealing and he gets across somebody's box. Yeah. So.
But yeah, great call there with ace high. I didn't expect to see that. That was very impressive.
Apologies to Jared for the different cards, but we've corrected it now. Just for the folks at home, so they see the combination of that hand correctly. Good call.
Great call. Fantastic. And if you saw that there, the way that Moz has called there is because he had no diamonds and no spades. So he thinks Jared is bluffing both of those, is why he's called.
Yep. Can you call there? Easy when you're sat in the back, he says.
I probably wouldn't have called.
No.
If I'm honest. Jared bluffs me a lot, but I'll let him do it.
Okay, I'll just give a shout out to Gordon Patterson, who's come on the stream. He says, hello, card stream and SUNBET Poker Tour teams. Stream is looking good. Gordon is one of our team formerly. He's now living in Geneva, working for the Champions League.
Very nice.
Yeah, and
I wonder what he does there.
He's an outside broadcast guy.
Wow, fantastic.
So a great advisor to this team and helping us in developing our product. So shout out to GP, and hopefully you're well. And when you're back in town next, of course, you're always welcome in the back here, and we'll speak to you soon. All in from Waz here.
Putting the pressure on Greg with the 9-8. If Greg finds anything, he will call, which is not. And Greg lets another one go.
Jeez. The punishment is over. Give Greg a hand. Let's have some excitement.
Yeah. Greg down to 620 and in the small blind, so 5.5 big blind.
And we got about 16 minutes to go on the level.
Okay.
So at the end of this level, my stint runs out. I've done my 2 hours. Mark will be here for another hour, and we'll have Christopher Dean come in. You're welcome to stay, or we'll go for a wander. It's entirely up to you, Max. But what I would say is, well, we've got a lull in the proceedings. Thank you for giving up your valuable time and coming in the back. I mean, I know you wanted to sit with the other English guy. Got to stick together.
Exactly.
But
they'll gang up on us otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming your plans going forward is the main event. You're not going to play this one-day 5K today, are you?
No, I'll be playing the main event. Probably not going to play today. Probably going to play tomorrow. But maybe we'll play today. I'm going to go out, have a look at how many people are in and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, if not, obviously going to be firing as many bullets as possible to build a big stack and go for that 2 million rand.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big prize. And now you live in South Africa, you know, you're suffering the pound rather against the rand and whatever.
I was chatting to my friends, and when I told them how much I won and blah, 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 and they're like, oh, that's good, blah, blah, blah. And then they did the conversion. Oh, not as good as it used to be.
Yeah, indeed. But it's all relative, you know.
Yeah, of course.
If you're going to go shopping in Spa and you want 2 bar, that's a lot of money, you know?
Yes.
I mean, if you're going to go to America and look to buy a condo in the Hamptons, then, you know, 2 bars not a lot of money.
Yeah.
So
no, I gave myself a very optimistic target. I haven't actually ever done that in the last 2 years of playing tournament series. I've never given myself a target, a monetary target, because of course majority of the time it's out of your control, and tournaments you get eliminated and stuff. I gave myself a very ambitious target for the other series and for this series, and now I'm nearly halfway. So
good.
If we get second in the main, we'll get there.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, I'll let the punters at home work that one out for yourself. And of course, now you're back in South Africa permanently. Zanzibar is no longer your home. So Witbank, I believe, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how's Witbank treating you?
I live in the mine. I live underneath the ground.
Yeah. so you know, when you leave Witbank and come here, they shut all the traffic lights off because there's like only one more car in town.
Yeah, that's it. One more car. Turn all the lights off.
And all the pubs are closed, you know,
Yeah.
because you know.
The weird thing is, a lot of people always ask me why don't I live in Joburg or Cape Town.
Well, it's your
or
good
whatever.
lady's home, is it?
Yeah, that's it. And our family and our friends are there, so.
And why not?
Yeah, it's not far from here, and up until recently, here we go. Greg's found something.
Okay, well let's.
It's going to be all in. Jared has not gone all in. That's a mistake. So Moz has folded.
Yeah, Greg's all in.
Greg has found. We're not sure.
It'll come back on screen now.
If Nick calls, then we're going to see the cards. But Nick is not enjoying himself. So Nick has Jack 9. He might call this one, but Nick has also not got that many chips now. So he can't be too speculative.
We will get Greg's cards in a minute.
Yeah. Nick. I imagine Greg's found something like Jack 10 or King 10 or any ace is going to be shoving here. So probably most kings.
The problem we had is
any pair is going to be all in.
We didn't see Greg's cards because they're still together.
But I think this is the problem. You see, he's gone down to 570. Nick's probably going to call this because he.
It's almost like it's obligatory.
Yeah. Which I don't blame Nick. Most of the time he's going to be.
No, he gives it up.
Oh wow! I'm surprised. Nick normally does call there. So.
Well, we're not going to see Greg's cards unfortunately because they were on top of each other. But
Yeah.
he buys himself a rotation basically.
Exactly. He's up to 820. He's still very, very short. He'll be looking for another all-in before the blind. So in the next 2 hands, he'll be trying to find another all-in. But that does keep him alive for at least one more orbit.
Yeah.
Still at 2 million.
So we now know why you live in Witbank.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a choice.
I don't have a choice, of course.
You can
the
read
woman always chooses.
You can
as
read the
everyone knows.
organisational chart. She sits right at the top of that, of course.
Yep.
And so you are you going to get yourself a South African passport or just the residency? Or you have you already, should I say?
I haven't.
So you're turning around every 3 months or so in and out.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue, but
that's how I started. So
it is a bit of an issue, but
you need to marry her to get the residency. That's the issue.
Yeah, but then even when you get married, it takes some time, right?
I think Shelley and I have been married. Well, I thought we were married like 10 years, so it wasn't a problem for me.
Yeah.
But I think it's 5 years. I think I'd have to check that. But
yeah,
I think you can also apply based on time in country or whatever, and cohabitating. And the only problem is if you want to buy a property, you have to put down a 50% deposit if you don't have an ID number, and getting bank accounts and all that sort of stuff. So there's some hurdles to trip up.
Yeah, it's tricky.
And I'm happy to talk to you offline because I've done them all.
Yeah. Okay,
if you
cool.
need some advice,
Yeah,
I'd be happy to do that. But obviously, I mean, this is, you know, notwithstanding the fact we have our issues with the lights not being on in the crime and stuff. But if you can put that to one side, it's a pretty
nice
special
place,
eh?
Yeah, it's a nice place to live. And the great thing about here is you can pretty much do everything without leaving the country, right?
Yeah.
You can go to the beach, you can go to safari, you can go skiing. Here we go. Some cards being dealt. Haggai 5s and Nick with 10s. I imagine
3-bet to 650.
Yeah. Haggai
to
might set him in here.
Yeah.
He's either going to, I think the way Haggai plays, he'll go all in or he'll fold. I don't imagine he'll ever call.
Okay, well, let's see. Normally it's me calling the shot, so I'm interested to see what he does.
What would you say he would do here?
I think he's smooth.
Okay.
I think he goes set money.
You think he folds it in saying he's folding?
Okay, so no, that's the Haggai fold move.
There you go. He's gone for the fold.
That's the
Ian
Haggai
calls
fold
it right. Great fold from Haggai there.
Yeah.
Nick shows him the good news, so he knows he's made a great fold.
Well, there's
a swimming pool.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know, you're going to make it as a commentator. You could spot a swimming pool a mile away.
Jeez.
Yeah,
But no, that's called sunshine. We don't often see that, mate.
Sunshine, yeah.
You know, vitamin D, we get ours in a bottle.
Did you know there's a swimming pool on the roof as well?
Gem.
I did know that, yes.
I've been up there before. I went up there with Ahmed and Lauren once. I think it was when we were here last time and I was losing loads of money.
I lived in Dubai for 9 years, and for 3 of those, we lived on the 37th floor, and the 38th was a swimming pool, right above my bedroom. And I never went to sleep one night without thinking about that swimming pool, trust me. So, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's a great venue here, to be honest, and the room is really fantastic.
Yeah, the Maslow Hotel is beautiful, but I hear the escalators have been having a few problems with the elevators.
Yeah,
so.
it's a bit of a danger. Luckily, I've not got stuck in it yet, but...
Yeah, I believe there are a few who have qualified, though, escaping
Yeah,
lifts.
I mean, this probably must be the worst thing ever. It's not that I would... I don't think if you were aware and you were stuck in an elevator, you would mind, but I think it's the not knowing how long you're sat in the elevator
Yeah, quite.
for. Honestly, I think this would probably be one of the worst things. Horrible.
Yeah.
I'm not even claustrophobic either, but...
So we've got a hand developing here. Nick with ace king.
You get stuck with the wrong
raised.
person.
Nick's
Nick,
3-bet 650
yeah, 2 hands
again.
in a row here. Nick's found the goods.
Jared's out of the way. Wells will get out of the way with those, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
this is,
He'll have to give up his big. He won't be happy about it, but...
Moz is going to know that Nick can only have strong hands here.
And Greg is staring into the abyss, thinking what could have been.
Greg is going, oh no, it's my big blind again. And Nick takes a nice pot there, up to 3.1 million. So he was down to 2 million, and just in 2 pots, he's basically 50%ed his stack up, which has made him a nice gap between him and Greg again.
Told you I'm going to play properly.
And I believe Jared is around 2 million chips as well.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll get Bradley and the guys to put a chip count up at the end of the next hand, if we do that. He said he'd actually do it right now for us. There we go. So
Jared back up to 3 million, so he must have won a hand there we didn't quite see. But you see there's quite a nice gap between them and Greg.
Yeah.
See? Moz with quite a nice chip lead at the moment.
Not bad.
And you would expect with Moz's aggression to be raising quite a lot of hands and stealing quite a lot, especially
Indeed.
whilst Greg is short.
Well, I've got to say, next to present company, he's one of the best big stack players I know. I mean, obviously...
Someone was telling me before that someone said he's the best short stack player in the country, Moz. Is this true?
I have some evidence of that, but there are other people as well.
I've heard it before.
There are other people that would compete with that, I'm sure. But also, he can play the big stack. I mean, he's he's a good player, just all round was, you know.
Let's see if Greg can find something here. I am rooting for Greg, but it is painful to watch when someone basically just blinds out.
Well, he's in the big now, isn't he, of course?
Yeah. And it's nothing of his fault, you know.
So
it's just the way it is sometimes in tournaments. You do just don't get cards.
Jared has played. The action's on Moz.
Moz will be aware that Jared has seen that Greg is a short stack, so he's raised into this. And now Moz is very aggressive. I would guess... I didn't go for it, but I thought Moz might go for a re-raise there. Just because Jared is trying to go for Greg. Greg is going to...
You think he's going to shove it here?
Go all in or call, one or the other. Greg is not folding this hand, pre-flop, no way.
It's the best he's seen for a
He
while.
might just call just because he gets a great price, and probably doesn't think he has that much fold equity, which means that Jared is more likely to call. And now the money's going in. Greg is not folding this hand.
No.
He will not care about the ace, and he will be putting his chips in there. And he shoves, and this will be a very easy call for Greg, I would imagine, because Jared never really has an ace for all-in my opinion.
So there must have been a check from Greg, and then Jared's gone all in.
If Greg can work this one out, he will know that Jared probably won't go all in very often with an ace here. He's just going through his motions, just trying to work it out. I think Greg will make the call here. What do you think?
I think so too. I mean, when's he going to find a better spot?
Yeah.
And
wow, this is quite the fold here. I'm surprised at that. Maybe he thinks that Jared doesn't bluff there. So
well, I think
Jared did have a decent draw. So
I think we need to wheel out an oxygen tank for Greg. By the way, he is definitely on fumes here.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised there that he did fold. not going to get many better boards with his hand there, and you would expect Jared to not go all in if he had an ace. You'd probably see Jared betting quite small, and if he hears that, he'll probably go all in against me next time he has an ace. But you know,
yeah, you heard it here first, folks. And yeah, that's the danger of coming in here unless you're going to double
away.
bluff.
Yeah, but I mean that particular hand is, in my opinion, very straightforward. If he goes all in with an ace, I don't mind because I've got Queen 9. I've only got 5 big blinds. Second pair is going to be good enough for me to put my chips in.
Yeah, and suited as well, so it gives you another percentage as well.
Yeah.
So
Jared going to be raising this one up with the Queen 8 suited.
In the cutoff.
The only reason he would fold here is if he doesn't want to call it off against Greg. But no, he does open like we thought. The problem is here is even if Greg finds a great hand, Jared is not folding.
No.
Okay, they're all in a call here, 100%. So Greg's going to be going all in here with 70% unless Haggai folds. Jared is not folding this for 510,000 chips. He's already put in 210.
Haggai stepped to the side here.
He's getting 3-1. Haggai's going to let that go.
Doesn't want to get involved here.
Yeah, Haggai's going to let that go, and then Jared's going to call. He has to call 300 to win 1.2 million.
And knock a player out.
Yeah, which even if Jared had 6-7 suited here, he would still call.
Yep.
So we're going to see an all in the call. Greg's finally found the goods with his 5 blinds. Let's see if he can hold up.
So Queen out of clubs was a good fold then, huh?
Yeah, it was. There we go. All in and call, I believe. Yep. All right.
Good luck.
Here we go. See if Greg can double up or going to be down to 4. What does 5th get paid? Is it 100?
Something like that, yeah. We'll see. No.
Here we go. I'm rooting for Greg, so I don't want to
no
see
problem.
a queen.
There's no problem with you rooting for Greg. We're rooting for poker.
The 5, a 6,
and a king.
Oh, yeah. How did you see that?
I'm psychic.
Okay.
It comes up down here.
So there's the queen, and looks like that's going to be it for Greg. Yeah, game over.
Game over. So we're down to 4. Greg Ronaldson is eliminated. And
that queen came out very fast.
It did, yeah. I mean, I blame you, by the way.
Yeah. I blame myself.
No, so I mean, the bad news is Greg's out. The good news is you've got someone to have a coffee with now.
Yeah, that's it.
So.
Not a bad result for Greg. Didn't really have much going all day. Short stack pretty much the whole time.
And we'll get to listen to what Greg's got to say.
Yeah, I could see in the stream, like, just every one, man, when you picked your spots, but nicely you had the pocket 8s. But what happened with when you had the 9, Queen 9, and you hit your 9, what were you thinking there?
I don't know, I probably should have called in that spot, to be honest. I don't know. Just it's been a long grind and you get a bit tired and you still make mistakes.
Yeah, but Greg, no stranger to a final table and cashing. I mean, just last year, you won the Super High Roller, I think. Cashed over $500,000.
Yeah.
Well done to that one. Are we seeing you in the main event?
No, I'm off back to Durban.
Oh, okay. Well, it was great having you, bro.
Thanks
well
very much.
done, eh?
Thank you.
Shot, Greg.
Okay, so Greg not really in the mood for a chat there, by the way, but I don't think anybody were. He said, Sean S says, love that Max's commentating gives us such an amazing insight, Suki. So your fan club's expanding, matey.
There you go.
There you go. Looks like I'll probably have a job now, by the way. I was already halfway out the door anyhow, you know. And Christopher Dean is saying, yes, yes. Who needs enemies? We've got friends like that, eh? So the really good news is I'm leaving and Chris is going to sit down. Max, you're welcome to stay, but I think we said we were going to do an hour. Do you want to stay or are you going to?
Up to you guys.
It's your call entirely.
I quite enjoy watching, but if you guys want to talk, that's
No,
fine.
I'm just going to leave. I have to give up a seat. But,
Okay, well, we can all do then. That's fine. It's cool. We'll carry on.
Okay, so Chris will jump in with Mark's mic and let you two, and Mark and I are going to go have a break. What say you, Mark? Let
Been a
Chris sit
pleasure.
down. We'll take a break.
I'm doing whatever they want. 1.7 divided by 4. Yeah, 10. You must have 10 million. 7.
9 million. 9 and a bit.
5, 6, 7, yeah.
Yeah.
8 then one less with these two, yeah?
Yeah, 8.9
to fill up here. 100 and 100 goes in. So 9 million. 9 million, 200. Sorry.
You got 3285.
How much do you have, Googs?
3385.
Not,
2.6, 3.1, 3.2, 5.
I mean,
Huh?
bit top heavy.
It is very top heavy.
Lovely, you must play.
Huh?
Get a bit of luck.
No, the RCM is going to be huge for him. I'm not going to be keen to do it. He's going to get like 600 probably. He's going to get probably 600 of the 1.8, of the 1.6. No, he'll probably get like 500. Because worst case, if we don't do something, if we don't agree on the deal, we just swap the keys. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll message you what. Just message you have my number.
I don't.
okay, 2.
Cool.
3385.
3.2.
3385.
3.3. 3.440.
And then what are the chips?
800.
And then?
53.
And then?
742. 114.
Great.
Just pop me on WhatsApp.
So it'll be a small deal. I know. Alright. No, I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, I was curious. Oh, you can wait for them.
351, 615,
No, go, cheers.
367, 360.
We playing. Oh, I'm just playing. Don't even listen. You can tell them I'm definitely playing though.
Alright guys, we play.
What do you mean we're playing? What's the amount? I don't even know the amounts.
Okay.
He told me the amounts. He told me the amounts.
356, 366.
How much win?
351, 615. 356, 366.
We can't, Gergs. Well, I can't. I mean, he gets double. He gets double everyone. I know he's got all the chips, but I mean, it's one hand, literally. Any one of us doubles, they've got, they got a chip leader.
What are you happy with? What? What?
I'll never take less than 100. He knows that.
No, he won't. That's why he's got to play.
Okay, can I bring the mic back up? Okay, the mic wants to go back on.
We gotta wait for Nick though. We told him it's
Yeah.
gonna be 5 minutes.
Yeah, but I mean, is he going to talk? Is he going to deal with
No, he won't talk to us.
Yeah, I'm saying we gotta, like I'm saying, we just gotta wait for Nick because we said to him, here's the year.
Ah, okay.
Your 15%
That's fine.
is worth 90 grand.
I don't mind whatever.
Not that I'm saying I would take it. I don't even know if I would.
If nothing work out, boys. Mine's got too much chips.
Oh, I got 440, yeah.
It's a big tip.
Huh?
It's a big tip.
It is a big difference. Where do you get, no, where do you get 90 grand? Oh, you get 650?
Now 60 grand.
100.
Oh, wow. So
No,
I'll
nothing,
get 440.
Game.
You'll get like
No.
570.
How much you got?
Alrighty, so we're back in the action. I'm joined again by Max. We've been chatting about solvers and studies and all those bits, and you know, it's great to pick his brain, as he's probably one of the most accomplished tournament players in the country.
Yeah, not such great listening, so I'm glad you didn't hear any of it.
Fair enough, fair enough.
No deal.
Yeah, it looks like we're playing for it all. Interesting dynamic. It's great to see how people will mix it up now.
Yes. We'll have a look at the stacks as well. I believe next hand they'll probably pull up the stacks.
Yeah, but while we wait for that, I'm sure you know all these players rather well.
Yes.
If you had to pick one, an unbiased opinion.
Of who I want to win?
Correct.
Or the best player?
Well, let's go with who you want to win.
Okay. Now I would like Nick to win.
All right. And then ideally, who would you like to see heads up with Nick? I mean, considering, like, if you want to go with Nick, I've got to go with Solly heads up, just because the back and forth that he's been going through all day.
I think the best heads up would be between either Moz and Sully or Moz and Solly and Nick. Any of these three in the heads up, I think would be great to watch.
Yeah.
But that's nothing against that guy. I just think that between the three of them, they will be the most entertaining.
Yeah, no, I mean,
aggressive heads up.
For sure. I mean, I've known Moaz for years. I was telling Gary and Mark earlier that I actually met him when he started playing cards at a 2-4 cash game early 2002 when I was still dealing in that club. So he came through to try and spin it up, and look where he is now. I mean, leaps and bounds, leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
So the rest of your schedule for the day, what are we looking at for the tournament? Are you jumping in? There's that 50k PLO 5. I don't know if you dabble.
I don't really play PLO 5, but maybe we gamble, we'll see. Tournaments, I'm not really sure. Cash games, I got a little bit of an idea, but it's nowhere near my strongest game. There's the stacks now.
And you mentioned short deck not so long ago.
Yeah, this was kind of said as a joke, but obviously if you play short deck, it does speed up the action, because if you guys don't know, in short deck you remove all the low cards.
Yeah, deuces to 5s.
Yeah, so technically the lowest card would be 6.
Yeah.
So the pots do go very big because of course you're more likely to get good hands. But yeah, I remember saying it on the feature the other day. Let's change it to sort deck, which would be, I think, would be a really cool event. But I don't think it's something that would be great for the poker here. There's not that many variations of games that people like other than Hold'em, and it is the sort of the original root of poker. So PLO can work. But PLO tournaments are not the best from what I understand from people that play them compared to cash games.
Yeah,
Obviously the cash games in PLO is great.
What is your amount
the tournaments in PLO become a little bit passive from what I understand.
Yeah, no, 100%, mate. I mean, getting back to the short deck side of thing, is like you're going to see things that you wouldn't normally see in Hold'em. Guys is like open ripping 500 bigs with Jack 10, for example.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, no, which is so unorthodox in Hold'em itself.
Yeah.
And then looking at the PLO side of things, I mean, there's so many great PLO players scattered across South Africa as is, and you know, being
seems to be the strongest game, right?
It is. I mean, it's the great game. It's the great game. You know, but then we add PLO 5 into the mix with an additional card. The variance and the equities are so close.
Yeah.
It's basically a coin flip.
Yeah.
You know, second nuts is never any good there.
Yeah.
But I'd be curious. I'd be very curious to see how it pans out. It's unfortunately we won't be able to put it on the final tab because these boxes will only be able to read 4 cards.
Okay. So you won't be able to do that yet because there will be one too many cards.
I mean, just think how cool it would be though. If we do get PLO 5, we get the 4 in the box and we got the 1 on the side for the additional sweat.
Yes, that would be very cool.
But back to the action here. So Nick, King Jack suit coming in a small blind. Thoughts?
He's gone for the raise there, and Nick has called the small blind. Yeah, it seems a fine play from Nick. Now, because they've gone for the no deal, they're all going to be fighting for knocking people out. We can't see Moz's cards, but he has bet the flop and it's gone check on the turn. And then the river check. So I imagine Moz probably has an ace high.
Something like that? I can only beat that.
King wins.
King I can beat, man.
Take it.
King he can beat, he says, so Moz must have an ace high. Let's have a look.
Take it. Fucking so nice. Now I had a move planned and didn't do it.
We didn't see the cards there, but they're getting scooped over to Moz. So
yeah, ace side definitely up there. Easy game. I mean, not the driest board in the world if you look at it.
No, some very big coordination there. I'm surprised Nick didn't try and bluff the river, but Moz chip lead now over 8 million, I believe.
Yeah, no, he's doing fantastic.
My board
yesterday in a 480k.
Well, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, started the feature, then he doubled up with the Queen 8 of
What the
spades. He flopped top pair and a flush draw, got it all in
Nah,
against
you
just
would
straight draw, I believe.
it was,
doubled that
there was
up, then he
nothing
won a
there for
bunch
you.
more hands, and then he played a massive hand, like we said, against Stephen Courtney that was on the
I was like,
on the blog there.
Yep.
And
bet
since then
turn.
he hasn't really lost a hand.
Yeah, no, the sun run begins since that. I mean, Steve took that one on the chin.
Yeah, Steve, great guy, yeah.
It absolutely hurt watching that.
Yeah.
But such is the nature of the game. Moving on. Haggai under the gun, Jack deuce suits. Probably going to let that go.
Yeah.
Over to Nick.
Nick going to be getting in the mix now with a lot of hands. He's, what's he got there, 2.3. So he's got 18 blinds now.
Interesting that though, huh?
I'm surprised that Nick didn't at least call, but maybe thinking he'll just let these two battle it out for the minute and wait for a better opportunity.
See, the dynamic with Jared and Mawaz on the blinds is always interesting because, you know, Mawaz does like to click back a lot.
Yeah.
So does Solly. So, you know, we could be in for a wild ride here.
And Moz is going to go for a raise here. This is a good play. Acknowledging that 5-3 is not a good hand, and he's choosing a bluff here to try and get Jared to fold out some better hands. Even Jared's going to have, yeah, you go, look, there you go, perfect. It's a great example. Jared folding ace-2, and Moz really just taking advantage of his stack and position on Jared, and Jared will be aware of that, but not the best hand to choose to fight back.
So here's a question for you. Considering Jared is mixing it up, he's either 2.5ing or min-clicking or 3xing BBB, how many traps does he have when he just flats them or while opens? I mean, considering he has been mixing it up. Because I haven't actually seen him implement that
as a raise,
as
a
of
limp
yet.
and a raise. It is very hard to say because obviously we don't get to play so many hands. Obviously, live poker, you don't get to see that many hands realistically. I would imagine Jared has some good hands there. I would expect him probably to raise generally his good hands, but he might have a few traps. I'm not sure. I don't know Jared inside and out his game. Obviously played with him a fair amount, but
there's still elements that are yet to be unlocked in a sense.
I know he did play a very large hand with Warwick. I think he was on the stream actually, and he had ace-10 against ace-king, and the board came 2 aces on the board, and somehow he folded the river. But I believe he limped and called a raise, or limped and re-raised, and Warwick called. I'm not sure the exact action, but based on that, you would expect him to have some good hands. If he played the ace-10 that particular way, then you would expect him to have some good hands.
Yeah.
And he is probably very aware that Moz is going to be going after him because of the position.
Speaking of good hands, sorry to interrupt you, the Haggai on the big blind. Solly opens to 260. What sizing are we looking back here for the 3-bet from Haggai?
Yeah, so the blinds is 125. I imagine he'll go for 1 million, something around 1 million. Which would be 4 times, just over 4 times, just under 4 times Jared's open.
Yep.
But we're going to see now. He's gone for a very small bet here, only 670. So really trying to lure Solly in.
100%. I mean, I don't think Jared clicks back too often. You know, he does mix from time to time, but he's probably leading towards more folds than anything else.
Yeah, the only reason I would imagine he'll call is because of the price that he's been offered.
Yeah.
Which he needs to call, if you look there, 410 to win 1.5 million, which is pretty good pot odds.
No, 100%.
And if he could see that Haggai had ace-king, he would see that he's got 37%, and he would make this call quite easily because purely on the math. But he might choose to lay it down just because, there we go, he does. Which I would imagine the reason for that is he's worried that Haggai might have ace-queen or king-queen, which obviously would mean if it came queen high on the flop, he's going to lose a very large pot.
So do you find though, let's say Solly had to open, let's say ace-x, I mean, he's probably 3-betting a lot more of his ace-x hands that are unsuited than his suited ones in position there against Haggai's 3-bet. Would you think that is a line he could possibly take if he had to open that wide?
If he was going to re-raise again?
Yeah.
I imagine he might do it with some weak aces, like an ace-5 or something.
Yeah, it's as high stakes as it will ever be.
But in general, against Haggai generally is kind of a straightforward player. I imagine he'll probably make some tighter folds than normal just because of the way Haggai plays. If it was against Moz, he would 100% go for it more often.
Yeah.
Because Moz is a lot more aggressive than Haggai, so he can expand
sure. I mean, you know, as we getting back to the conversation we had earlier, GTO versus exploitative.
Yeah.
You know, making those adjustments accordingly.
Yeah.
Looking at the table dynamics as is, with, like, as you said, Haggai, more of the stock standard, not really getting out of line, would you like to see him getting a bit more out of line here?
If I was Haggai and, let's say, for example, I was his coach or was advising him as a friend or something, I would probably tell him to play a little bit more aggressive, because I think the people are going to give him a lot of respect. Until they see it, obviously, on stream, I imagine if he really went after these guys, they would fold a lot more than they should once they've seen.
No, 100%. 100%.
So you could, in theory, tell him to go a little bit more, but he's going to also be a little bit conservative because Nick is only on 2 million.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, like, the ladders are getting significantly bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was no deal made, still million on top.
Yes.
So it's all to play for.
Yeah, exactly.
All to play for.
Now I would imagine with the no deal, the way it's going to go, I would presume someone asked for too much money or something like that. We don't know, but I would presume they're going to look to knock out one of the short stacks, which in this case would be Nick at the moment. So they're going to try and eliminate him and then maybe discuss again.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that does seem like the feasible option there.
Yeah, I think it's very unlikely that they don't do a deal just because of the payout jumps between first and second. And it is a lot of money. So I imagine there'll be some deal done unless someone has all the chips.
Yeah,
which at the moment is Moz, but he doesn't have
enough
yet.
Yeah. Speaking of Moaz, UTG, King Queen off.
And he is flying. He's going to raise this one up again. Nice hands.
Yeah, what is he going? He's going 250, but more?
Yeah, he likes to go a little bit more than the min raise, so he'll probably go around 260, 270.
See, now that brings up the other debate, my good man, is that with the evolution of the game, you find a lot of people are utilizing the min click as an open.
Yeah.
Do you find that it's, how can I put this, you know, deviated, a lot of the players, right, have evolved from the old school to the new school, right?
Yeah.
Utilizing the min click, utilizing 2.5, 3x, a little bit more than 3x. What's your thoughts on that?
You can change the sizing quite a lot. Interesting, I'll just cut back to the action here. Nick is going for a re-raise with 10-9. So he thinks Mars is taking advantage of his big stack and he says, I've had enough. So he's raised back here, and as this hand is played,
another one,
I think Mars might have folded, you know.
Could be, yeah.
9, 10,
he's got
12 behind.
If the stacks are correct, which it looks roughly, because we've got 800 there, 1.2, 1.3. Yeah, I think he has a little bit more than 2 million. Maybe 2. Yeah, 1.9 behind he's telling us there. So,
but that size, that 3-bet size, it's not massive either.
Sure.
It looks very like he's wants a customer, which
yeah.
is
What
great when you're bluffing.
No.
And Moz is not happy already, you can see. He's got actually 2.5 million, Nick, so he's got a little bit more chips than that.
9, 10.
And Moz is instantly folded. Look at the respect here.
That's insane.
And that's what Nick's like as a player. You can't guess his cards. And
so he mixes it up completely, completely.
I was
and it's great.
it in.
It's great to see. It really puts guys in the blender.
Yeah, and that pushes Nick back up to nearly 3
what
million.
The hell?
So
anybody can take this at the moment, yeah.
Yeah.
But getting back to the question,
the sizing. So you can use a lot of variations. I generally, in the early stages, when the tournament is very deep stack, I open to 3 blinds or maybe 2.5 blinds. When we're like 50 plus big blinds deep.
Oh, is it?
And then as it goes towards the end of the tournament, and I just open min raise.
Yeah.
But to be honest, a lot of the guys here, they basically min raise, like you saw there with Mars. He opened 265 instead of 250. It makes very little difference. It's just personal choice, to be honest. The only reason I do it as a min raise is because I very quickly forget how much I've raised to. So better just to keep it simple and just min raise.
Fair enough. Getting back to the action here, the battle of the blinds, King Jack off, Osali sitting with 3.2 million behind.
Based on the way he's played, I imagine he'll call, but he might raise.
Yeah.
He's going to go for a raise by the looks of it. Got some raising chips in his hand.
Let's see what Moaz answers with.
This is kind of dangerous because Moz is very aggressive. I imagine. See, Moz has already given the indication that he's going to fold. But if I was Moz here, I would actually re-raise it and
100%.
Great cards to use. Not the 6 so much, but the king, really important card. He's gone for the fold, which is completely fine. But using the king against Jared there means you are blocking the best cards that Jared potentially could have if he had a pair of kings.
Yeah, black
so
coffee.
I would, with his big stack, I would really leverage my stack there quite nicely.
Yeah, that was my thoughts exactly.
Not every time, because of course Jared doesn't like to fold. But yeah, I mean, Moz has chosen the fold there, which is completely fine. Either or would be fine, raising, folding.
Yeah,
calling.
I mean, again,
even calling would be fine.
Yeah,
with the
mixing
king
it
high.
up, you know, randomizing from time to time.
Exactly.
Taking from there.
Yeah,
and then one thing I haven't actually seen so much within the events that have been running thus far is the utilization of the overbet.
As in people playing with this?
But I'm just saying, exactly, like pot, like people are in a pot, for example. Let's say hypothetically, me and you in a pot. It goes check bet call. Turn X, you make the perceived nuts, and instead of going for a small sizing, be 1/3 or 1/4, you opt to overbet turn in order to set up for some form of river jam of some sort. I haven't seen many people adapt or kind of utilize that kind of strategy.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult in tournaments generally because the stack depth is not really often that deep. Like the average for the tournament will be 30-40 blinds. So overbets don't have to be used really because of how easy it is to get all the chips in still. But you do see it from occasion to occasion, generally in the earlier levels. Some of the top players, they're going to be using it a lot, really applying max pressure, and there's some reasons to use it and some reasons not. But of course, if you've got someone that always calls you and you have a good hand, you want to try and put as many chips in as possible. Alternatively, if they don't fold, you don't want to start putting so many chips in.
No, 100%.
So
I mean,
it's being aware of who you're playing against, really.
You know, point in case, I mean, someone that utilizes the overbet and like to the max and gets paid all the time is obviously Michael Adamo. You know, I mean, no one can seem to work that man out.
Yes.
You know, he's always got something up his sleeve, and it always seems to work out for him. And like, you know, combining the unorthodox side of exploitative as well as GTO, amalgamating the two to just become an absolute crusher.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are absolute elite beasts, and you never find me playing in their games.
I mean, to be honest with you, you know what I think? It's like, if I had the shot, right, I would.
You'd love to play.
Just to see how it goes.
Yeah.
Just to feel what everybody else feels.
The pain.
Exactly that. And to say that I sat with them.
Yeah.
I didn't necessarily win.
Yeah.
You know, but it's just like, sure, that you know, like even for your sake, if that was the case.
I played with some good players in my time. I played with Steve Chidwick. I played with what's his name? It'll come back to me. But yeah, even just Chidwick, for example, one of the best players in the world.
Sitting over across from Stevie and giving you that look.
It's not nice.
No, not at all, man. It's like he's looking into your soul.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are next level. Really, really pushing all the edges you can. And fantastic players. I mean, there's a reason why they're all at the top of the game. Obviously, they work very hard and the rest of it. But very, very tough opponents.
And it's great to see as well that the crushers online that are playing all these Mega Millions and so on and so forth, they start venturing out into the live circuit. Like Pubgar, for example, you know, he's just done the EPT Europe side of things, which is still probably running. Obviously, Triton is there as well. You know, mixing it up. Mixing it up. I mean, I see Lex is on the streets again, the live streets. So the fields are getting tougher and tougher for these events, huh?
Very hard. Yeah, one of my favorites is Lena 900.
Yeah.
Nicholas Adstead. And when recently he made the final 2 tables of the EPT Paris. I was so rooting for him to spin up a stack, just to watch him put everyone in an absolute...
Sorry to interrupt you, my good man, but was just ripping 8.5 million to Solly's open.
Putting the pressure on.
Exactly.
And it's just going to fold all the way around unless someone finds something. Yeah, they're just going to fold all the way around. Jared's going to try and give a fake image off here, which is basically trying to say, stop raising me.
Yeah.
And eventually he's going to fold. He's not going to use a time bank here, I wouldn't imagine, but you can see Jared's face is like, oh, you know, annoying.
I mean, eventually he's going to want to make a stand, but this is not it.
Not with that hand, no.
Yeah. See, now this is where my thought process will come in. Like we said earlier, mixing in some, like, you know, some flats, you know, with, you know, because as you know, Mawaz is opening or 3-betting a lot.
Yeah.
You know, we mix in the flats, make him think how many traps we have here, let him make the mistake.
Yeah, that also could be a play. I think with that particular hand, you want to try and get as many chips in as possible. I'm surprised that he went just purely all in with that hand, but it's completely fine, obviously. If Jared's got a pair of 8s, I imagine he's going to fold. So
yeah. I mean, it is positive EV
yeah.
at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you're right. You can call with some good hands and sort of let Jared potentially make some mistakes.
So from an ICM perspective as well, looking at chip EV the way it is now, how much of a factor does that play?
So it's an interesting one because in normal tournament play there would be a lot of ICM, but because this is such a top-heavy payout, you kind of really want to just play for chip EV because the more chips you have, the better negotiation you're going to have in the deal. Normally, if it was say 1,600,000, 400, 300, something like that, you would be more worried about ICM and be folding a lot more. Whereas with these so top-heavy money, you kind of can go for it a little bit more, which is kind of nice, but obviously can sometimes be disastrous. Moz is opening again here, 5-6, just using his stack. Haggai's found the goods, so he's gonna raise again.
So looking at sizing-wise, I mean, we saw the last time Haggai didn't go too large. He went 650.
Yeah.
Does he stick with that size, or does he size up a little?
I think he'll go 800. He also might just go all in.
Could, yeah.
And the reason why, although he has got Ace-King, which is a great hand, and I said just a second ago to not go all in, was purely because they've got different stack sizes. So Haggai doesn't really want Moz to call because of the other chip stacks. So there is merit to just going all in. The reason why he wouldn't would be because he thinks Moz is maybe going to bluff back at him.
Yeah.
So he's kind of trying to induce him to, you know, take a stand with Ace-5 or something. And Nick's going to be in trouble here.
I think Nick might just ship the lot in.
Yeah, absolutely fine play from Nick here.
It's unfortunate timing, though.
Unfortunate timing. We're going to have it all in the call, and it's going to be Ace-King against Ace-10, and Nick's going to need to find a 10.
General-wise.
With some sort of spades.
Haggai, you have no other choice, sir.
Yeah.
You're not making it that size and folding.
Haggai is not very happy about this, but he knows he's got a call.
Yeah, but look at once the cards flip over, he's going to enjoy his spot.
Yeah. Yeah. Haggai knows his hand's too good.
Puts in the side call.
Yeah. Side call, he's going to get the good news. He's going to be shocked here.
Off we go. 5.2 million in the middle.
No, Haggai's very happy. And here we go.
First 3.
So I need some spades or a 10 or some funky straight.
King in the window.
By 4
2 pair.
and an ace. Very hard now for Nick. He's going to have to find running straight or running 10s, and that's all over.
GG, Nick. It's been an absolute pleasure, sir.
Very well played from Nick.
Played like an absolute champion. I'm sure Jared's relieved.
Yes, I'm sure they're all relieved because Nick is a tricky customer.
No, 100%. So, with that being said, getting back to the conversation we had when they're down to 3. Deal time?
They may have a look, yeah. Normally Jared is not one for deals, but he is a short stack. So they might look at making the numbers a little bit flatter, which mean obviously taking $1 million off the top, maybe taking 300 off or something, and spreading it over second and third to sort of even it out. Or they might just do ICM, or maybe they gamble for it all.
I mean, it is $1 million up top. I mean, you were in a similar predicament, weren't you?
Yeah, I was in a horrible situation. So horrible.
But I think, I mean, look, you were happy with the result nonetheless.
Yeah, it's one of those things like...
the window was...
I did have a lot of chips. I had about half of the chips. And, I mean, I've played these things enough to know if it goes badly, it can go badly. And you're only really one pot away from being maybe a third of the chips in play, and then your leverage for negotiation is bad. So I didn't mind doing the deal at that point. Basically takes all the variance away and whatever. And normally if the payouts are a little bit...
Sorry guys, sorry to interrupt. We're just shooting over to Ian for an interview with Nick, and we'll carry on with Max right after this.
For him or?
No, I haven't gone for anybody.
but you pulled off a lot of nice bluffs. That was pretty cool.
Cards you have to bluff, right?
And you bluffed him on the river and you showed him, didn't you?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He moans at himself.
He moans at himself.
Yeah.
And are you going to play the main event?
Yeah, we'll play this.
Okay, good luck and well done on your 4th place finish.
Thanks.
Always in the final table, which is good.
We try.
Well done.
Thanks, cheers.
That was Nick Lanoy finishing 4th at the final table for the high roller. Soon we're going to crown a champion, and that, I think it's 1 million rand at the cash prize at the top. I think a bit more. I think it's 1 million, and the trophy. Back to the feature table. Final table.
All right, and we're back. 3 left. Max Demison's still here with me in the booth.
Yeah.
Haggai, King 9 suit UDG, 6.8 million after taking that one off Nick, turning him dead.
Looks like they didn't even discuss anything, so we're playing as we go.
Straight into the action. So Nick's scooping 140,000 for his efforts. Not a bad day at the office.
He'll be happy with that.
So yeah, sorry, you were telling me the difference between a 7-figure score and walking home in tears.
That's it, exactly that. I mean, one bad hand and my chips would have been worth about 300, let's say, which is still an amazing amount of money. But at the time, we sort of took the option to take advantage of the stack and did a deal, and then we just basically flipped for the trophy. Jared, interesting.
Ripping that 10-3-0.
Do you think those cards are right?
Not too sure. Let's see.
Maybe the one swiped over Moz's.
Yeah, it could
I'd be very surprised if that's correct, because that is
interesting.
Some bluff.
Interesting. 3.5 million is the shove. I'm guessing those cards are correct. Yeah, assumptions have been made. We'll find out if Haggai calls.
Yeah, and Haggai has asked for a count.
See, Haggai had an interesting story, interesting hand with King 9 against Boaz in the earlier stages of this tournament. So he's probably thinking about that too. But if he somehow finds the call...
He likes King 9. He had King 9 against me when I had Jacks.
And
I think he's going to go for this.
If he somehow finds the call and Joe turns up a 10-3... Haggai's going to be
It's actually not going to be in bad shape, though. You see there, he's got 34% if the cards are correct. We're going to find out. Because I think Haggai might make this call.
Let's see. Oof.
Nah, he's going to fold.
He's in pain.
Yeah, you can see by the way he's holding his cards, he's going to fold. Oh, maybe not.
So many mixed emotions going on here.
Nah, he's folding. Yeah, he's going to fold.
Into the buck they go.
Let's hope Jared's cards were correct.
Show the 10-3, Joe. It's good for the game.
I wonder if they were correct. We'll never know. Did we see Moz's cards? He had Ace 10.
Ace 10, okay.
Okay.
Makes more sense now.
Now the story checks out. I was
100%.
Wow, that's a bit wild with 10-3.
I mean, three-handed, the dynamic changes completely. Ranges, constructing ranges, come a lot wider in a sense when you're putting them together. But as you said, 10-3 is a bit far out there.
Yes. But now, I mean, they're three-handed. You've got to get a bit busy. Blinds are going around every single hand. So you only get one go on the button.
That's it.
And Jared, the shortest stack, just over 3 million. Maybe pushed him up to about 4 million actually with that hand, I think. But yeah, obviously completely standard. Haggai opens. Jared all in with the Ace 10 for his, how many blinds is that? About 24 blinds or something. So absolutely completely standard. And pretty good for with the King 9. And there we go. So onto the button with Jared. See what he's got here. He's folded, so must have had garbage.
All right, BVB. Moaz with the deuces.
Yeah. The way Moz has been playing, he can do anything here. He could raise, he could call.
Yeah, mix it up completely. Over to Haggai.
Like he's gone for the raise. Him and Haggai must be close in chips, actually.
Let's see, 6.3.
Yeah. Still very deep stack, so I mean, no one really short stack now. Haggai gives it up. Moz takes that one.
So thoughts there? You're not clicking back 10-7-0? I mean, I know you're clicking back 10-7-0. I mean, I've seen you do it before.
I would have probably called or folded.
Yeah. Again, it's all come down to table dynamics.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can't really ask for a final 3 better than these guys right now, huh?
Yeah, going to see a lot of action here. I believe they're just swapping the deck, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Having a few issues with the cards reading across the boxes, so just going to quickly change the deck. I think it's when they slide over Jared's box into Moz's box, right?
Then they get a bit of mix.
Yeah, because it obviously picked up Moz's 3 is what happened.
So for you, the rest of the season that's coming up, I mean, you know, I'm guessing you're jumping into the main?
Yeah, we'll play the main probably today or tomorrow. Hopefully get a nice big stack and make it through. Going to be firing pretty hard because the 2 million for first.
Question for that though, you look at the main, considering you have to navigate such a massive field, where you have players that are experienced, players that are not.
Yeah.
How do you go about constructing a strategy of some sort in order to navigate such a massive field?
It is tricky because it does take some time, obviously, to get through that many people. I think for me, I just try and figure out who is comfortable and not comfortable. Whether it's they played before or they haven't or whatnot, or if they're ever looking uncomfortable in any scenario, then I'll make an assumption from that, and then if they don't look comfortable, I'm going to bluff them a little bit more. But if they feel comfortable, I'm probably not going to bluff them so much.
100%.
But yeah, just sort of biding your time really. There's no rush because it's going to be a 3-day event, so day one is probably the hardest day to get through the day one. But then once you get into day 2, probably going to be in the money or just before. So then you can sort of relax a little bit, and then it's just playing down to, I don't know, whatever it is, last 2 tables or something for day 3. And you notice some people are scared of the money and some people aren't. But it is reality. So just sort of observing the opponents, not really worrying about myself really, just getting as much information from them as I can and
exploit accordingly.
Yeah.
So
even with the chatting, yeah, Moz is opening here.
Yeah, his 5's on the button, 8.8 million effective. Over to Haggai. Queen 3.
You can let that one go.
And over to Jared on the big. King 9.
And Jared will put in some defense here, and they'll go to the flop. I mean, you've got to call these hands. Obviously, King 9, not the best hand, but when you're only 3 players, it's actually very, very strong.
Jared jams.
And Jared goes all in.
Max pressure on Moaz.
Really putting it back on Moz.
Moaz throws those time banks in. It looks like he's going to take a while for this one.
Yeah. This is pretty close for Moz. With
Extremely.
5s. If he had 7s, he would have already called.
Yeah, 100%.
So 5s is very close. I imagine 6 is also closest, but if he had 7s, he would have already called. So
5s is right at the bottom.
Yeah.
There.
But he might gamble here because he probably knows that Jared is going to shove 2s, 3s, and 4s. And if he does lose, it's only going to be half a stack.
100%. So getting back to the question of the main, if I may,
Yeah.
while Moaz deliberates. So with them being multiple days within the main, what would your preferred day be? Because we have the slow grind, in a sense, or would you be the type that jumps into the turbo and fires?
I'll tell you a story. Okay, so I prefer the long clock, whatever it is, 40 minutes. I think on day 1. Then it goes an hour on day 2, right?
I think so. Yeah.
So I might be wrong there, but as far as I know, it's 40 minutes. So if I had the choice, I would have played the 1A flight, but I was obviously playing this event, so I couldn't. Now my preferred flight will either be today or tomorrow, also the longer flight, but I'm a bit of a gambler. Obviously, I will play as many flights as I have to. Sounds silly, but you kind of have to with the amazing amount of money.
Yeah, 2 million up top for first.
Insane amounts of money for 15,000. And actually, when we were in Sabaya, this is where this actually came from. It's reminding me now. So I played the main event. I'd done 3 entries so far in a normal 40-minute clock. And it got down to the turbo, and I was chatting to Moz, and I went, I'm not playing. I've had enough. I'm not playing. And he goes, come on, man. Play the turbo. It's your last go.
Spin it up.
Yeah, it's your last go. Play the turbo. He's going, I don't want to. It's like, come on. If you don't try, whilst the late registration's open, you're going to let someone else win without you having a go. So I went, all right.
Can't have that, though.
Can't have that.
Sorry to interrupt you there. Moaz ended up letting it go.
Yeah, I think that's okay. If he, like I say, if he had sevens,
Six or sevens.
Yeah, I think sixes he might have flicked it in.
Yeah, 100%.
Fives is a little bit.
It's too close for comfort.
Yeah, he's going to be flipping a lot, so he's happy to just take the fold there, carry on chipping away at his big stack, and he'll be fine with that, I would imagine.
So yeah, Sabaya, turbo.
Yeah, so I played the turbo, and all the people that were playing will probably remember. It's quite funny. So obviously I'm a fast player anyway, but then in the turbo, I think it's 15-minute clocks, and everyone's playing slow. So I'm tapping the table every single hand, going time, to make people all play fast, and then it just became into a recurring theme on our table. Every single person, even the older guys that play slow, even these people that are generally playing slow, young kids and whatnot, every single person is calling time on everyone if they take more than 1 second pre-flop.
Oh, wow.
So we played this insanely quick thing. I remember Lum was loving it.
Hyper turbo.
And Lum was pushing the action as well. Anyway, so I bagged up a massive stack from this turbo somehow. Ran insanely hot, got aces twice against like ace king or ace queen or something. Got this massive stack, and then I actually went on to win it from the turbo.
I mean, the dream, isn't it?
Yeah, and there was me not playing it, and I have to thank Mods for that.
Yeah.
I still owe him a drink, I think.
Sometimes it's one little push, eh?
Yeah, but no, it is a lot of fun as long as people are playing fast. And I'll do the same in this one. I mean, if I don't bag up in the next couple of flights, then turbo it is.
So I can't, like, looking at Moaz, looking at the stack, considering there's no deal being made, all I see is the chat box with "I want million" pop up. You know, it's you of course know what I'm referring to in regards to that meme. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, as you can see.
Yeah, it's my ongoing joke with Joe Steggers. We always say whenever there's a million, and we just send it to each other in capitals, "I want a million." And it was a joke the other day, but obviously we did a deal. But yeah, looks like these guys are going to go for it. But who knows? I imagine it will get discussed again when they get to heads up. Looks like now they're going to be playing it out to at least 2 people,
100%.
Which I think is quite a lot of gambling, but it's their money, they do what they want.
You know, so ideally, you know, from a heads-up perspective, they get heads up. Will they take? I mean, it's personally your opinion, you know.
Yeah.
How much do you think would they take off the top to play 4, and then go for a down the middle chop for the balance?
It's tricky, isn't it? Because if Moz has, how many chips are in play? 19.2 million, right?
Somewhere around that, yeah.
If Moz has 15 million chips, and let's say, for example, it gets heads up with Haggai, I think Moz will just gamble for it all.
Play for it all. But if we somehow, let's say, go 60-40...
Yeah, if it's 12 million and 8 million, I imagine... So there's 1.35 in play for the heads up. So that would be 625 each, right? No?
If they go current.
675 each.
675, yeah.
675 each. I would imagine they will do some ICM and then probably play for around 50 or 100, maybe.
Okay, and the trophy.
And the trophy, yeah. Maybe would be my guess, or maybe they play for less. Maybe they play for 25 or something like that. It really depends how many chips they got. If they've not done this deal at 4, I would imagine it was probably Sully that said no deal. Or maybe it was Moz, I'm not sure. But if it gets to Moz and Sully heads up, I would think though, I just can't see it being played out unless one person has all the chips.
No, for sure. But I mean, as exciting as the heads up between Moaz and Sully would be.
Big swings.
Massive swings. I mean,
hundreds of thousands around.
Great poker minds to their own, each their own at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, it's only time will tell.
Yeah.
Only time will tell. So this looks like... So limp pot Moaz looked like he flattered.
375. So yeah, this is a limp pot, and Moz is just trying to steal it off of Haggai here, and it's probably going to work. Queen High, although it can be a good hand on this board, it's really hard to continue past the turn. But Haggai is going to try and keep him honest for one street.
So maybe Haggai finds something tricky on the turn as well, depending.
I would love this to just come like offsuit 2, and
That'd be
Haggai
fantastic.
calls him down with Queen High, but
Jack on the turn
that's
will
going to slow it down
completely. You expect for it to go check here on the turn.
Yeah, Moz is not going to bluff at this one, I imagine. Maybe on the river, but when you think of the hands that Haggai has to call the flop with, he either has a 4, a Jack, or Ace or King or Queen High, something like that. And I'm very surprised that Moz is going for this because there's not really that many hands that fold, maybe other than Queen and King High.
Yeah.
That will fold the turn. Like if Haggai, for example, had an ace high that he checked back like ace 3, he's not going to fold the turn here, I don't imagine. So kind of an ambitious bluff from Moz. And Haggai says, I'm not having any of it, which is really nice from Haggai. And if this river comes a blank, I'm certain now Haggai's made the decision that Moz is going to bluff him and he's going to call. King on the river gets counterfeit.
Chop pot.
The only way for Moz to win is to bluff, and the only way for Haggai to win is to rebluff.
Yeah. So again, yes, this goes back to the interest dynamic of the
Moz gives
overbet.
up, which kind of makes sense. And Haggai now will probably bet because he'll know that Moz will bet a full house. Yeah, here we go. This is great play from Haggai.
Sizing wise? Oh, he
Doesn't
goes,
need to go
he goes
big.
small. He goes
Perfect.
200.
Perfect bet. Really, really great play from Haggai here.
Welcome to the Price is Right.
Yes. And the only way Moz can win is if he raises. But when you think about the hands that Moz has, doesn't really have many full houses. So he's probably going to have to fold this. And you can see Moz acknowledges that. It doesn't really have that many good hands here.
Thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, he does get a very insanely good price, but he is only calling for a chop pot, and Haggai purely has to be bluffing Queen High when you would think Haggai only can call the turn with an ace or a King High, which obviously beats him.
Yeah.
So great play from Haggai, and I can understand where Moz has folded from there.
Some advanced strategies being put into place there.
Yeah, I'm surprised, because you could see on the turn that Haggai clearly realized that Moz is kind of full of rubbish. And he took the stand there. Obviously, unfortunate to get counterfeit. We didn't get to see if Moz would have taken off on the river.
Yeah, I mean, if any card besides Ace King or anything that they're actually holding, I do think Moaz would be firing there to a larger size.
Yeah, possibly, yeah, because then he's going to want to rep a full house or nothing, really. And kind of difficult for Moz there, because when you think about it, the only hands that you're going to make fold on the river is maybe King or Queen. Obviously not on that particular card, but say it was a 2. You're only going to make him fold a King or a Queen High, really. So it's kind of ambitious to bluff there. But yeah, nice play from Haggai on the river to acknowledge that. And we go to the next hand. We've got Moz was 7-5. Chipped down now, so he probably won't want to open this, whereas before he would have gone for it.
Just in time. They say that there's no sound coming out of the line. No, it's been fixed. It is, yeah. Aggressive, eh?
It says we've got no sound in the chat box, so cheers for that. Looks like we're back in action.
Yeah, but the Wizards on this end have managed to sort it out. Not being aggressive at all. They got it done. They got it done. All right, back to the action. Small blind Haggai raises to 335.
And this is a nice play from Haggai, just really putting Jared to the sword. And Jared says, no, thank you, Queen 6, I'm good enough to call you.
Jack 8.
And let's see if Haggai continues his bluff. I imagine 4 on this flop. He's gone for the check though, but could have bet this flop. Very hard to have anything when it comes Jack 8. Generally, the person that has the pre-flop open is generally going to have the better hand. So
100%. It's got checked though. Turn a 6,
and
which
Jared's,
hooks up Solly.
Yeah, Solly's turned basically the nuts here. When I say that, obviously he hasn't got the nuts, but
well, it's the perceived nuts in this sense.
The action that's gone. He generally always has the best hand, and I imagine he'll might even bet this one for a bit of protection of value. Yeah,
he does. But Haggai does pick up a gut shot. So
yeah.
I mean. But he gets it through.
Yeah.
So here's a question for you. It's a bit of a funny one.
Yeah.
When last have you seen the double check raise?
Double check raise. I sort of tried to. I can't honestly believe this guy folded. I think it's one of the worst folds I've seen. Not just because you could see his cards, but he got the implied price even with his set.
Yeah.
If guys haven't seen it, it was a Triton hand, and the board was something like Jack 8, 4 Queen, something like this. And the guy has 8s in his hand, and the other guy has gone for a double check raise with 9s. Flush completed on the turn as well, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, even if the person showed me a flush or a straight, I would still continue just because of the pot odds to hit your full house. But he folded and it's just an insane bluff.
Back to the action here. Haggai with ace-9-0 on the button.
Gary, can you call the waitress, please?
Joe looking for some libation.
I'm not sexist. We all
What the party would be like after that? I mean, you know, speaking from experience, you guys didn't really go a bit balls to the wall there.
When's that? Was that
after your scoop?
I had a couple of drinks with my friend and girlfriend.
But nothing too over the top?
No, only because if it was the end of the series, yeah.
Another story, yeah.
But when we've still got a lot of events to play, it's not the best to get out.
Well, okay, I don't know if you're like me, but I mean, the older you get, the longer it takes for you to recover.
Yeah.
So, I mean, being 2 days MIA, it's not the most feasible thing in the world.
Yeah, it's not the best, and obviously we knew we were going to play I was trying to play the 250, but it didn't happen. Yeah, it's just not the best idea. If it was the end of the week or whatever, no problem. If I wasn't going to play anything else, sure.
See, I'd personally like to see a 3-bet here from Mawaz.
What do you think I'm lying?
Coming out of the big blind with Haggai's open on the button.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, either calling or free betting is fine. I imagine he hasn't, purely because they're very close in chips and he doesn't want to sort of go too crazy with him, with Jared being slightly shorter stack.
Yeah, no, 100%. There's so many different things to consider before. You can take this. Before you go, like you mentioned now. Look at equities. You got to realize your equity as well.
Yeah.
Pot odds, implied odds, reverse implied odds.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much going on. So it looks like it's gone check flop, check turn. Onto the river we go. Mawaz having a pure over, looking at checking if it is a jack.
Check.
Yeah.
I mean, the flop's a queen, right?
What's Maz confused about here?
What? The flop is a queen, right?
Queen, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Struggling to see the
I can't
cards.
see the fucking pictures because I
Can't see the pictures.
Jack, I was going to value.
Pictures, he says it.
Don't worry, this is an 18 plus show.
Yeah, true, we are gambling here, so.
Well, this is again debatable. There is a slight element to it, a slight element of gambling within the game itself, but as you know, it's more a battle of wits and information than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. There's obviously some skill involved, but realistically, even if you're a complete beginner player, if you get dealt good cards, you're going to win.
100%, 100%.
And that's the thing that people don't really grasp with poker. They'll say like, oh yeah, this person's so good, I can't beat them. Well, that's a bit defeatist, because if you get good cards, you can
and you're running pure.
easily beat them.
Exactly.
Easy. It's not like, I don't know, blackjack or whatever.
So here's another question for you, right? Let's say you go into the turbo, 15k turbo.
Let's hope not.
And one of your mates say to you, right, Max, considering the great success you've had thus far from this turbo, and you're allowed, let's say hypothetically, 3 bullets, right?
Yeah.
And then if you get to your 3rd bullet,
yeah,
you can play properly on the last. But the question around that is, for each of those bullets, you've got to rip every hand till you at least build up, a massive stack.
As in, I go all in every hand for the first 2 bullets.
3 bullets.
For 3 bullets. Yeah, of course. There's 2 million for first gamble.
Correct. So now, all right, let's see it. It'll make for great TV. It will make for great TV. And again, it's all about spinning up a stack, going into day 2.
Yeah, I saw some events before. I've never played in them, but I would love it as a product. Is obviously before we played till I think it was 10% of the money or whatever it was.
Yeah, that's been changed now.
Yeah. I would love if it was a
flip and go.
Yes.
Throw in the flip and go.
Oh, this would be so much fun.
2,000 rand flip and go, 9 players.
And then you flip, but I mean you flip the main event ticket as well.
Oh wow.
So 10 people, 10 stacks. What is it? 40k starting stack or 50? 40?
40.
Yeah. So you flip 40. So one person goes through with 400k. I would love that so much.
Be the dream.
Yeah. Obviously, you've got to win it. You've got to win the 10-way flip.
Yeah.
But you'd go through the monster stack. I don't know if they could ever do that as a flight option, but
it could be. I mean, but like the other option is that we've seen the popularity of the flip and goes to win seats
to win
into
the 1,500 or something, or 1,600
something like
to win
that.
a 15 ticket.
Yeah. So I mean, if we could look at implementing something like that, I do think there'll be a lot of guys that would like to kind of avoid sitting through like long hours of play like we did
Yeah.
last night. I mean, I think they finished at something to 4.
Yeah.
With
sometimes they did finish very late. Yeah.
So who knows? That could be something we could look at implementing. You know,
Yeah.
we could put it to management, and that's probably a nice way to obviously build up the field as well.
Yeah, that would be a very cool event. I don't know if it would work or not, but
you never know until you try, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the mystery bounty was pretty successful in the Cape Town, but yeah, it would be a very cool event. So basically, how it would work is, let's say 10 person at a table. You could even do it as a smaller buy-in. It might be quite fun for people. Everyone goes all in, basically blind. One person wins, and then that table finishes, and that one player goes through to day 2. And you could have, let's say, 10 tables of that. You have 10 people going back for day 2 and already in the money.
No, 100%.
Would be fantastic.
So if you look at the traditional flip and goes that we see online, it's, you know, if you play those tournaments, you get 3, you discard 1 on the flop.
You discard 1 card, I've seen this, yeah.
So that could also be an interesting dynamic. But that being said, we won't be able to run it with 10 people on the table because there won't be enough cards. I mean, there will be.
With 3,
there will be, but I mean, it's, you know,
it would be cool.
It'd be quite crazy.
Would be a very cool event, but I don't know how. I don't know if you made it a 5,000 or something. And yeah, it potentially had a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, or even look at that. I mean, you know, something like that into the high roller, where you can have a phased approach.
Yes.
Where all of the players then, like, let's say you win your table.
Yeah.
Then you move on to the second table, then all the winners of their tables go in and play for that 25 or 50k or 100k tickets. All you need to do is win 3 flips.
Yeah, because they also have shootout event as well, right?
Yeah.
Which is like, let's say 6 on a table, 1 person goes through, and then depending how many people get entered, say for example there's 36 players that enter, 1 goes through from each table, and then you have a final table of 6 and you're in the money.
Yeah.
Which would be also a very cool event. I think they've done that sort of thing in the past, but yeah, I think Flip and Go would be very cool.
And
I've pushed it with Mark before just for the main event tickets, and I think it got quite nice traction in Cape Town. So I don't know if he's going to do it here, but I know they did give away bundles of seats last night.
Yeah, I think they got to 25 seats.
Yeah, which is great.
So imagine now with that, what you said now, with the shootout, right? But we add the bounty element to that.
That would be carnage, yeah.
Right, so 1 person taking all the bounties, moving on to the final table of 6. That's huge. I mean, just think like a 10k bounty.
Yeah.
Each person gets what, 2,000 rand
That would
on
be
their
cool,
head.
yeah. That would be very cool.
That would draw people out of the woodwork that we haven't seen playing for years.
Yeah, yeah, true, very true.
So many different ideas, guys. Let us know what you think about these ideas in the chat, and maybe, who knows, we could bring them to fruition.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Some interesting dynamics, yeah. I mean, and that's the cool thing as well. With that being said, it wouldn't be 2-3 days of grinding. It's like, all right, cool.
It can be a 1-day event if you want.
Flip it up, win your table, win the bounties, right? But we're not talking about progressive KOs. You hold on to it.
Yeah.
End of the day, you win the final table, you win it all.
Yes.
Right? So that could be, you could run multiple days.
Yep.
Come back for a day 2, which would be your final day, and then we would move to a regular clock.
Yeah, it would be really cool, I think.
I think we're taking that one to management.
Yeah.
Back to the action. Jared Sullivan, 3.8 million, ace king off. Bangs it up to 360, but whilst Queen 6 gets out the way.
Nothing there.
Haggai, ace 6 suits.
Interesting. I imagine if he does like to re-raise if he has an offsuit, but I think with a suited, he'd probably just call this one.
Yeah, he's been more inclined to call. I mean, I don't know if you want to break down the reasoning behind the 3-bet with more ace 6-0 than ace 6 suit.
I mean, the reason you would use the ace 6 offsuit instead of the diamonds, it sounds sort of silly because obviously it's a much worse hand. But the reason why he'll do that is he's trying to get an ace 9, an ace 8, an ace 10 to fold, and he doesn't have good playability post flop. So you're basically bluffing with that particular holding, whereas when he has diamonds, he's happy to call because obviously he can make a flush against the other person, and they're going to always have a worse flush. Whereas if they're offsuit, then it's not really a lot of options, you know, going along the flop you're going to make there.
100%. Sorry, I'm just popping off there. quickly, just letting everybody know that the sound has been sorted and it should be coming through shortly.
Yeah.
All right, so what did I miss? Did Jared, check, Jared pre-flop, check, flop.
And the turn, Haggai has decided to bluff. And the reason he's doing this is purely to get Sully to fold these ace highs that he's losing to.
What's the best card in the river for Haggai to barrel?
Any spade, any straight card, this is good.
That's 7 as well.
Yeah, this is what he's looking for.
So sizing up wise, what do you think? I mean,
doesn't actually need to go that big here because the card is really good for Haggai because Jared really doesn't have a very strong hand here often because he's checked back the flop. So he can actually bet very small here.
So like just
400.
half?
Yeah, 400, 500. Because you have to remember he's only trying to really get ace high to fold. If Jared had a 9 here, Jared's probably not folding.
Nah.
So you're only really targeting the pretty weak hands. And look at that. Perfect sizing from Haggai there. I think it's 410.
Jared.
What's that? 355, so even smaller. Jared is very curious and snap calls.
Well played, Jared Sullivan.
Yeah.
Doesn't like to be walked over anymore.
No.
I mean, Nick's disappeared. He can get back to domination.
Yeah, and good bluff from Haggai there.
See, now that's where my thought process is now. I think, if you had to size up just short or just south of half, it would probably, Jared would probably think about it a lot more.
Yeah.
Considering he went to basically, less than,
one third or something.
Yeah, one third. Yeah.
It's tricky, but it depends what Haggai's trying to represent, right? If he's trying to represent straights, then he can bet a lot more. So, he can bet 80% pot or something, or 70% pot. Whereas Haggai there is really only trying to bet any one pair hand.
Yeah.
Because he is aware that Jared mostly has ace high. So he's trying to actually get called by ace high when he has a pair.
Correct.
Obviously, this time he didn't have a pair, but I would imagine he's betting a 9 like that, a 7 like that, a 5 like that.
Going for that thin value.
Yes, because Jared really, the strongest hand Jared mainly has is probably ace king high, or maybe potentially has a 9. But that's what he's trying to do, and then he's trying to make Jared think that he's value betting. So, although it's very small and Jared flicked in the call there, a lot of the time Haggai's going to have one pair and Jared's going to look like a bit of a clown.
Yeah, for sure. But from the significance of that sizing, as you can see, guys, there's so much to think about than just playing any 2 cards. Yeah, Max? Max having a good chuckle here. I'm sure Jared's going to watch this back and the needling begins.
But no, great call by Jared. Obviously aware that Haggai has loads of misdraws there and maybe thinks Haggai's over bluffing. Is probably the only reason he's called. But yeah, I mean, I would expect Haggai to bet small with all his pairs there anyway. But
well, yeah, coming up, you could opt for the same kind of line.
Yeah.
And in this sense, you'll probably get paid.
Exactly.
Right, back to the action here. Haggai looked like he made it 270 to go. Jared called.
Yeah.
He's got check, flop.
Another blind on blinds. And Haggai is going to struggle to win this one. I imagine Jared's going to bluff the turn here. Just trying to get some ace highs to fold, king highs to fold, that sort of thing.
All the queen X's out the way.
The only reason Jared would check back here is if he's going to bluff the river.
Which he does.
Because he must know Jack high can't be winning.
Yeah, I mean, he did find a gut shot on the turn as well, but there's no help.
Okay,
it goes check.
Jared gives this one up. Maybe thinks that Haggai's not going to fold ace high on the paired board on the river there. Personally, if I was Jared, I probably would have bet the turn or even the flop.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's happy to just sort of go to showdown with his jack eye and just lose a small pot. And Haggai will be pretty happy with that with queen eye.
Yeah, no hundreds. I mean, things are heating up now. I mean, look at those stacks. They are getting closer and closer to being equal. And I do think that deal button might be pushed.
We'll see.
Anytime soon. That ICM calculator will drop down.
Yeah.
And, you can either say yay or nay.
Yeah, it's nice when it's like that.
Yeah.
Means you're getting paid.
Quick and simple. Quick and simple. I mean, these guys have been battling it up, what 3 days now?
Yeah, we started, what time did we start? 4 o'clock on... 4 o'clock on Tuesday, I think it was.
I think so. Jeez, I mean,
yeah, it was around 4 o'clock. And then we played till midnight. Then we started again at 11 in the morning, played until midnight.
And then we came back.
Then we came back at 11 o'clock this morning.
So, I mean, the fatigue... must be setting in.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you, but for me, it's if I'm playing extremely long sessions,
Yeah.
I finish the day, I'm like, all right, boys, I'm off to bed. As soon as I close my eyes,
Instantly.
it just fires. Every neuron in my brain fires, and I start playing all these scenarios back in my head.
Yes.
I don't know if you experience the same thing. How do you deal with that? You put on some like ocean music.
Yeah, sit in one of those bubble things.
Yeah.
No. I heard they're quite good though, actually. Just saying this hand 1 second.
Sure.
Jared opening. Mars Jack 4 hearts. May opt to 3-bet, maybe call, maybe fold. Again, very similar to the King 6. I imagine with the suited, he'll probably just defend. But we'll see.
It's probably the best line to go about, being in position as well, Jared.
Jared trying to steal with the King 8 kind of makes sense.
But he
Moz
gets it
folding.
through.
Interesting. Moz seems sort of taking his foot off the gas a little bit, but obviously not getting the best of holdings. But obviously, you don't need to get such strong holdings, 3 people. But yeah, with regards to the fatigue and the stuff like that, that's the only thing that I dislike is when we're finishing at around 12 or 1 o'clock and then we're restarting at 11. You try and go to bed, and I'm exactly the same as you. Lie in bed, and all these numbers are going around in my head for hours. It feels like all night. I am asleep, but still these numbers are going around.
Yeah, no, hundreds, and you wake up worse for wear.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the reason to sort of get through is, I guess, the adrenaline. But
Yeah. I mean, you'll find a lot of guys, what they do, I mean, if, let's take Lex, for example.
Yeah.
When Lex has his 8 or 9 hour sessions, and he finishes it up, for him to de-stress, he goes for a run or a walk.
Yeah, just completely take your mind off poker, and that is the best way. I mean, but obviously when we finish so late. It's not like you can go and walk around outside at 1 in the morning when you've got to be awake at 10 for 11 o'clock restart. I would much rather play slightly later and then start a little bit later, but I understand they've got a schedule to stick to, and that's sort of where it is. But yeah, the best thing to do, I think, when you finish is to do nothing related to poker.
Yeah.
And, even if you read a book or you watch golf on the TV or Formula 1 or whatever, just something to just completely. Okay, looks like a break now.
Looks like a break, yeah. Or maybe they'll be having that chat
I'm
we were
just going to
discussing.
run to the room. I'll be back in 10.
All right, so it looks like a break. So with that being said, folks, we'll catch you in 14 and a half minutes. I don't know, Max, will you be joining us again, or are you gonna go strategize with your mates? What's your thoughts?
We'll go outside and we'll have a little look. Maybe we'll come back in, see what the chat thinks.
All right, guys, we'll see you in a bit. we're back to the action, folks, and the remaining 3 players have opted to make a deal via ICM. As you know, we are not going to disclose that, as that's been put to the players themselves. Question is, will they be playing for the trophy, or will they be giving it to Moaz, who's got the significant chip lead? Only time will tell. Gary's still trying to figure out how to put his headphones on. He's managed to unlock an achievement there. Welcome back, Azza.
And thanks a lot. Left and right, I struggle. You know that. You know that.
You know, you should do what they did in school. You know, one hand you write with, and this one, and they put.
Let's not go back to Koki markers, Chris. You know, that's not a good place to go.
I'm treading water, yeah.
Yeah. So as Chris rightly says, it looks like the ICM chop has been done, and the players seem to be happy. I do not know if they're going to play for the trophy or they're just going to take it with the ICM chop. We'll find out now. There's some fist pumping going on, etc., etc. So what the plan is for everybody out there listening in internet land is we have to run the stream out for 30 minutes irrespective before we can start again. What we will be putting up is the last night's, by popular demand, last night's birthday celebration, which was held here in the forum, in the venue. Lots of cakes and presents given out and some speeches. So we'll be playing that. I think that ran for about 25 minutes.
Yeah.
So we'll be away for approximately 1 hour. That'll give us an opportunity to get some food and some rest, which is always welcome.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back with a table from 1A, or sorry, it's 1B today, isn't it?
Correct, sir. Correct,
the
sir.
main event. And also, we will have a new member of our commentary team.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
But it's a big surprise.
Yeah.
Firstly, we've got to put a big pink ribbon around him.
Yeah, initiation,
or
all
her,
that.
or her.
Yeah.
I haven't told him about the initiation process. I mean,
Or her.
Yeah. So we'll do that, and then we will be a 3-ball, as they say.
So with that being said, it looks like, Gary, they are not going to be playing out. And with that being said, I think we'll get everybody a little later, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. So I'll say good night from him and good night from me, and we'll be back shortly.
All right, cheers, folks.
So. Yeah, but it's 55. And get some chow, whatever, some rest or whatever. Yeah, sure.
So, like, let's say I want to sneeze. Let's say I got a cough.
All right, so you'll be wearing this is your headset.
Once.
And I'm here at the high roller final table, top 3, and we have Haggai. I mean, this is pretty special. I mean, every time, for 4 days, the last 4 days, I've been wanting to interview you, and you were like, yeah, but I'm short stack.
evading your interviews, yeah.
Yeah, and you were short stack. You're like, wait until I'm on final table or something, and now, boom, perfect, final table, finishing second. And I mean, you actually had a beast run, knocking out YY's son with jacks, finding a full house on the river. You slide devil, you. And then you played a perfect hand against Nick, knocking him out with ace king. That was quite cool.
Yeah, there's been many other hands that proper in the zone. Yeah, I'm playing against 2 other sickos over here, and we're all keen to carry on, but it is slightly top heavy, and we've had a long day, so we decided to take an ICM deal, and yeah, I think it's worked out for everyone.
And you made a good bluff against Muaz on the river, double paired board. I don't know if you know, but you guys were splitting, and you made a bet on the river, which got it to fold.
I knew we were splitting, but I knew he's not calling either.
Yeah, so that was a good one.
Yeah.
And how do you feel, though?
It was awesome, amazing. Taking a home chunk of money, which is quite nice, but good to be on the final table, and it's been quite awesome.
Oh, well done. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
That was a good run. You played so well.
You got me.
You finally got him. Congrats, Roo.
Thanks, man.
Okay, I want to do the champion. Oh yes, I want to do the champion. We got a crown. Okay.
Line up your guy.
Okay. Muaz.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Solly, come on. I have to. Come. Do you want to do an interview? I would really love to. So wait, you were third or not?
Third, yeah.
Okay. And I'm actually super excited to be interviewing you. I don't know if none of you know who this man is, who you should.
That's right.
One of the
knows.
best poker players, if not the best in the country. One of the top earners in the country, if not the top earner in the country. Over 30 million in earnings. I mean, you're
Where
just...
is it? Where is it?
Well, what car do you drive now?
No, it's something nice and cheap, don't worry.
And so you got your poker bet shirt
That's
on.
right.
Obviously, they're the club champions, which is also pretty cool.
Yeah.
Tell me, how did it go on the final table?
It was pretty tough, eh? I went in there with a lot of chips, but Moas to my left, just making my life miserable. And yeah, just very accomplished table. I mean, it wasn't going to be easy. The wheels almost came off, and I managed to get it together to get to final three.
I saw at one point you were like done at one point with the ace-king hand when people, hey guys, just betting into you the whole time, and just the look on your face was like, no, I'm calling anything he bets.
I just had enough. I
I can see.
So you could show me that he had the winning hand, I'd still just call him.
Yeah,
So
I could see you were like calling, like even
enough.
as he was betting, you were looking at your chops. You're like, I'm not folding.
That was it, not folding at all.
And tell me, also because I'm watching you a lot in the back there, you have this pose where you always like that. Is that like
It's from Nick, from this flipping Nick. You know, he keeps calling me whenever I'm bluffing, and he raises whenever. So I thought he has a tell on me, so I just changed the way I act. I now go full Helmuth mode.
That was actually a big hand, because if you called him off there, I think it would have changed the game.
Definitely. I mean,
Because
it was a crucial hand. Crucial hand. I mean, he's just so tough to play against, you know. He's just such a maniac, and you never know what he's going to do. He shows you bluffs, and then he shows you the nuts, and he just shows you his cards, and you still can't beat it. Like,
Yeah, you almost find a call there. If you find a call there,
I know,
wow.
I know. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to say.
I don't know what to do
But
against Lowe.
Jared, you played an absolute
Thanks a lot,
awesome
man. Thanks.
beast. And I mean, you actually like the reigning champion of this event, because last year you took down the win.
Oh no, I never knew that.
Yeah,
Did
you
I
did
really?
in Cape Town, yeah.
Oh, my word.
700,000 rand.
Oh my word.
So, reigning champion and our third now.
Well, thanks a lot.
Well
Thanks
done.
a lot for everything. Thanks for the support.
Shot,
everyone.
Jared.
All the best.
All right. I mean, that was just an awesome interview. Just interviewed one of the best players in the country. That was cool. Did you get that? Well, hopefully you got that, because that was cool. Oh, boom. Okay, you go over here. Okay.
What's up? Hello.
Okay, I'm going to hide this from
Not
you.
lots of noise, huh?
No. Okay. Oh, wait, no, not too much noise.
Sure. Is this one for me?
Yes, yeah, for you, but I'll hold it, don't
Thank
worry.
you.
Okay, I'm here with Muaz, one of the sickest players in this country at this tournament. I mean, who are you, dude? I mean, you folded jacks. How did you do that? I mean, against aces, pre-flop, not an all-in, just a 3-bet, and he folds you were behind. How did you know that?
I don't think I knew anything. I guess the hand played out. We were quite deep. There was a lot to do with it, a lot of things. I mean, there were a lot of short stacks. Our guy doesn't play I don't think he's 3-betting me light more often than not.
Yeah.
So in the hand, I was like, you know, like if he 3-bets here, he often has a big hand. And when he has small hands, how am I going to win the hand, to be honest? I couldn't see a way except flopping a jack. And I just thought, so what if I fold jacks pre? It might look bad, it might look good, but to be honest, it had more to do with the dynamics of the table.
Did you put him on aces?
Yeah, I put him on a big hand. I said to him, guy, you obviously have aces or kings. But it was really more to do with the table dynamics than his hand actually at the time.
But I
think as good as it looks, it's not really such a great fold, to be honest. But yeah.
It was an amazing fold, dude. I think that's an experience coming in, and I think you're being humble right now, because 3 hands later, Hagar has ace-queen, he makes a 3-bet, and you have a good hand as well, and you literally call out his cards. Because they were suited, you said it felt like ace-queen suited, and that's exactly what he was holding.
If you guess enough times, you get it right sometimes. You gotta just keep guessing, because I play a lot of hands, I guess every time. Every time I'm in the hand, I just guess.
I want you to guess what I have in my hand. Let's see how good you are.
Sounds like a trophy, hopefully.
It is the trophy! Well done to our winner, Muaz.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely amazing. You had such a good run, and soul reads, I mean, you're just an absolute
it was
beast.
sick. I think I played one of the best I've played in a while. And I'm quite happy with it. I want to say thank you to Ahmed. I stole his demeanor, and I'll be stealing it in future. I love the way he sits at the table, and I've always been saying this to him.
I said that to him as well.
You're so comfortable, you're so well. I'm going to steal it. I don't care what people say. I'm going to sit like that and steal your demeanor. So thanks to you.
Ahmed, how do you feel about that?
Anyway, it was good
So
fun.
well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. Cheers.
Congrats to the winner there. That was absolute amazing run. He's just an absolute beast player. Just knows what everybody's holding at all times. I mean, what a great final table at the High Roller. Muaz, the champion.
swear I wasn't even thinking that.
The 4 is a new code.
If anything, I should be more likely to do it on the TV table. Yeah.
Good evening and welcome back to the SUNBET Poker Tour here at Times Square Casino in Pretoria. It has been another fantastic day of poker, turning into an even more exciting night of poker here in the Diamond Ballroom. And we are here to have a chat with you guys and just discuss some of the things that are going on behind us. Mark?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for the nice introduction. Well done. Anyway, yeah, guys, what a lovely day it's been. You know, firstly, I see we down to 2 tables in the high roller, 64 entries there. So just a little over 2 million in that prize pool. Very cool. We've had day 1A of the main event. Went off like almost 60 entries into day 1, which is not bad. It's a Wednesday afternoon, 1 o'clock. You know, there's a lot of opportunities. Players can come in tomorrow for 2 flights on Friday. And then, of course, the turbo flights on Saturday morning. 5 million rand guaranteed into that prize pool. So how's that?
Yes, and that is part of why this room is so exciting tonight. Is at the back of the room we have got a massive satellite going on. We have guaranteed 20 seats into that 5 million rand main event. So 20 at the minimum of those people back there will be winning their main event seats tonight and taking their shots. Well, we were saying earlier that last year we did the same thing at Times Square and we entered 28 seats into the main event. So we're hoping to beat that this year.
Yeah, and on top of that, like we prepared it for a week and planned for it, and it was a Friday night, okay? This we decided yesterday we're going to have a crack at it. Put 300,000 rand on the line yesterday at about 1 o'clock,
Yep.
That's the time when we said, okay, we're just going to go for it, because at the SUNBET Poker Tour, we just have a dip, okay?
Yeah, well.
We're not scared. We just have a crack, and there's been a steady flow of people coming in all
100%.
evening, and it's just absolutely cool.
Yeah,
it's
I think
awesome.
we've got 6 and we've got almost 11 tables, maybe 12 tables open at the moment.
I don't know, I can't see behind me.
Yeah.
All the tables
There's
open there?
one empty at the back.
Okay, that's
there.
11 tables
so that's
going.
11 tables open
11
at the
tables
moment.
of 10 a table, that's 110 in the room. And there's a steady flow at the door. If I look from my angle, there are people in the queue at the door. So it's absolutely cruising.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun.
That's Dave telling the main events. Their blinds are up. They are down to 2 tables at the moment. So we like we've said, we're doing things a little bit differently with the main event. We're not playing down to in the money. We're playing down to either the end of level 15 or to the top 20% of the field.
Correct. So that's going to make it much easier for the players, nice and light, this, that, the other. Like, I mean, gauge on this turnout, I mean, don't be surprised if there's another 10 seats guaranteed for this main event tomorrow or Friday. I swear, it could happen easily here at the SUNBET Poker Tour. It all happens very fast. We're cool. We put ourselves on the line because we are here for the poker players of South Africa. We want them to enjoy themselves, have the best time ever. And I tell you what, they've had a good time here. Sunday was just one of the most special days in the history of South African poker.
Yeah, it was super fun. We had people dressing up, we had team awards, we had war cries and chants. It was just the greatest day.
Yeah, it was so cool. And you know, like, I think every single team hello Dave. Every single team that entered really came out here with kiss. Even the guys that made up teams on the way in.
They actually ended up being one of the best teams. There was like a team of complete randos that all just arrived on the day. They were like, I want to play, put me in, coach.
And you know, like, I say everyone deserved to be a winner, but there could only be one winner.
Yeah.
And, you know, also lekker that the new online poker company, PokerBet, won that. And a big heads up to Darren and Jaden and their team for like really going all out to make it happen. Not only that, they were our official online partner.
Yep.
I think we realized about 20 seats through them. And that's not bad first time out.
Yeah.
You know, so hopefully this relationship forges into something bigger and better and special, so that there'll be more seats available for players to win.
More
opportunities.
opportunities.
Yeah, more opportunities.
And more ways to win.
Absolutely. So that's been really cool. We're just jumping around with a few things today. Like, I mean, is this whole thing going to fall?
No, you're good.
That's what we're all going for, right? That's what everyone in this room is going for, to get to the final table
of the main event. Well, I think what everyone's actually going for is this one.
Yeah, I get that. Are they going for that, or are they going for the 2 million rand at the top? Like, I know what I'd be going for. Absolutely, I don't care about money. I want that.
I mean,
Such
it's
a liar.
spectacular. But the money doesn't hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, 2 million rand, and we keep on saying this, is absolutely life-changing for most people in the poker community. And tonight's opportunity, I can tell you now, for 500 rand, you're giving yourself a shot at 5 million, right?
Yep.
That is 0.01% buy-in.
Yeah.
For 0.01% of 5 million
of the
rand.
minimum prize pool.
Yeah, of the minimum prize
Yes.
pool. you're getting into the satellite tonight. So if you're in and around the area and you still want to have a crack, come and join this party behind us because it's cool, man.
Yeah, 100%.
You can get in here. You still get good value for buying in now. It's not, obviously it's fast and it's turbo and it's cool. I'll tell you one thing I do want to talk about, Kate, is the shot clocks.
Yeah. So it started off at the beginning of the series. We were only going to put them into the super high roller. And then we kind of expanded and we thought, well, the club champs is a really good place to put it into. So we got it into the club champs. And now it's kind of turned into just like a staple for all the tables and all the tournaments.
Absolutely. And it's so cool. It's just so good for the game of poker. The speed at the game's getting played at is really cool. It's getting there. And I can tell you, like one of the cool things that we've picked up about this is players are generally quick. So players most of the time don't need to be put under the pressure of a clock. All right, most players act fast, excepting Eugene. I'm sure you're watching. Like he just takes his time. It takes that whole element out of it, which is very cool. But I promise you, the time where it really speeds up is in between players. So once you've acted and it's my turn to act, if I'm texting my phone or talking to waiter or having a conversation, that shot clock doesn't wait for me. It just keeps on ticking. And the cool thing is nobody has to call time anymore. You're on your own time, If you run out of time banks, you're under pressure, But we give enough time banks. And at the end of late registration, you get more time banks. Once you're into the freeze-out period of any tournament, once you're in the money, you get more time banks. Once you're at the final table, you get issued with more time banks. So it's really cool. It's a lot of fun, and it's really been awesome. And we've got some awesome things going on here tonight. It's our first birthday at the SUNBET Poker Tour.
I was going to say there's a whole lot more to come. I know we were just sitting here to have a brief chat and just explain to everyone what's going on in the room behind us, but there's quite a bit more to come. So I think we're going to jump off pretty shortly.
I think that's it.
And we're going to cut down to Ian in the poker room. He's going to give us some info about what's going on down there, and we will see you guys shortly.
See you later.
It's time for the main event of the evening. The main event has started. 5 million rand guaranteed. Well, that's a lot of cheddar, sir. What is happening in the room right now is the satellite to the main event. 500 rand gets you a seat into the satellite where potentially you get a seat into the main event where you can turn 500 rand into 5 million rand. I mean, it's just bonkers. We're going to meet some of the players right now. This room is absolutely full. The energy is crazy. You know what I'm talking about? Let's go meet some people. What? Just the lady I wanted to talk to. No, men, come here. Oh, okay. We got International Women's Day. We got all the ladies here. Hey, how you feeling?
Good morning.
Huh? How you doing? And how's the poker going?
Perfect.
And tell me, have you had the nuts yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Lydia, hello, you cutie pie. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. And you?
Have you had the nuts yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Can you tell the viewers what the nuts means?
I'd rather not.
Oh, what? What did you say?
Just jokes.
It actually means an unbeatable hand, right?
Yeah,
no one can beat your hand. That's what we're talking about. And we're going to go right here to one of my good friends, Brad. How's it, Brado? How are you doing, sire?
I'm doing all right.
How's the poker doing?
A little bit card dead at the moment, but you know what? Good distraction.
Okay, wait. Tell me how card dead you are as Ace Ventura.
Those cards are losers. Slinky, everyone loves a slinky.
Chitty, bang, bang. Chitty, bang, bang. Chitty, bang, bang. Huh?
Exactly like you.
Yes,
exactly.
Nice. Guano. We're going to meet some other players here. This is the serious table, it looks like. Sir, how's the poker going?
Oh, fine and you.
Where are you from, sir?
Pretoria.
Pretoria?
Yeah.
Okay, and how long have you been playing poker?
Not that long. Maybe a year now.
And are you pretty good?
No.
No. So you're just having a bit of fun?
Yeah.
Okay,
basically.
Hopefully. How cool would it be if you won a seat and you won the 5 million rand?
It would be pretty amazing.
What would you do with the money?
I don't know. Start a business.
Players in the Super
That's a clever man. Start a business.
Happy
I would definitely not start a business. I'd be in Bali with a yacht, some ladies in bikinis.
No, buy a few assets, man.
Yeah, I should do that. I should take his advice. What's your name again, sorry?
Anu.
Anu.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. Sir, I have to.
at 5 million, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about 2 million guaranteed.
2 million.
2 million at the top. I like this hat. Where did you get this hat?
Flea market.
It's pretty cool. It's like are you Irish?
No, I'm not Irish.
Are you Afrikaans?
South African, yes. Also from Pretoria, yes.
Also from Pretoria.
That's right.
Okay, and are you good at poker?
The best.
Have you pulled off any bluffs?
Yeah, just now. They can confess.
Who did you bluff?
2 minutes ago, I won my first hand since we sat down.
What?
And then I bluffed the second hand.
You bluffed the second hand, you naughty bagger, you. Let's go around. Look, as you can see, you can get a good shot of there. I'm going to stand over here because you're going to see how full this room is. The energy is just amazing. Take that back shot there. I want you to get a shot of that. Look at that full room of satellites. And it looks like I'm dodging bullets like Neo from the Matrix. Take the blue pill, he says. Okay, we're going to go around here. I'm coming to you. I'm definitely coming to you. This is my good friend Darren. How are you doing?
Good, and you?
Oh, what show isn't this the vampire movie?
Yes, it is.
What is it called again?
Lost Boys.
Lost Boys. How cool is that movie? How are you doing? I see you got a night chip stack.
Yeah.
And you're going to win a ticket?
Hopefully, I do. That's the plan.
Tell me, do you do like a strategy at poker? Like you like look at the equity and all that stuff, or do you go with that feel?
Equity mostly.
Okay.
And the read on the player.
Okay. Have you picked up a towel at this table yet? No, I don't want to say.
On my own.
You picked up a towel on yourself. So
yes,
when you have this, is what you tend to do. Thank you, Darren. Good luck. Lost Boys. Like it. Really cool. Okay, let's carry on. Oh, I see my good friend Paul. Oh, come on. You're a good chap. I know you are. Alright, this is Paul. How are you doing, Paul? Welcome to UTV 1986. Oh, that was you, wasn't it? Yeah. Were you stole the producer?
No, it wasn't. It was a joke. Hello, everybody. We're playing this hat. What do you want to know?
I want to know, I always see you with this hat. What is it that is it your lucky charm? Is it?
The hat plays poker. I just bring it to the games.
Okay, if you got kind of
the hat is the player.
Really? Oh, like Harry Potter.
Yeah.
With the hat.
Heavy is the head that wears the hat.
Tell me what to do.
Tell me exactly what to do.
Okay, that's like so then you make you Voldemort or not? No, probably. And I would say you look like kind of Johnny from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Well, okay. Are you flirting with me now? We can get a room. If you look like Johnny Depp, I mean, come on, that's you could talk that.
I think you're a good looking chap. That's sweet. I'll check back to the inventory, sir. That's all. All right, we're going to go around the room and meet some more guys. Okay. Ooh, that's a good friend running over here. We've got a lot of Rocky. I think she's pretty hot last time now. How's it there? How are you? What's your name? Almost. Eh? Almost. What's that right? Have you left any yet? I called you.
Tomorrow, this young man has a team.
What is it now?
I swear I wasn't even thinking that.
4 is a new code.
If anything,
Yeah.
I should be more